Check, check, 1, 2.
Hot, 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 hot. Hot, 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 hot. Test, 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 test. Can I hold it here? Like down to here? Okay. All right, thanks. Nice, going digital. I love it.
Your last year.
Hot, hot, hot. Good morning, everybody. It's great to see all of you here. Welcome to the Brand Innovators Media Buying and Marketing Innovation Summit, and welcome to Odyssey. My name is Paul Suchman. I serve as the Chief Marketing Officer for Odyssey, and I have the privilege and pleasure and honor of being the MC over the next couple of days, and I promise we will move quickly. We will keep the energy high. Before we do get started, I just wanted to take one moment, acknowledge what happened yesterday. Part of Odyssey's business is the news. It is a big piece of what we do, and the news is super heavy. We all feel it in our hearts. You all feel it in your hearts. We don't want it to dampen our next couple of days, but we should all know that we're carrying that with us, and we are going to move forward together. So just a big breath, a big cleansing breath, and let's get going. I absolutely love this event. And the thing I love about what Brand Innovators does is it brings us together, right? Brings us together live, without masks now, in person, but it brings together the best brands on the planet and the best platforms and agencies and partners that are supporting those brands. And we're one of the sponsors, and I find there is just no better way to connect than these type of events. So I am so happy to be here. I've got a couple of notes I need to make sure I hit here. On our 2 days, just a couple of stats for you. We have 272 and counting people zooming in live on our digital channels, which is awesome. 36 brands we're going to hear from, 17 sponsors, over 20 sessions. And those sessions are going to be a mix of fireside chats. They're going to be one-on-ones. They're going to be panel discussions. They're going to be presentations. And they should all be really great. Tonight, there is a dinner at Prime and Provisions. Bring your appetite. This is Chicago. There's a cocktail party that Odyssey is going to host on our roof tomorrow, weather pending, so bring your raincoats. Joy, Izzy, any housekeeping that I missed before we get going? Good? All right. So just quickly, you're at Odyssey. Hopefully everybody knows who Odyssey is. We rebranded last year from Entercom to Odyssey. We are an audio entertainment and content creation company. As we've rebranded, it is really fun. We are a challenger brand. Every day we're taking share from iHeart, we're taking share from Sirius, we're taking share from Spotify. And our company's made up of some of the best radio stations in the country. We're the second or third, depending on whose metrics you use, podcast creator and producer. We have a digital streaming app that's the fastest growing app, and we're about to launch a new one in June. So I'll send you all a note to download it and get your comments. And we are in the live events business, and we're in our Chicago market here, and there's 6 radio stations in this cluster. You probably saw them when you came in, but those include 93 XRT, which is our rock station, 103 Jams, which is our hip hop, US 99, which is a country station. Little known fact, it's one of the best performing country stations across the whole country here in Chicago. That's awesome. Our news station, which is firing hard today, WBBM. We have a top 40 station in B96. And then my favorite one, which is The Score, and we'll talk more about that. That is the voice of Chicago sports. And we're gonna have a great treat for you all tomorrow about that. Let me just get the room back pumped up. I know I came in a little heavy here. I'll give you a little bit on Odyssey so you can see. We're gonna make it a little loud, and then we'll come back and we'll get this day going.
It's just a thing of beauty.
So we do the big events, we have Coldplay, and then we have artists on our performance studios, and we have performance studios all over the country. So we'll make sure y'all in the cities you're in get invited to see some of these. They're really intimate and they're amazing, and then they're large scale and just mind blowing. So today, I invite everybody to put their phones down if you can. Work is out there. We're here together. It's a treat for us to all be together. There'll be plenty of networking breaks. Everybody should know where the restrooms are. We're going to have a constant supply of food to keep everybody nourished, great meals during the day, and great times to check in at work. And then when we're done in 2 days, we can all put on our white linens and go enjoy Memorial Day weekend. So let's get it started. I'm going to move this real quick along here. So we're going to start with a fireside chat. Travis Freeman, who is with Inspire Brands, and Inspire Brands has a wonderful portfolio of some of the best QSRs in the country. Arby's, Dunkin', Baskin & Robbins, who just went through a fabulous rebranding, Buffalo Wild Wings, etc. Hosted by Matt Goins from Verve. I know there's a couple of Verve people here, which is a killer omnichannel platform. And they're going to talk about a bunch of different things, including targeting, really innovative marketing, and reaching consumers at scale. I will make one comment before we bring them on. Travis was peacocking a little bit because he's got Dunkin' and Puma just released a new sneaker. It just dropped today, so he's got it on. But I do have my Odyssey orange Chuck Taylors on here, so you can decide which ones you like. Ready, guys? We're going to bring you on right now. So let's give it up for Travis and for Matt. Yeah, they might be. Yeah, they are.
Hello, hello.
Hi, everybody.
I actually do have the matching Dunkin' socks. No, I'm kidding.
We did have socks too, so I'll send everyone a link later to buy them. It all goes to charity.
Yeah, as mentioned, my name's Matt Goings, and super pumped to have Travis in front of you guys. I think, it's not very often we get some, killer brands like this, and a big leader in the marketing space like Travis. So we will have a Q&A session. It'll be fairly limited at the end. So save up those good questions, and yeah, this will be fun. So Travis and I connected, and we're trying to figure out what type of agenda we wanted to talk about. And we mentioned, like, as we start to grow and get older in this industry, we want to pull in things that we're passionate about. And one of the things Travis is passionate about is targeting. As geeky as that sounds, but he's passionate about changing targeting because we've gone from a reach-based model now to very segmented audience approach. We start to think about with data moving away. How do you do that? So love to hear from your mouth, Inspire, how y'all look at targeting.
To say I'm passionate about targeting might be a bit hyperbolic. I'm passionate about animal rescue and queer rights, but targeting is good too.
It's all connected.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's all there. So yeah, I mean, we were talking, like, I think especially in our industry, so my background is tech. So I was at Uber before this, Vayner, Twitter, so I've been much more in the industry of kind of one-to-one and kind of micro-targeting. So it was a little bit of a shock whenever I came into the QSR space because it's very reach-based from what I could kind of see. But what we're doing is we're just starting to move away from this idea of reach being our planning KPI as well as our measurement KPI, but moving to a place where we're not getting candidly as creepy as tech can be, right? Because I think that we on the tech side had so much data, so much information about users that sometimes it was just a bit much and we went a bit too far. So it's starting to pull back a little bit and thinking, like, what are those 7 to 8 different segments, right? Like within each of our brands that have enough scale that warrants us to be creating bespoke content for them, but pulling it back a little bit so that we're getting a little bit more of the art back into this versus just the science side. So it's getting back to comms planning. It's getting back to this idea of what are the need states of consumers, right? Like, what are their barriers? What are they wanting to hear from brands? Where are they actually wanting to hear from brands? So we have to map that out and do audience planning. And then that becomes our target, right? Like, and we're having to almost build, 6, 7x more plans than we were before when we were doing reach-based buying. But I mean, we're already seeing the effectiveness completely outweigh any sort of increase, in production cost or targeting CPMs or any of that. So that's like the journey that we're starting to go on. I don't know how far that goes, right? We'll start to understand what is that level of diminishing return. Maybe it's 8, maybe it's 12, maybe it's 20. I don't know. We'll test and learn going into that. But yeah, that's how we're thinking about, targeting and kind of pushing beyond reach-based buying and planning.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And, on behalf of the marketing industry, thank you for that. I mean, how often have we come across plans that are age 18 to 24? That's the targeting. And, not all 24-year-olds are created equally. I think the catch 22 is, how do you scale that? I mean, that's a marketer's dream, is the right message at the right time to the right audience, et cetera. You mentioned the 7 to 8 audiences, how micro is too micro.
Yeah, and that's it. Like the scale has to be big enough, right? So these aren't audiences of like 1,000, 2,000. It's still scale of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. Because I would love, honestly, to be able to do more, but we can't afford it. Production, the more that we get granular, the more we're going to have to pay for content. And funds aren't increasing, right? If anything, funds are decreasing across most brands. So we have to just be smarter about it. So, I mean, I think for us, I mean, when you look at my team on the Inspire side versus if you look at my team in past jobs on the tech side, my planning teams are pretty large, and they have to be, right? Because they have to be thinking about the human being behind the plan versus just putting everything out into the ecosphere and letting the algorithms do everything. Algorithms are great for optimizing, but we can't utilize that from a planning component. So it's just a balance. It's going to cost more. It's going to cost more in production. It's going to cost more in FTEs to do really good planning, but you have to make that commitment.
Yeah, and I'm sure with that, you get so much more data. I mean, if you're really breaking down plans to be as dynamic and segmented as 7 to 8 different segments by every plan, you're getting all sorts of different learnings.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. You have to have a learning agenda attached to every single one that's going out. And the cool thing about us is my team works across the entire portfolio. So if I see one particular audience who's working really well with Dunkin', and that audience is also a priority for Sonic or B-Dubs, I can actually take those learnings and kind of push them cross-functionally, because that's the cool thing I think about us anyways, is we're not siloed by brand. It's basically a hold code that allows for all of us to be looking across the brands. We see sales numbers of all the brands every day. We see performance every single day. We see what's working, what isn't. So we can take those learnings and scale them pretty easily too, but only whenever we have true learning agendas attached to everything that's going out there.
That's great. And I definitely want to come back to that because I think it's cool how you utilize that to your advantage. But going back to the targeting and segmentation piece and creative piece, how do you pair your creative with those specific? Because, obviously 7 to 8 different segments across multiple different brands within your portfolio. That's a lot of creative production. And when you're thinking about, let's just say you have a male 24 who's a vegan who goes to Arby's, and a male who's 24 who's a meat lover.
Yep.
Show me the meats, right?
Yeah. You've got the meats.
How creepy is creepy with creative? I mean, are we calling out the vegan and saying, "Hey, vegan, we have vegan options"?
I mean, I think with that example, I don't know how many 24-year-old vegans are going to Arby's specifically. I actually don't know what we could sell them. But I think what we would look at that would be scale, right? Like, and if there are enough 24-year-old vegans who are going to Arby's, Yeah, like, I mean, there's a need for it, right? There's a purpose for them coming to the brand. So because the scale is large enough, like, yeah, I'll speak to them about being a vegan and how Arby's can break down that barrier, can fulfill that need state, right? But if it's 20 people, then no, right? Like it's creepy and it doesn't actually help us, right? At the end of the day. So I think that you just have to look at scale. And if you have a right to be a part of the conversation. Yeah.
That's great. And I know we kind of talked about, with device IDs, cookies going away, and, the industry's kind of been saying, content is king once again, creative is king once again. I know you have a big focus on creative. So talk to us a little bit about, how you said you were being purposeful with creative.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's also this mentality of being able to create a couple of videos, just kind of cut them and put them everywhere. We really look at where consumers are consuming content and we make it relevant, right, for that particular consumption moment. So if someone's watching TV, whether it's Hulu, whether it's, like Fox, like, that's okay to put a 15 there. That's okay to put a 30 there because you're in this moment where you're expecting something not to be skippable. If you're on your phone and you're just kind of swiping through, a couple of social platforms, like, I'm not going to force that because I think you actually have the ability to erode brand equity through those things versus actually increase it much more easily. So I think we have to think about the moment, and this is why audience planning is so important, when and how and where they're going to be consuming that content and making sure that that content is relevant for that particular placement. But we also can be efficient about it. Like, we know that we're going to need vertical 6s. We know that we're going to need vertical 10s. So let's make those bespoke to that versus just taking, a 16:9 and trying to cut that down. It's just bringing an iPhone to set, and just pushing our creative agencies to think differently, but then also leaning on our partners to think about content creation for their platforms as well. Like, I know our Snap team is here and they're incredible, whenever we're like, we want to be doing stuff on the platform, we need to be like on the platform, this is where our audience is, I just don't have creative. We can lean on partners, right, to like help us with that, to either create it or, use what we have.
That's awesome. And yeah, I think a lot of marketers don't look at the negative aspect of messaging and putting the wrong message out there. You mentioned, eroding brand trust. And I think the old saying is, what's the hardest thing to gain, but the easiest thing to lose? Trust. And I think that applies with the consumers as well. So yeah, that's really interesting.
Well, it's also, I mean, you think about, I mean, moments like today, honestly, like after like the horrific events yesterday, like consumers don't really want to hear from brands right now. So you also think about like when and where you should be showing up. And, for us today, we're not online, right? Because we don't think that it's our moment to be speaking to consumers because there are bigger things, right, that we need to be talking about and dealing with. So it's not only the consumption place, but it's also the time. And making sure that you're not overstepping in that particular moment.
Yeah, that's a great point. And also I liked what you said about looking at specific inventory types and inventory formats, and then pairing creative with that. Looking at where attention is being spent, time spent. You have channels like Hulu where maybe average time spent is 45 minutes. That's a great fit for longer form content. I can't tell you how many banner ads I've received or videos I've received and content that I'm just maybe checking the weather and getting in and out. I think we as marketers, we have to push the industry to change and to start thinking like that. But also, if you think about it from the creative space, there really hasn't been any innovation in creative sizes. I mean, we still use the standard IAB sizes, the 300 by 250 to 728 by 90.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, come on, guys, we're better than that.
Yeah.
Please, can we do something different?
And I think that's where it's on us to be better marketers, in the sense of, all of our, our MMMs show that, that tiny little, mobile display banner at the bottom of the screen is working. It's hard to rationalize that, but the data says it is. So I think we just have to be smarter whenever we have tiny real estate like that, just make it a branding unit, right? Like for us, it's just like donuts, right? Iced coffee, like close up of like a chicken sandwich, right? Or the new like Arby's, we just launched a Wagyu burger, like it's that, right? And it's just like a reminder and a frequency play versus like a banner that's like half legalese, that's trying to drive people to like a really shitty mobile experience. We just have to be smarter with those units that we have at our disposal versus just thinking that tiny little mobile banner can work the exact same way as something up here.
Yeah, I like that. Let's use what we have, but make it work for us. And how many times have we seen those little pencil banners and we tried to like zoom in and see what the caveat or the exclusion is, but Duncan, I love that.
Yeah, just like branding. It's like rethinking what have been traditionally direct response units as new forms of marketing, right? And messaging, and rethinking how this becomes more of a DR experience, right? Versus in the past, it's been much more brand. We have to, I think, turn everything on its head, now.
I love it. Now, going back to what you were talking about earlier, which is, being within Inspire and being, managing a portfolio of brands, almost like a holding company. Back in the day, I worked at Expedia, I worked at hotels.com and marketing, and we would leverage data from Travelocity and Expedia.com and, all the different companies that we owned under that umbrella. And we would use that to market, cross-sell, upsell. If you bought a flight on Expedia, hotels.com would re-message you with, hotel ads. So talk to us about within your CDP at Inspire, how are you using the data and the audiences from the different brands? Then how are you cross-selling, upselling those customers?
Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, this industry is very new to me still. So I'm still even learning how the industry works. But my assumption was, you have these like kind of holding companies of restaurants and all the restaurants are talking and, everyone's kind of like one family. I'm finding out that's not true. And even whenever you're in one holding company, they're not speaking. But that's what I love about like what we're doing. So basically we're creating a single CDP that will house all of our consumers across all of our brands. We've been very deliberate with the acquisitions that we've made so that they're not cannibalizing on each other as well. So when you think about it as a day part strategy, from waking up in the morning to going to bed at night, there's a brand that you can kind of follow throughout the day. So first, we just need to get everything on a single CDP. We bought brands very quickly. 4 years ago, Inspire didn't exist. Now we're the second largest restaurant group, which is crazy. But so it's singleizing everything within the CDP, but then that's where the power starts to go in. Is one, we need to get that across the board, but then how do I think about someone who goes to Dunkin', 4 days a week, right? I know that they're a loyalist. I know what they buy. If I can push them over into one of our other brands, like, and this is long-term stuff, right? Like not in the near term, but like their LTV is naturally going to go up. If I can give them an offer to get to go Buffalo Wild Wings, once a month, they're much stickier to us, right? They're more valuable as a consumer. We can create an experience for them that allows for them to stay within this ecosphere. So that's what I'm excited about, right? Is the single CDP that can then deploy across the entire portfolio.
And I think we should all try to be like that. I know when, I've worked for larger companies like that, there's a lot of walls set up between the companies and everyone's trying to prove themselves out, and you don't necessarily want to share data. So I think one of the ways you mentioned, which I'm sure there's more ways, but one of the ways you break down those barriers is everyone on your marketing team and planning team works across all the brands.
Yeah, I mean, there are very few people on my team who are brand dedicated, so what we're doing is we're seeing what's working for one brand, whether it be with a specific partner, specific test, specific audience, and then we're scaling that. Like we had something that worked really good from a reward standpoint, like with a partner, I think they're actually might be based in Chicago, but Fetch, and like it's working really well. So we're like, immediately I send that out to, all the brands. I'm like, this is working well, let's scale this super quickly. And we're able to share that and move super quickly without the fear of sharing too much. So the nimbleness, right, and the exposure across the portfolio and the integration with a planning and a buying team who's looking cross-functionally, we're doing this like, every single hour.
And I'm sure sharing your losses too, like what
Totally.
didn't work, what
Yeah.
failed, so they
Yeah.
don't do the
Because if
same
they're not
mistake.
failing, they're not doing their job, right? Like, and I want us to fail, I want us to learn, but if I can do that on one brand instead of 7 brands, like that makes my life much more easy.
I'm gonna save that quote. If you're not failing, you're not doing your job.
But it's true. And I know so many people say that, right? And I've been at companies in the past where you're like, what's this, like, fail fast, fail hard, or whatever. But no one actually encourages it. Like, and if everything is just rosy, something's not right. Like none of us are perfect. The industry is changing too fast. Ad units are changing, targeting is changing. I mean, measurement alone, right? Like we're going into the upfronts this year and we're still like, okay, well, are we going to bring on iSpot? Is it ComScore? Like what's going on with Nielsen? Like the entire thing is disrupted. And if we're not failing with some of these tests, we're not doing something right in my mind.
And that's a great segue, obviously coming out of the TV upfronts. I'd love to get your opinion. What were your impressions of it? What were your thoughts?
I mean, my main thought was like, why aren't we having them? I just remember this moment. I was like sitting in like Radio City, like 6,000 of my peers, and I'm like, what are we doing? Like, we had this incredible opportunity to reinvent the way that we went into the upfronts, and it was the same thing, right? Like it was the same thing, but more confusing, honestly. Like I left that, I'm like, I didn't know what my takeaways were, versus like 3 years ago, at least I was like, okay, my takeaways are like, this is the programming schedule, right? I'm going to buy into this because I want to get into this program. Everyone's talking about streaming, but no one in my mind had a clear view of how streaming plays into an integrated plan across a network strategy. I wasn't sure which shows were going to be network only versus streaming only versus both. I'm not clear how it's going to be measured. I'm not clear how it's going to be bought. Like, is it, everyone talked about programmatic, but is it PG? Is it PMP? Is it just IO, right? But it has to be bought in the upfront. It just left me with more questions, honestly, than I think it did answers. So yeah, I just think we had such an opportunity to do something different and reinvent that world. And I left a little sad that we went through that week, and for what? I mean, one of the networks, I won't call them out, but got us all in a room to virtually stream the entire upfront. Like no one was in person. You're like, what are we doing? Like I could have stayed in Atlanta. Like, so yeah, not to be like negative Nancy, but like it was frustrating, I think, coming out of last week.
Yeah, I can see how that'd be frustrating. And I think we've all heard that, CTV, streaming, OTT is the future. Cord cutters, cord nevers. Did they provide any sort of data or, facts around that? I know you're, largely based on proof data points, and how that fits into your overall, how does CTV fit into your linear planning and cable and everything else? So talk to us a little bit about that.
I mean, it's the natural conversation of like subscribers, right? Because I think that's what makes the most sense to the networks right now, is like as proof points of, we went from 10 million subscribers to 50 to 100. But I honestly don't know difference in content consumption, demo makeups, audience makeups from linear to connected, especially in a world where we're buying linear through like a data-driven linear model, right? So we're buying on a segment level instead of a demo level. It all starts to like blur together because I'm candidly getting the same targeting. So yeah, they didn't, in my mind, they weren't super clear on how the growth is happening outside of subscribers. I will say the one takeaway for me at the Univision upfront was they just were like hard on network, right? They're like, we're the only network that's actually growing double digits, So I'm like, that's cool. right? You have that's something I can like actually sink my teeth into, and I can lean in with you on that because I know that you have a captive audience that's actually growing, versus some of the others, it's declining, but then what, right? Like, is it linear that is declining from linear into streaming, or are they just going elsewhere? I think we need to get a clearer articulation of what's going on from a growth standpoint.
Yeah, you said a lot of important things there. And I think a lot of it combats a lot of misnomers in our industry, that you can't get targeted with linear. And, we have people migrating more onto these streaming platforms. And it sounds like you're saying is, hey, look, linear is not dead. It can still be a part of your overall media mix. And it can be just as targeted as, CTV and some of the streaming platforms where you're targeting and looking at exposure to a specific household who maybe has visited Arby's before, or Dunkin's, and even tracking that too, tracking linear.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there does start to become a little bit of a targeting disparity between linear and like CTV, but you can buy on segments, right? Like it's not easy. Like we partner with Epsilon to do it so that they're forcing the networks into allowing for the segment delivery instead of the demo delivery. But yeah, I mean, it's funny to even hear me say it because I'm a digital guy, right? Like I grew up as a digital planner on the agency side. I've worked at tech companies my entire career. I only started doing like more traditional stuff when I was at Uber. And it's odd to say, I'm like, yeah, linear is powerful. Like there's still a place for linear. Linear is not dead. We just have to be using it smarter versus just looking at an MMM and saying, oh, TV works. Yeah, TV obviously works in MMM because an MMM is built to say that TV works. So how do we just use it smarter to still reach a huge, huge amount of people?
Say MMM 3 times fast. Yeah, so it sounds like as an industry, we need to provide more education about specific programming on streaming platforms, what that shift and migration is looking like in order for brands to truly feel confident in testing that and moving towards that and shifting maybe more of the dollars.
Yeah, I think we're beyond this place of hunches, right? Like we're like, oh, we know people are there. It's like, give me numbers, give me even if more people are on streaming than they are linear, if they're not as attentive, right? Or if they're not in the room, or it's something that's actually they're leaving on for longer, right? And it's not an attention metric I can actually grasp onto versus just a reach metric, I don't care. I care about my ads showing to humans who are actually seeing them in relevant and contextual places. So yeah, we need the data points to go into test versus, gone are the days of, like Quibi, right? When Quibi came out and like everyone just ran blindly throwing out the most ridiculous amounts of money with no proof points. And then I think everyone realized what no proof points meant. So yeah, we need something to kind of sink our teeth into before we go into some of these tests.
All right, bonus question, lightning round before we go into Q&A. When we think about targeting in the data-driven linear, the CTV space, maybe you're targeting a Arby's loyalist who's been Arby's, 10 times in the last year. Is there any waste? Is there any spillage when you're targeting that specific household that maybe you're not hitting that Arby's loyalist? You're hitting the person's, significant other or children. How do you guys kind of account for that? And
yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think the first is we don't forget about that person. I think a lot of brands, whenever they have like their loyalist who they know is going to be coming in over and over and over again, they're almost excluded because they feel like they don't need to do anything. I think we have a different strategy for people who come in very often versus people who come in maybe like twice a year versus people who haven't come in, like in 6 to 9 months. So I think it's just making sure that we're always top of mind to all of those people through different messages. And if someone else in the room sees that, then it's top of mind for them. It might not be quite as relevant, but at least they're still, getting exposure to the brand, which they wouldn't if we were taking advantage of that person where we're like, we don't need to talk to you. You're going to come no matter what. right? It's like, no, we just have to message them differently than, me who hasn't gone, for 6 to 9 months.
Yeah, that's really important. And I think we know when you think of like new home buying, new car buying, the spouse, significant other, extremely influential in that decision. So influencing them, touching them with creative messaging definitely makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you. We have 1 minute left, so we will open it up to a quick Q&A session. Any questions for Travis?
Can you give us a little bit more color and detail on what you would offer for your planning agenda?
Like our audience planning or learning agenda?
Your learning agenda,
Yeah. So, I mean, basically what we're doing with our learning agendas is we're coupling both brand metrics as well as conversion metrics across every single platform, as well as intersecting with every single audience. So we're not only looking at ROAS, we're not only looking at brand lifts, we're looking at both together. And if you're not hitting certain thresholds for both of those at that intersection level, then we know next time that those two coming together shouldn't be, kind of push moving forward. Maybe it's a different audience, maybe it's a different platform, but it gets to that almost like a grid format where thresholds need to be hit across all of our metrics for us to be able to utilize that same intersection moving forward. I have one plug so today is National Iced Coffee Day. And that's why we launched these shoes today for National Iced Coffee Day. But for every iced coffee that you buy at Dunkin' Donuts today, we're giving $1 to the Dunkin' Foundation, which is a really cool organization. So if everyone wants to go get iced coffee today, it'll be for a good cause.
And if you all reach under your seats, I'm kidding. No one reached. Yeah. I think everyone knows. Thank you guys.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thanks,
it.
That was great. Thank you. Thanks, Travis. Matt, Travis, thank you so much. My big takeaway was personas, not targets. And when you think personas, you can target across your entire portfolio, which is something I struggle with, and I'm sure all of you struggle with. Couple housekeeping things. We do have some seats, some empty seats. If people want to come and sit, come on up. Okay, you can leave too if you'd like. And we're also broadcasting in the kitchen too. So if you want to stretch your legs and get some food, some sustenance, please do that. We are all marketers in this room. And as marketers, I think, well, I'll speak for myself. I love a good mission statement. So let me read you one here. To create better days and a place at the table for everyone through our trusted brands. Now that's a mission that really only Kellogg's can own. And that's who's coming up next. So Sue Seams from Kellogg's, part of the experience team there. Melissa Capuano, who's one of my partners in crime at Odyssey, are going to talk about how they're bringing that to life for customers through customer experience. And they are going to touch on Pop-Tarts, which I am really excited to hear. So let's welcome Melissa and let's welcome Sue, and we will make sure there's time for all your questions to be answered. Come on up.
Testing. Okay.
Yeah, mine works too.
All right.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's great to be here with you in person. Wow, this chair's.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's kick it off today, Sue, by talking a little bit about you and your background. So you have quite the resume. You spent 18 years on the agency side of the business. I think about almost 10 years at Starcom. And we have some Publicis folks in the audience today. And then you go client side about 5 years ago. Can you talk to us a little bit about that transition?
Yeah, it was always on my roadmap to go client side. I think I just have a curiosity of like the 5 whys, but why are you giving me this direction? What does that actually impact? I always knew, media and creative are probably like this much of the total pie, over on the client side. So really trying to understand what that all meant and came together. And it's been every year, I feel like I'm consistently learning. So I oversee a team of 24 folks. We lead experience planning. So we kind of touch all different consumer channels and e-com and well-being and philanthropy, all of the things that we could bring consumer experiences together. So again, seeing much more of the pie than just media, but also the impact. I have to deal with supply chain. I have to deal with pricing, all those things that kind of impact our plans and how we can be agile and flexible. So I think it's just been a great kind of learning experience coming on the side. I think it's also has helped me explain when I need to request something from our agency partners, why I'm requesting what I'm requesting. I think that kind of helps, a little bit more and provide a little bit more detail. So
I think it's interesting because you actually led media strategy when you were at Starcom, and that was when you were first exposed to the Kellogg brand. You worked on Kellogg's. So, coming over to the client side, do you, approach your media, your planning any differently than you did when you were on agency side?
I do because, I see truly the value of expanding even more of our partnerships and things that we do. I oversee promotions over also like how can we extend all the great things that we do from a media partnership side to our owned assets. So it's just kind of giving me a further purview of all the things that we can do in the media space. So
it's great. And you have a very big role over there at Kellogg's. You lead the experience planning team for over 15 portfolio brands with the goal of creating integrated consumer experiences. I want to make sure I get that right. And I also want to dive into that planning process because I know it's evolved, recently over the last couple of years. And talk about some of the great work that you and your team have done. But before we go there, I think to set that up, let's talk about the parent company in Kellogg's and the overall brand mission, because I think that tees up some of your work really well.
yeah. And thanks, Paul, for even highlighting our mission. And just to kind of restate what that is, it's creating better days and a place at a table for everyone with our trusted brands. It truly is at the heart and soul of what Kellogg's does. We actually are born out of the WK Foundation that we do keep separate, but we have so much of an activity as far as like ESG. It powers our brands, it powers our talent. It's just kind of embedded throughout. And I think what's been great, even over the last couple of years, is how it really has taken an impact into our brand market plans. So you actually see it coming to life. You see it coming into the marketplace. Because what we're seeing is it drives business results. When there's a brand purpose and you're resonating with our core audiences, that's what's really helping us. So, it's been a great kind of evolution. That vision was just kind of released in 2020, and I feel like we've just accelerated that quite a bit.
So I think that this is a great place for us to showcase some of the work that you do, especially as it relates to that brand purpose of ED&I. And when we were talking earlier, I kind of wrote down this note that, the focus is building the customer experience with cultural relevance at the forefront. And certainly diversity, equity, inclusion is at the forefront for so many brands. So I thought we would highlight the All Together cereal campaign that you put together for Spirit Day. And we have a video that kind of frames it up for us.
Today is Spirit Day.
Today is Spirit Day, a day to stand up against bullying.
Kellogg's is releasing a cereal called All Together, and they're mixing cereals and their mascots.
A mashup it tried last year called All Together cereal.
Kellogg's is combining 6 cereals.
Frosted Flakes, Fruit Loops, Rice Krispies, Frosted Mini Wheats, Raisin Bran, and Corn Flakes.
Spirit Day is extremely important for people who they don't know that there's people out there waiting for them to support them.
And I think it's really nice to have a Spirit Day like this. I just met new friends.
It's great work. I love this. And it became a collector's item. I saw that towards the end. Somebody paid $1,500 for a box.
Yeah.
Is it on the shelves all the time or limited release?
It
or-
was, well, and just a little bit of background. So this was a limited release, and this was, it started in actually 2018. And we've kind of had different iterations over the course of the year, but it started with our senior leadership saying, we've had this partnership with GLAAD for 2 years. How do we make it bigger? And we first did, a little bit of research, worked with our agency partners, and we found like, what is our right way in? We want to be authentic. We don't want to just put something out there, but really resonate. And we found that, so Spirit Day, for those that aren't aware, it's an event that happens from GLAAD, created it in October, and it's to support LGBTQ plus anti-bullying efforts toward youth. And when we did some research, we said, if we really want to get bigger on Spirit Day, what can we do? And we found, there's research for, kids are being bullied. Guess what? They're not eating breakfast. How can Kellogg's be that support at the breakfast table by bringing and having everyone have a place at the table, bringing all our mascots and support? And that's what created the All Together cereal. Now, when this started in 2018, we had a limited budget. That was actually an empty box that started in 2018 that we brought to our Kellogg's Cafe. And we said, hey, come support GLAAD, sign the pledge, come here, fill your box with a mix of cereals, make it your own. And that's how it started. Then in 2019, we took the next step and we truly wanted to have All Together cereal. However, in the world of Kellogg's, we make loops somewhere, we make frosted mini wheat somewhere else, right? It's all over the country. So it's very hard from a production standpoint to get it all together. So again, we got scrappy and we said, what can we do? Well, we have these little travel boxes, right? All those fun travel boxes that you see, we put 6 of them in one box. That was in 2018 that you saw. And we sold the box online and we kept getting asked, like, when are you going to have this in store? When are you going to have it in store? And so last year we actually switched it from Spirit Day to Pride, and we had Together with Pride cereal. And it was on shelves at Walmart and Target and all our fabulous retailers. So it's just been great. It literally started with an empty box that sold for $1,500 on eBay. And now it came to stores at shelf. And it just goes to show, if you have an authentic idea, you're speaking to the community, it brings it to life.
Definitely. And it goes so back to the core mission of the company.
Correct.
And,
Yes.
kind of leads me to my next question a little bit about you, because even personally in researching you, you're obviously somebody who's also very mission driven and socially conscious. Is that what, attracted you to Kellogg or vice versa? I mean, your work kind of, blends in with that.
Yeah, definitely was a big piece of what brought me to Kellogg. Even from my Starcom days, I was able to pitch a deal, an idea there at Starcom to start a pro bono effort. And it actually grew to about 50 volunteers. We were donating $15 million worth of media to Ad Council and Feeding America. It was something that I just always, I love to, drive that impact, but embed it into your everyday. It shouldn't just be something that sits over here and I'm going to go volunteer my hours, but how does it actually impact in your day-to-day? And Kellogg's just, obviously working on the agency side of Kellogg, but having that ability to come over is just great. And again, I see it directly through all the interviews that I handle, like from the interns, from our brand managers. The first thing I always ask, why do you want to come to Kellogg's? What makes you interested? Well, I saw on your website, you do this thing called Better Days. You're feeding millions of people. That's the draw of why people come, let alone we do have some pretty fabulous brands, if I don't say so myself, but it is that kind of purpose-driven effort that's really drawn some great talent our way.
Yeah. And that's like the real meaningful stuff. But let's shift gears a little bit and get into sort of tactical, the media planning, the media and the planning process, because again, when we were talking earlier, your planning the way you approach planning has changed a little bit and shifted from being so focused on, that big branding effort with TV to more of a full funnel approach. Can you tell us a little bit about that process and, what that looks like today? And I know it's kind of new, but maybe any early results?
Yeah, no, that's, and again, it's even related even to some of the last conversation that was just happening up on stage. It's, obviously Kellogg's is known for having the big brands that live on TV. We have huge household penetrations, but we know we have those other audiences and specific audiences that we need to resonate with and be culturally relevant with. And so we are switching, and really thinking about a full funnel approach. How are we, pushing these folks from and changing those behaviors from awareness to consideration to conversion. And it's really, shifting our ways of how we're planning, getting us more into retail media, into the shoppable media space. I think we have a lot to, dive into from a data-driven approach as well. We have a huge first-party database. How are we leveraging that data all the way upstream, all the way through? We know it's the right thing to do. We've seen, based on research, those campaigns that are built on a full funnel versus one stage drives 45% higher ROI. So, that is kind of the place that we need to be. I think a big part, and I welcome any other ideas or what other teams are working on this, but is truly understanding the metrics at each stage. How do we know we're moving the needle from the awareness to the consideration? We're very ROI driven, as any normal CPG company is, but really trying to identify those key metrics.
So speaking of that in data, and I know we don't have a video to show you, but it is an interesting campaign with Eggo, and that was sort of a data focused campaign. You want to speak a little bit about that?
Yeah. I love this one. So with Eggo, again, always kind of born out of a key research or insight that we know kind of the most stressful moment of any parent's day is the morning, trying to get out the door. Do you have your lunch? Do you have your breakfast? And what we switched our kind of creative direction instead of, we actually switched Lego with Eggo. So let go of the stress, have Eggo in your morning, your kids can make it, right? So we focused that. And what we did is we actually created an algorithm where we were able to kind of map across the social platforms to really understand when are those moments of high stress? When does that happen? If there was a mid kind of low moment, we offered maybe a quick tip that people can do in the morning. If stress became high, one of the highest moments of stress is, guess what? The day after daylight savings time, right? Here, everyone's an hour off. We gave away free waffles. We ended up giving away 1 million free boxes of Eggos. And so it was just great to really, we were monitoring, as all these things were happening. And we actually called it the logometer. We actually had kind of a measuring stick for parent stress in the morning. So, and it was great. And we literally just won a data-driven Effie for that one. So
congratulations. The logometer is off the charts. So Upfront Month is just coming to a close here. We've had the digital new fronts, the podcast upfronts, the broadcast upfronts, and I know you were in New York. Was it last week or the week before? It all blends together, right? To catch a couple of sessions. Can you kind of share with us your key takeaways, from the upfronts?
Yeah. And I think a lot of it's been covered. I think the most kind of interesting one, obviously, which all our ears kind of like perk to, is obviously the ads now coming into streaming services, right? Whoever thought Netflix was actually going to go that way? Disney Plus was talking a lot about that. I think that it also opens up a whole new kind of opportunity for understanding the audience data of Netflix, right? That's definitely been a closed door. So that was definitely a big piece. I think we're constantly always looking for new content. Also, what I loved was like the amount of diverse creators creating that content, telling their stories. Again, that kind of really highlights kind of those areas that we wanna go into. So, and obviously I think a big thing too, just actually having Brandcast at the upfronts, not the new fronts, right? You could see how all these worlds continue to merge. So.
Was there a company that surprised you the most, a media company that was like, wow?
I was thinking if there was something that really surprised me. I mean, obviously it's a lot of like shows, showcase and things like that. I think, YouTube, I think did a fantastic job in really trying to highlight, again, their creators, right? I think there's a big thing there's just something from big media companies to the creator economy, right? It is those creators. We got to meet Mr. Beast, who has, I forgot how many subscribers, but and they had Lizzo. Lizzo was born on YouTube, right? And look at her now. So I think it's not so much a surprise, but you truly see the impact of what these creators can do. And I'm always looking to see how can we align to these creators, be more culturally relevant for some of our brands. So.
And is there anything, we have a bunch of, media and marketing folks in the room, something that we should all be keeping in mind as we get into the new season? Like, again, takeaways?
Yeah. I think, one of the things that we're consistently trying to think of at Kellogg is obviously like, what's that flexibility? So we can always build in a little bit of flexibility to take on what's new. We always know there's new innovation coming up. There's emerging channels. There's all of those things. So I think, we're always trying to keep that flexibility within our plans as like, what's the next thing that's out there that we can go capture our audience.
I think that's a good segue into our next example of some of your brand work, because this one here that we're going to showcase, Paul mentioned it, was Pop-Tarts, and you really leaned into Gen Z and influencers, and that kind of plays into social media. And to your point, like some of these influencers are coming up and they're popular because of what they're doing on YouTube. So we can set this up by playing another video, and then you can speak to this campaign.
How did Pop-Tarts get Gen Z fans whose only brand is authenticity to line up in droves to slap our brand all over their stuff? Well, we started with respect, because Gen Z has serious impact on household penetration. They're the influencers of their families. They're also notoriously hard to convince creators looking to remake and remix everything. So we decided to invite them to use our iconic colors, swirls, and sprinkles as the palette for their creativity. But to get Gen Z to care, we had to influence them. Enter Cole Bennett, an insanely influential Gen Z kingmaker with a vision, vibe, and ethos that matched our brand. Oh, and he loves Pop-Tarts too. Together, we launched the Pop-Tarts Frost Shop, where fans could turn their boring basics into unique works of art. Cole and team even frosted our packaging, designing a new limited edition Pop-Tarts box. To promote the Frost Shop, we unveiled a first look of the collab in social to Cole's millions and millions of followers, and they popped off. We shared a steady stream of content from the Frost Shop itself, reaching fans far and wide as lucky teens co-created hype-worthy merch with Cole. And the next day, the limited edition box went on sale, selling out in 90 seconds and appearing on resale sites for up to $500, more than 200 times the retail price of a standard 8-count box. Cole's authentic enthusiasm for the collab was contagious, making his value astronomical. Not only did he post twice as much content as he was contracted for, but his genuine excitement spread to his famous friends, whose organic posts were worth way more than what we paid for the total influencer partnership. And most importantly, it made Gen Z like Pop-Tarts more. Online net sentiment was more than 5 times higher for this program than for the brand overall. Turns out, by helping Gen Z reinvent what was in their closet, we reinvented Pop-Tarts in their eyes.
I have to start collecting your products and then selling them on eBay. So talk a little bit about this. This was a back to school campaign, right?
And this happened last year. And like we said, Gen Z, that's our core audience here. And this is getting back into fall for back to school. And we're like, what is it? What's that again? Key insight. What do kids wear on their first day of school, right? How do they show up? And so why not, really think about how can Pop-Tarts play a key role there and bling out the gear that they're going to be wearing. So Cole Bennett, who's amazing in and of itself, I think he's now 27 years old, businessman, owns this, Lyrical Lemonade, and has launched, I don't know how many kind of music stars based on his like video work. But, again, it just hit a key kind of note with the Gen Z audience. And then you see the collectability, you're driving on that cultural relevance. And it really hit home on our creative direction is like, what would Pop-Tarts do? So you enter Pop-Tarts in any moment, it's going to take it up, 8 different levels. And so that's kind of like the theme that we've been kind of living with Pop-Tarts is like, you enter Pop-Tarts into different situations and how does it bring that up a notch? So kind of interesting. Just recently, we found another insight where people, the way that they eat Pop-Tarts, they put butter on them. So we actually partnered with a butter company and created Pop-Tarts butter, which sold out in an hour, but who knew? Again.
Why would you need butter on top of a Pop-Tart? But, I mean,
why not?
Why not? I want to leave some time for some Q&A, but like a couple, just real briefly, because this is a campaign. I think it's either launching tomorrow or the product's available tomorrow. And as an audio company, I kind of love this, how it came together. It's for Cheez-It and some science behind it. Somehow somebody put together that hip hop music actually makes the cheese age in a certain way or taste a certain way. So do you want to speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, I know. Talk about these far stretched ideas, right? And Cheez-It is always the one to what is that next kind of iteration or what else can we do with Cheez-It? We've had Cheez-It and wine. We've had Cheez-It stuffed, partner with Pizza Hut and cheese stuffed pizza crust. And so this is kind of that next iteration where we found in 2019, there's actually a Swiss study that says you age cheese to hip hop music, and it actually enhances the flavor and the smell of the cheese. So our innovation team said, well, why don't we try that? So they actually aged cheese that goes into the Cheez-It for 6.5 months. We partnered with Pandora to create this kind of music list that this cheese was listening to, sitting in. I don't even know what you like. I don't know what you say, aging to. And now the cheeses have been created. It's now the Cheez-It Pandora kind of flavor, if you will. It launches tomorrow. You can buy yours online at 12 o'clock. And it comes with a 90-day free subscription to Pandora. So just something interesting we're trying.
And hold on to it because you can probably sell it on eBay soon for thousands of dollars. So wrap with one last question. Again, being in the audio space, how do you feel about audio? What are you listening to? And what do you like?
Yeah, big fan of audio, music, podcasts, all the things. I have a lot of long trips to Battle Creek, that 2.5-hour drive. I need something to fill the space. So what I've been listening to, and it's probably a huge influence for my 10-year-old who is now really into guitar playing. Beatles are her favorite thing. She has 20 different Beatles shirts. She's got all these things. So we're constantly listening to the Beatles on XM. And then for me, podcasts, I love all the range of podcasts. Just listened to one the other day for Next Big Idea, really think about building culture within teams. So yeah, have a wide range of listening.
Excellent. Well, why don't we open it up for any questions? Anything? Cheez-Its, Pop-Tarts?
Oh, okay.
I get a microphone.
How has the retail media world changed for dynamic planning?
Yeah.
Year ago it was a different conversation.
100%. Yeah.
Everything shoppable. So
Yep. I mean, we have it completely changed what we have done. We continue to increase investment in all of those spaces as well as it continues to diversify. So I think it plays just a key role when they talked about like the full funnel approach and how are we balancing, that kind of conversion-based media with more of the awareness-based media. Again, it's a lot that we have to think about as far as what the metrics are. There's tends to either be a higher CPM or just like a nuance with the ROI to really balance kind of what we do get from a TV buy. So, but it's definitely a big part of our mix. So,
yeah. It does work. Hi, it's sort of like an add-on to that previous question, but the experiences that you create for the brands, like what is, if you can share like sort of the percentage of spend on something like that, that's more brand led versus more like couponing or more like direct sales?
Yeah. And again, I think it's going to continue to switch. So on what we're going with there, I mean, right now from conversion-based media for a typical brand, I would say maybe it's like 20% conversion media and 80, but I do see that I see that changing. Again, as we kind of continue to dive into what are those how are we really identifying those key audiences? How are we, those that we want to recruit, reclaim, retain? How are we really thinking about those? And we actually might probably going to be investing more in conversion media. Great question.
Anything else? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. And it is a struggle. Right. Right. And that is something we're actually working through right now, because we have like these influencer strategies through, say, an experience plan. Like, this is my experience plan for what would Pop-Tarts do and how do I have an influencer there, right? What we're trying to get our brands to think about is like building that cultural relevance is every day. And what are those things that even fall outside of a typical experience plan? There's things in culture that pops up. So we're trying to understand the balance of more of an always on approach while also having these kind of like set moments in time. It's a big balance. I think we're doing it a lot more for, like, say, a Pop-Tarts, because we actually have a very focused, we know we're going after Gen Z. And we have a very kind of what would Pop-Tarts do is very broad. And we know there's some different points in time that we can keep on that always on approach, but something we're learning on. Yeah. Great question.
All right. I think, are we out of time? Okay. We're good?
We can do another question.
Does anybody have any? All right. Oh,
Carolyn.
Let the mic come so we can pick it up for people zooming in.
Sorry. As we think about, or as you guys think about increased investment with retail partners, how do you delineate spend between the experience planning team and your shopper marketing teams?
Yes, great. So this is one of our changes. And we just actually did a whole reorg of an omni team. We used to have ecom, we used to have shopper. Now it's a total omni team. And we actually have now kind of key points of contact into each of our categories. And what we're doing through an experience planning perspective, we're actually bringing them up front. Instead of we're building out our full experience plan, oh yes, what is our connection point into Omni? We're actually saying, no, get Omni up front into the brief. Where are those insights? Where are those shopper insights? They're actually driving the brief. And then we're trying to drive that connection all the way through. There's still going to be nuances where maybe more Omni, we're driving more category perspective versus brand. But that is like a big change even over the last few months, is bringing Omni upstream and building it into the experience plan. So.
Great question. All right. Is that a wrap?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I love that question about influencers. And it's something we actually think about a lot in audio, because we have so many local in-market influencers and, going up versus coming down with a big influencer. Okay, so we're going to take a networking break. I think there was a Family Guy episode where they did sing about putting butter on Pop-Tarts. So for Family Guy fans out there, let's take a break. We're going to come back in 15 minutes and we're going to get into gaming. So come on back. Thank you.
So they'll let you know, like.
Come on, break a leg. We're ready?
Yep, we're ready.
Everybody's coming back? Where? Come on up. Sit in the front of the class. All right, we're going to get started. Just one request from the team here, from the production team. If you have a question, just wait for the microphone so the monitors can pick it up, and just say your name and your company so we know who you are. Here we go. Gaming. This is going to be a really interesting one, and a theme that I'm seeing develop about connection. So the power of connection. Bringing people together across the globe through the power of games, connecting people through the power of games. So we're going to have a good panel discussion here. Do we need chairs? Are you guys good? Okay. So let me welcome to the stage, Cerise Velasquez. Come on up.
Hi everyone, my name is Cerise Velasco, and we're just going to run a quick little video for you, just to give you a little idea of what Zynga is about.
There's Dolly, and everyone playing words with friends.
Someone has started a game. Words with friends. Yeah, hell yeah, except.
It makes me feel good.
Coins, cows, and chickens, oh my. Zynga has just announced the launch of Farmville 3.
Feeling a need for some virtual speed? Well, racing legend Ken Block has partnered with popular mobile game CSR Racing 2.
Zynga's High Heels, debuting in-game version of designer Kenneth Cole's Pride 2021 collection.
We bought two companies in 2020, Keek and Rollick, which have been huge contributors to our success. A lot of the companies are fighting over who has the best talent and has the right culture for that talent to really prosper.
I applaud the work that Zynga is doing in promoting practices that ensure fairness and equity in the workplace.
Mentioned before, my name is Cerise Velasco, and I am the Midwest Director for Brand Partnerships at Zynga. My team and I are very excited to be here today and discuss with you the amazing opportunities that we can take part in the mobile gaming space. As you can see, we have dozens and dozens of games. We literally have a game for everybody. Our mission here at Zynga is to connect the world through games, and our mission today is to connect advertisers such as yourself to the power of gameplay. It goes without saying that 8 out of the top 100 grossing US games for mobile in the United States are ours. We have almost 200 million monthly active users, almost 40 million daily active users playing our games day in and day out. I have so many game titles I can discuss with you today, but in essence of time, I just really want to cover a couple of different categories, just to kind of give you what's new about Zynga outside of the stuff you may previously know, such as Boards with Friends. We have our first category up is our hyper casual category. This is the fastest growing category, not only in regards to the number of downloads that are taking place, but the number of monthly active users. Zynga acquired a company called Rollic back in 2020, and they at that time were the leader in the hyper casual space, and today they still are. We have Barack Vidal here to talk with you about the mobile hyper casual space. Unfortunately, he's not going to be here today because he's based in Turkey and we couldn't get him out here in time for this event. So he pre-recorded a segment for you all to listen to.
Rollic is a 3-year-old gaming studio. We are producing massive scaling global titles and we are introducing new bold beats to our users. And we were in App Store's top free games 2021 with 4 different titles, including Tangle Master, Hair Challenge, High Heels, and Globe Runner. We surpassed 1 billion downloads, so that was one of our biggest success in 2021. Rollic is designing new concepts every month, and in hyper casual, if you are following the trends of other game companies, it means you are already late. We have a huge publishing team who are following social trends. Basically, our team is on TikTok, on YouTube every day, searching for new viral trends amongst users. When we identify a social trend, we are able to create a game very fast. We are now able to create a massive scaling title in 5-6 working days. In the beginning of 2021, with the launch of High Heels, we created a new game design concept and we called these TikTokable games because they became viral between TikTok users. They are creating their own footage, they're sharing their way of playing the games, and we are reaching a higher scale. Some of the most downloaded games worldwide are hyper casual titles. That creates an enormous scale, enormous number of monthly active users. That's why every brand using the right concept can reach its target audience when they're doing a campaign on hyper casual games. The importance of TikTokable games for the brands are basically it fits the consuming habits of the new world, especially the TikTok generation. And hyper casual users are highly engaged users, and we are able to merge our user base with the target KPI of the brand. All of the Rollic titles, before they go to a global launch, we make sure users basically love them and play them around 20 to 30 minutes a day. So if any brand does a collaboration with an hyper casual title, it means that they're collaborating with a game users already love and enjoy. Game integration is a new opportunity for brands. For example, for Pride Month, players were able to celebrate with a brand integration from the Kenneth Cole. Kenneth Cole was able to customize High Heels to feature the brand's iconic sneakers, t-shirts, and other items such as sunglasses and watches. Furthermore, Zynga and Rollic, we're looking to expand our third-party and first-party development partners to expand our new game production. Already in Q1, we have the second most downloaded game in United States App Store, which is called Fill the Fridge, and another production based on a social trend among TikTok users. So we are continuing to launch new high scaling titles, and our plan is to manage all of our titles as their franchises and continue introducing new bold beats throughout 2022.
So that's Rollic. There's huge reach for brands such as yourself to take advantage of this space. And in addition to that, we find that the hyper-casual space really drives gameplay for our brands as well as for our customers. When we're thinking about how you guys should take advantage of this, it's really about more of exploring it, testing it, and investing in it. Our next section that we're going to be talking about is our research study that we conducted with YouGov. I'd like to bring to the stage Nicole Pike. She'll be walking through the research that we did together. Thanks, Cerise, and hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here. I'm Nicole Pike, and I lead our global sector for esports and gaming at YouGov. If you don't know YouGov, we are an analytics and research company, global in nature, offices all over, and we work with several brands like yourselves, as well as from my side of things, gaming and esports companies who are working to reach their audiences, engaging with and helping brands to reach their audiences, and a lot more. So wanted to go through some research that we did with the Zynga team, and this is particularly exciting and groundbreaking. I'm sure a lot of you have seen research out there on mobile gamers, who they are, and we've got some of that in here, but Cerise was just talking about hyper-casual gamers, and what this research is the first of its kind to look at the hyper-casual gaming audience in the US and the intersection of how they feel about in-game advertising, which obviously as brands is really important to all of you. You want to make sure that the people you're reaching are ultimately receptive of ads and willing to engage with them on the gaming platform. So excited to share some results with you here. First, really important to keep in mind, and it was mentioned earlier in that Rollick video, active mobile gamers, which we, for the purposes of the study, defined as gamers who play at least an hour a week on a mobile device, so mobile or tablet. They're everyone. Now you hear a lot of people talk about that in terms of older audiences, moms, grandmas, playing mobile games, and that's true, but what sometimes people tend to forget is that 18 to 34 audience, those core folks that are getting harder to reach through traditional media, are also gaming. In fact, mobile gamers, over half are 18 to 34-year-olds. And when we look specifically at that hyper-casual player, so those who are playing some of the games and that genre that we were just looking at earlier, that goes up to 59%. Almost half of them are also parents, which is really interesting, and upwards of almost 60% for the hyper-casual group. And I think the stat, one of them that was most surprising from this research is that of those parents who play hyper-casual games themselves, 85% are also gaming with their kids on a weekly basis. So gaming is more than ever a family affair. Not only are mobile gamers broad in nature, but they're also highly engaged. The average mobile gamer is playing between 5 and 6 days a week, some sort of mobile game, and that is really consistent across age groups. Almost half, 41%, are playing mobile games on a daily basis. And they're playing all throughout the day, from when they wake up, especially in the afternoon and evening, before they go to bed, and sometimes when they can't sleep. Mobile gamers are also high value entertainment. So not only are they engaging a lot with games on their mobile devices, but they're also engaging heavily with the broader gaming industry. So 3/4 have a video game console, and that's even higher, 83% among hyper casuals. They're early adopters of new technology, so much more likely to own a VR headset than non-gamers. Much more likely to be into things like crypto, NFTs. So these are the people who are looking for new trends, jumping on them, and excited to hear about them. And that hyper casual, those drop-down numbers there, even more engaged in the new tech side of things. And then finally, talking about new tech, but also old media. So kind of your traditional, movies, cinema. If you look at hyper casuals in particular, 85% likely to go to a movie theater in the next 12 months. So there's just engaging across multiple types of entertainment and heavy consumers of that. They're also using their mobile phone a lot. So no coincidence that they're mobile gamers. They are
attached to their mobile devices. Much more likely to be using paid streaming services specifically on their mobile phones, even higher for hyper casual folks. And they're using their mobile apps for a lot more things than the average general population. Music streaming, shopping, food apps, you name it. They're attached to those phones and engaging with them in a number of different ways. But are they looking at ads, and do they care about ads on mobile devices? Well, what we found is absolutely. So when we did this research and asked these consumers, mobile gamers, about what they would do or what they have done if they see a product advertised in a mobile game, over 60% are likely to look at the product, and a third have already purchased a non-gaming related product that they saw advertised in a mobile game. If you think these numbers are good, check them out among hyper casuals. Over half of hyper casual gamers have bought a product they've seen advertised in a mobile video game. So we see really great conversion rates and engagement with this platform for this audience. Why is that? Trust. As we all know, consumers are becoming more and more discerning about where their data is going, GDPR, PII, something we take very seriously at YouGov. And mobile gamers, they love gaming and they trust the companies that are serving these games up to them and that they're engaging with ongoing. 61% don't mind sharing personal information with the mobile game, and a similar percent trust that that data won't be misused. Is that good or bad? Well, this was super interesting. We actually asked all of these questions in the context of a lot of other entities that they may or may not trust. And we see that these 60% levels are twice as high as what we see for trust of social media companies, which they're obviously engaging with tons of media and advertisement on too, as well as other non-gaming brands. So their passion for gaming really flows through to their trust for this, this particular platform. And all the more so among hyper casuals. And interestingly, even younger consumers who, in all the research we do at YouGov, we consistently see that that demographic is more and more sensitive to personal data concerns. And so exciting to see that even with that group that has more questions about the topic, gaming is really resonating with and somewhere where they trust. I'll hand it back to Cerise. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicole. The next area we're going to be talking about is gamifying your brand. We're going to bring up Matt Sharp. I should bring up his picture. Matt is our creative director based in Toronto. And yes, he is able to come today. And Matt's actually going to talk about the gamifying your brand and also Zynga's approach to the G-commerce space. You can totally come out.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the people who applauded. You have no reason to applaud me. Trust me, you'll find that out very shortly. Amanda, how am I doing with the mic? Are we okay? We talked about it. Okay. I am Matt Sharp, the advertising creative director at Zynga. And the truth is, about 5 minutes before we came on here, I said to Cerise, I said, what if I took my phone and I came out to entrance music? Like I put like Eminem's Cinderella Man on, and I came out holding it, was just like, ah, man. She's like, no, you can't do that. I'm a kid who grew up on pro wrestling, so it's always been a dream. But anyway, that's neither here nor there, because today I'm here to talk to you about playable ads. Now, what is a playable ad? A playable, actually, I got time. I saw we're running a little early. So I'm going to flip this on you in the room here. How many people, if I were to ask you, what is a playable ad? How many people would have an answer to that? Yep, I know what a playable ad is. How many people? Show of hands. 1, 2. You're like, maybe. Are you from Fortnite? No, I'm not from Fortnite. Zynga. So one person. Okay, you know what? You were good about this. Sorry, guys. I'm going a little. Amanda, I told, okay. That's all right. That's all right. Hey, you had your hand up. No, well, there's no wrong answer. Well, there's a wrong answer. I'm just kidding. So, okay, I'm going to ask you sorry. My mom would kill me. Reed. Hi, Reed. Nice to meet you. I'm Matt. Oh, from LG Ads. Hey, Reed. Nice to meet you. You're from Chicago?
from New York. I was born in Chicago.
Oh yeah, I like the city so far.
Love it.
Okay, cool. My mom would see this and she'd get so pissed off if I didn't. Okay, so you tell me, there's no wrong answer. What is a playable ad?
It is an ad that you basically can play the game in the app. So you basically, like, I play a lot of Words with Friends. I know I'm, try to be smarter every day. And then when there's an ad, it will show me another game and I have to complete that game before I do something.
Sorry, what game do you play every day?
Words with Friends.
Who makes that game?
Zynga.
Oh, thanks, Reed. I appreciate that, man. So I actually, I got to be honest with you, I gave Reed a $5 sub card before coming on stage. No, the truth is, yes, that playable ads, you make a turn in a mobile game and you're served up sometimes an image or a video. Well, they're like a branded mini game that you see. So it's like a game within the game, which is exactly what Reed said. Thanks, Reed. Appreciate that, man. Now, at Zynga, we do a lot of ads. We do a lot of games. I think Nicole kind of, she's so much better at numbers than I am. I'm not going to go into the numbers, okay? I get twisted up. There's like percentages, denominators, and I get twisted. So one stat I will drop on you today. Zynga is top 10 in in-app time spent according to ComScore. What does that mean to you? Why should you care? What it means is that our users play our games a lot. And when they do, they are highly, highly engaged. What does that mean to me? It means that as a studio, we have access to a bevy of user insights. We know what they like and what they don't like. Now, our game teams, they use those stats to make the games run brilliantly. We want users to leave happy. For me as an internal ad studio, we use it to make our ads run brilliantly. We know what they like. We know what they don't like. As a result of that, we're seeing engagement rates north of 60% on these playables. Now, if that sounds like a bit of an unfair advantage, that's why I call it the slide home field advantage. Yep, I know it's a cliche. I know it's trite. But the truth is, when you're advertising with Zynga, when you're in that arena, that's our audience, and no one knows them better than we do. Because of that, we don't have to spend time thinking, okay, is this going to work? Is that going to work? What if we have something fly over here? What if it does this, this, this? No, instead we have a blank video show up. Now, you might think a video was supposed to play. No, it's a psychological game to get you locked in on what I'm saying. That's fine. And so, but actually it allows us to spend more time focusing on key brand traits. And so what I mean by that is, we're not wasting time wondering about, okay, if we do this, if we pull this lever, is the user going to like it? We know that already. So we can spend more time bringing your brand, external brands, and weaving it into the conversation. Because what we don't do, what we can't do, because I wouldn't be here if we did it, is offer templates. This is not one of those things where it's like, okay, here's your game. The good news is you have a choice of 3 background colors. We've got Sahara Sands, Urban Sprawl, and Starry Night. What's your pick? Welcome to the show. No, we actually have custom concept art. We bring in brand assets. We weave it into the conversation. These need to be unique and these need to be impactful. And we can't do it if we're limiting you at the onset. Beyond those playables though, I think there's always kind of an association of games with, fluffy characters bouncing from one end to the other. Well, we're taking it a step further with G-commerce, gaming commerce, with what we're calling shoppable ads. We take, those same user insights that I mentioned earlier, knowing what users like, playing to it. We're using that now to present a series of choices to the user, allowing them to chart a course that lands them not at some fictional pot of gold at the end of the rainbow or some abstract item at the conclusion of their game, but a curated product selection. And so what happens then is the user gets a suggestion that's tailored to them. It's not forced on them. It's not advertising. We talk about targeting. They're the one choosing the path. And as a result of this, we're still in early days. We've paired these with several major media studies. We are seeing significant lift consistently across awareness, interest, and purchase intent. Now, so far, my slides, they're not working the way they should. So I'm hoping this next one works, because this next one's very special to me. I mentioned Amanda earlier. The reason I know Amanda is I had a late addition to this presentation, and with my late addition, it was last night. Do you ever have where you wake up in the middle of the night and you get that lightning strike, that eureka moment, and you're like, holy shit. And so, sorry, Travis swore, I can swear. And you're like, holy shit, but I swear twice. And so you reach to the side of your bed, you grab a piece of paper, a napkin, whatever it is, and you scribble that idea down. And you scribble it down, and then you reach back and you put it over there, and you lay your head back down, knowing that maybe you've just solved one of the world's key problems. And now 9 times out of 10, you wake up the next morning and it'll say something like pink flamingo blue dive. And you're like, Jesus, here we are again. Last night in the hotel, I had one of those moments. I had to make a late change to this deck because I sketched out something that I thought was so important and was so impactful, it needed to be shared with the world. This is it. So there was a lot of scribbling, there was a lot of pencil marks. Now I'm told, I'm just getting used to this stuff. I'm told that if you hold your phone up to this crazy, quirky code, I'll call it maybe a QR code. I'm told that if you hold your device up, what this is going to take you to is a fun little playable, sampling everything that I've talked about today. Weaving the brand in, having a little fun, and then at the end, for those doing it, and thank you, and for those not, that's cool. You don't know me, we'll meet later. I'm told that there's a learn more button at the end of it. Now, my sales team is very effective. They're also very intimidating, and they said, look, you've got it. People are playing, I hear in the audience. And they said, this is what they said to me. They're like, look, I don't care what happens up there. You tell them to hit the learn more button. The sales team said, you take them to the website. So again, we don't know each other that well, but I don't want to be tased when I come off stage. So if anyone could please hit the learn more button, I think that would be fantastic. I would really appreciate it. And I'll close, I will close though, by saying this, 3 quick things. We've talked about the user insights. We know our users. We develop ads that are like in line with that, shoppables, blah, blah, blah. At Zynga, it is not lost on us how lucky we are that in our career, we make games. We make games. It's amazing. Secondly, we are ridiculously well-versed at the mechanics and the optimizations that make these games and the ads supporting them work exceptionally well. And lastly, because I have been in this audience on the client side, so I'm speaking to you right now, the KPIs that create those games, all the fun little playable ads I'm talking about right now, they are the only thing that matters. Everything we do, every move we take is in deference to those KPIs. They allow these fun ads to live, and we live and die by them as a studio. Now, I don't know what time we're running at. Amanda? 3 minutes, it's my lucky number. Is there any question that I can ask? I don't know if 3 minutes is or answer is, or I'll ask it even to fill time. I can do that too. Is there any questions that I can help with? Yes. I told you she's on it. Amanda's on it. Thank you, Amanda.
So impressed. I'm Johnny. I'm co-founder of a company called Burn. We're a fitness company.
Okay.
And we're budding. You haven't heard of us, but
congrats.
Thank you. So super inspiring. Do you guys make then, let's say we're like, hey, we want to work together. Would you guys make then that custom widget, that custom game? Like this is, by the way, it's a slide board. So it's speed skating, which is really funny because that's what we do.
It sure is.
So, I mean, but would you guys, is that how it works with, any company from Kellogg to Burn?
That's a great question. So typically how it would work, if you were to come to us, and I encourage a lot of people, again, sales, you hearing this? I encourage a lot of folks here to do it. We would say, okay, what's the most important thing to you? What's your KPI? Is it engagement? Let's make a game that draws engagement. Oh, it's awareness? Okay, that's a different recipe. So we would sit down, we would understand the purpose of it, and then we would start mapping out what does the game look like? What's your brand? How do we get your voice in? because what we're doing is we're curating a conversation on behalf of your brand to our users, and we need to do it in a way that resonates with them. So that's where we get into the creative zone. But short answer, yeah, that's what we do. Thank you. I'm going to wrap this up. We'll give everyone an extra minute. I just want to say on behalf of Zynga and Cerise and Nicole and everyone else, and Barack, God bless you, Barack, on behalf of everyone at Zynga, thank you so much. If there's any further questions that I can help answer, or Cerise or anyone, please flag us down. Let's talk about it. Really appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
So we've had a lot of really great moments on this performance stage over the years, and you all just saw the very first QR code ever just revealed here. So thank you for that, Zynga. I mean, gaming is just, it's got to be part of your portfolio, right? Your tool chest. It is a way to get to mass reach and deep engagement, like really like nothing else. So when Melissa and Sue were talking about Kellogg's, and they were talking about that, the virtuous cycle of just getting at every consumer touch point, retail media came up. And we're going to go deep on that now. So Ali Schnitzer, who is the retail media lead for Pepsi, is going to be joined by my friend Shabir, and they are going to go deep into this topic and really talk about how PepsiCo across their brand portfolio is activating at the retail footprint. So with that, I'll bring them right on stage. And there's a lot of energy coming out of this green room, so get ready, everybody.
Going?
Great job.
Howdy. I don't know that I need one of these.
My name is Shabir Halali. I'm from Mirrors by Silver Push. And, we do precision contextual targeting across YouTube, Instagram, and also Facebook, curating and indexing YouTube video IDs based on faces, logos, objects, scenes, actions, backgrounds. And so when I got matched up with Ali, I was really excited because I'm like, wait a second, we're not really involved in retail media, but it was an opportunity to really learn more about what's happening in that sector and also how it just overall informs our omni-channel buys, right? So Ali heads retail media for PepsiCo across Circle K, Target, and also
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
C&G.
There you go,
which
C&G,
is,
Ali.
as you now have learned,
Something in gas.
it's not Coke and Gatorade. Or
That
whatever
was
you
my initial
thought
guess.
it was yesterday.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Convenience and gas. yes.
Convenience and gas. There we go. So Ali, can you tell us more about exactly what you do at Pepsi?
Sure. So I think Sue teed it up very nicely. I focus on leading the retail media activations on Target. So looking at, like mass big box retailers, as well as then down to convenience and gas. So looking at 7-Eleven and Circle K. So kind of both sides of the spectrum. It definitely is like a growing space. So we haven't figured it out yet. But we, have teams set up by retailer across 5 different retailers. So I think, it's becoming a new space that people are starting to get into. I think even like, Nordstrom, Walgreens, everybody has got a retail media network coming. 7-Eleven has I think I can say that. 7-Eleven, please don't cancel me. 7-Eleven has a retail media network coming. So not only is it just like an incremental revenue stream, obviously, but it does, from a media perspective, as Sue talked about, like full funnel, it is definitely, a necessary space, especially, from our end as a CPG at the end of the day, like we're trying to sell shit. So the closer we can get to, can I say that? Cancel me later. I'm so sorry. But, the closer we can get to, where people are purchasing. So that on-site, in-app placement is really important for us. And really the only way to get that is from a retail media network.
Amazing. So like, it looks like your job is really to, convert consumers once they come into the retail media sites, right? And you must be inundated with so many different data points, right? What are you paying like close attention to?
What are you buying? Purchase-based data, honestly. So And again, so working across, the different retailers, it looks different on both of them. So from a target perspective, Roundel has such great guest data. We call them guest. So from a customer perspective, they have great guest data. So we rely on all of their, first party purchase based segments. From a C&G perspective, so internally at PepsiCo, we have an entire audience team where we create CDNA, consumer DNA. So we leverage that as well as things like proximity. If you're close to a gas station, things like that. As 7-Eleven starts to create their retail media network, we'll have some of the same data available to us, a la Roundel. We'll have to build it up a little bit, but there's loyalty programs and things like that. So there's a wealth of information, again, from a retailer perspective, that we don't currently have access to from C&G, but we will.
Got it. And is any of this data portable outside of retail media? Like can other marketers or vendors use it across YouTube or other platforms?
So from a target perspective on Roundel, no. We are kind of bound by, I think earlier they were talking about like, what are the KPIs and things? So we're pretty bound by where we can get closed loop measurement. So from a target perspective, it's pretty limited, quite frankly. So all the sexy stuff, the cool stuff that you work on, I unfortunately don't get to work on anymore because we can't share data. So, Facebook doesn't want another Netflix special and, Target doesn't want to share their sales data. So, it becomes increasingly difficult for us to get, closed loop sales. So that's a big challenge for us is using that data and then sharing it across multiple platforms. So it is, sorry, that was so rude. We're gonna have to, Alex is following us. Oh no, y'all. Can y'all just start laughing? Thank you. From a C&G perspective, so again, there's a lot of challenges from a data sharing perspective. So our partners that we work with have to sign an agreement with both of the retailers. We're sharing IRI data to determine incremental sales. So back to the KPI of it is at the end of the day, every single dollar that I spend, the goal is to drive incrementality. So for every dollar that I spend somewhere that I cannot, get closed loop measurement on, every other dollar I spend has to work that much harder. So in order to avoid being the architect of my own nightmare, we stick to platforms where we get closed loop measurement and, where we have the ability to drive incrementality. And at the end of the day, look at iROAS.
Got it. So incremental ROAS is obviously the most important. What about other factors let's say, VCR? Are you running any video ads on retail media at all?
VCR is cute. Videos are great. We don't do a ton of that. Again, we are super, super low funnel. So a lot of what we do is on site or in the Target app. I don't know how many of you guys are addicted to Target, but I am shopping from the Target app all of the time. So it's really just it's not, sexy brand creative. It's hero pack shots and promos, really, really trying to just drive people, as close to cart as possible. So video doesn't really do that, or excuse me, we haven't seen video, be a big part of that to date. Now, that's not to say that as the space grows, people are going to be more interested in potentially, watching a Mountain Dew video in the Target app, that could very well happen. But, from what we've seen to date is, it is just, static banner ads. I know that that's not cool and exciting, but it gets the job done.
Absolutely. Are there, from when I think of Pepsi, right, iconic brand, obviously there's awesome Super Bowl ads, right? Or, Doritos commercials or Pepsi commercials, right? But in terms of just, the future of advertising, right? Do you see a shift happening more from big awareness plays or upfront buys like that and shifting towards retail media? What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. And again, I hate to Sue really just teed this up for me pretty well. So thank you. But yeah, I mean, again, I think, again, we're seeing that more retail media networks are popping up and dollars are shifting that way. And I think we can, all agree COVID, very bad, super bad thing. I think something in a gross, icky way that was good. Again, you're I will cancel me after this, but something that did come out of it is just the acceleration of new shopping modalities, right? So like people are doing more contactless pickup and things like that, that like those are sticking around, right? Like those are born out of like really necessity during that time, but those are still, pretty heavily, practiced today. So I think again, from a retail perspective, we're starting to see that it's not like using those shopper dollars. It's not just getting people in stores anymore and like seeing the end caps and shelf talkers and things like that. Like we can use those dollars pretty effectively, from a media perspective. And like, if we can get a sale online, whether it's getting shipped or it's getting picked up, that is a huge win for us. So I think it kind of depends on your category. Again, if you're a car, if you're auto, obviously it will look very different, but from a CPG perspective, again, COVID very bad, increased opportunities to sell things. Great. Sorry.
So, I mean, obviously COVID has changed the shopping experience, right? The consumer journey inside retail media. And you mentioned the additions of pickup and delivery. Are there any other things that have really changed then, I guess, in terms of the consumer experience post-COVID compared to pre-COVID?
I mean, yeah, again, I think there's like been this like proliferation of like, everyone, like D2C brands, things like that. That doesn't, it kind of impacts us to like some degree, but again, I think that more people are seeing like brick and mortar serves a purpose, but there are other ways to sell things, and like people are more open to that. So again, just in the last like 2 years, we've definitely seen dollars shift from an awareness perspective, like down, realizing that like if we can get someone, while they're in the Target app and they're shopping, like let's get them there.
Yeah.
So I think it just kind of depends to some degree again of like what your category is. Like I'm trying to sell things the minute that like you think of it, right? Like a lot of things, even from a C&G perspective, right? It's like single serve. So it's like, is it weather triggering, right? Is it 90 degrees outside and like you're really hot and you're 2 miles from a gas station and you're at a red light and you see a mobile banner ad and it's like, a super like cold looking Gatorade or something. It's like, I want to direct you to it as immediate as possible. So I think the immediacy has definitely become more of a thing that we're able to take advantage of.
Awesome. And by the way, you are doing fun and cool things. I think last week in New York City, I saw something about like cola infused pizza, like Pepsi-roni mashups.
Did anybody? No. Okay.
But I would look at that as sort of like
a bunch of vegetarians, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I tried waiting online. It was around the block. So I was like, scooted. But in terms of, I think when I think of like retail, there's a lot of like drop shipments out there, things that influencers do. When it comes to what you're doing across retail media, do you guys have like limited time offerings like LTOs, and like how does the activations for that differentiate from, let's say, a legacy brand like Diet Pepsi or Doritos?
Kellogg's is not the only person on eBay, but we, Mountain Dew is a good example. There's so much like flavor innovation and things like that. So actually recently, we had an exclusive with Circle K for Mountain Dew Purple Thunder.
Yeah.
And, we were seeing a lot of like out of stocks early on, and we were trying to figure out what's happening. They are being resold on eBay, similar to the Kellogg's activation. So again, I think Mountain Dew is one where, people are like feverish about the brand. So that also leans into it. But, when it's exclusive, to a certain retailer or something, I think that, that helps drive that excitement behind it. So more media behind it. If you're, maybe not in the potential target audience, but like if you're as close to it, like there is something behind, obviously I'm sure everyone took an econ class, supply and demand, right? Like that LTO nature of it will drive people into store. I don't necessarily know that it's certainly not a long time strategy, right? Like, but the good news is like, once we do get them, again, going back to that purchase data, like there's the potential, to, cross sell them or something later. So I think, that's one easy way to do it. But yeah, if you're looking for Purple Thunder, Mountain Dew, eBay, they're also selling the window clings, which I thought was incredibly weird. Advertising is being sold on eBay.
Amazing. So I've never tried a Purple Thunder Mountain Dew, but if we did see that ad on, let's say, YouTube or somewhere else, right? Like one thing I always wondered is, as doing contextual targeting on YouTube, we get held to VCR, you know, and then there's some other secondary metrics as well, right? But then like, you know, we can click through to, let's say, a Target or another retail site, right? So are you paying a very close attention to that data? And then are there cases where you're sharing it back to the agency or sharing it back to the vendor themselves?
Well, as an ex-agency person, I can say this. It's really nice to not work with an agency. So the nice thing about retail media is like we work directly with the partners.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So like Roundel to some degree is like grading their own homework, but they are the vendor and the agency in this case. And then from a C&G perspective, like we work directly with the partners. So no shade to the agencies, but it's kind of nice to not have that middleman in there and like not the politics and things like that. So we are sharing IRI data like directly with our partners who we work with from a C&G perspective. Like every week I'm up to my eyeballs in IRI pulling weekly data. So they do have purview into that. And that's how they, will ultimately calculate, our sales lift and look at the incrementality of it. From a Roundel perspective, it's very closed loop. Again, a lot of the activity happens on their own sites or their own app. So it's their data at the end of the day. I'm happy to see it and look at it and verify it, but there's really nowhere else that data needs to go other than, back to the people who are then creating my audience segments or things like that.
Got it. Do you feel like you have access to more of the data that you want these days or less with, evolving targeting and privacy regulations?
Yes and no. I mean, in this particular instance, from a retail perspective, yes. I think, again, if I was, back in my other roles and working on like Super Bowl and stuff like that, I think it would be a very different conversation. But I think, again, that's, a little bit of the necessary evil behind some of the RMNs, right? Is like, I'm not going to get that data anywhere else. They're not selling it to anybody. They are keeping it, as close to the chest, and they know that, the brands are going to come to it. Yeah. So I do think that from a data perspective, in terms of what we're getting, it's what we need right now. And again, that's not to say that it won't evolve. Roundel, for example, it's only been around since 2019. So it is still relatively like new. But I think, again, from what we've seen, we do about like 60 campaigns a year with them. And so like from that end, like, I think that we're getting what we need. I think less data is what I need from them. I need better partnerships, quite frankly. Like I need to be able to go offsite. I need to be able to be on an Instagram or Facebook or something like YouTube. Yeah, yes, please YouTube, buy the YouTube from this man. But it's very limiting, like there is something to be said again for those like very, very low funnel, like in-app on site, but the ability, to get larger reach, given that they have such great, first party purchase segments, would be helpful, because at the end of the day, we're probably just like over frequencing people instead of, being able to diversify a little bit. But again, it's the measurement piece of it that, like, if I can't get measurement from it, it actually doesn't do me any good. It's like cool and fun to do, but it doesn't help me. Yeah. So it's less the data that I need from them. It is more their like measurement capabilities and larger partnerships across the platforms and channels.
Got it.
Like awesome. YouTube. Yeah. Am I saying that right? YouTube?
Yeah, I think I heard of it. Yeah.
It's new.
Everyone's familiar with that.
It's trend.
Platform, right? It's a trend. Yeah.
It's not going to be around.
Okay. So, you're targeting a lot of just lower funnel, shopper intent data, right, to convert consumers. Are you doing any sort of contextual targeting across any of the retail media sites?
Not at great length. What?
She's telling me to hold my mic up.
Oh, yeah, use your inside voice like me. And not particularly. I think a big part of it is just based on like, I think, again, Sue, thank you, Sue, by the way, you made this very easy for me, but I'm living that like, retain, reclaim, acquire life. So I really want to know, like, what are you buying? Yep. What aren't you buying? And like, how can I get you to buy my stuff? So the purchase-based piece of it is super important. There's like seasonal things, back to school, Pride, those like cultural moments where we'll infuse a little bit of that in there if we're doing like larger like campaigns. Yeah. But for the most part, that contextual piece of it, right now, given, how new this is, it doesn't play as big of a role. That's not to say that as it continues to grow, we won't be there. I think, they talked about earlier, right? Like, we used to buy just on reach and now we're looking at different segments.
Yep.
So I think that there's definitely the potential for that to evolve more.
Yep.
But right now, what we have is like, what are you buying? And I'm happy to use that.
So in terms of like, what you're buying or what are you not buying or what are you like leaving in the cart, right? How are you re-engaging those consumers? Like, are you doing sequential targeting? Like, are you involved in creative development as well?
Yes. So again, a creative development is a generous term and no shade to Roundel, but again, it really is just, it's hero pack shots and it's like promo. It's very similar to how they were talking earlier of those like teeny tiny like pencil banner ads at the bottom where like they're focused from a branding perspective. I want to let you know that like you can buy 5 Mountain Dews, for $12. Like it really is just hammering home either a promo or, just like what products are available. So creative, I know everyone's like, oh, personalization at scale and, content and whatever. We're just not in that game yet.
Okay.
Right now, what's working is again, just like, here are the products.
Yep.
And here is like the pricing of it.
Yep.
And that's kind of where we sit. Again, that's not to say that it won't evolve. But for now, your creative development is like, is that a clear pack shot of Quaker oatmeal? It's a little blurry. Can you swap it? And that's kind of it.
Got it. So before we open it up to the floor, I think I have one more question. In terms of just like mixed media marketing, right? If you had to do it your way, right? Like what percentage of the budget, like how would you allocate budgets omni-channel? I mean, obviously you still have to drive some awareness, right? And then convert consumers when they get into the retail site. So if Ali could do it her way, what would you do?
That's a dangerous question. I think it depends on like the product and the category. There are some that, are very obvious and some that aren't. I think 50-50 is like a good place to test. Again, like we know that like we've learned so much and they talked about it earlier. Again, I'm just like cheating this whole thing. Like my entire every answer is based on something that someone has already said. So thank you. But we know from MMM like what works really well, right? So like we know that TV is going to be really efficient and we can optimize and we have so many more opportunities. So like we know that space really well and we can make that 50% work really hard.
Mhm.
If the other 50% again is really focused on driving lower funnel, like
Yep.
you're going to have a better opportunity there. So I think, and again, I'm people out there probably waiting to come after me after this and say otherwise, but I think we've gotten really smart from like what makes sense from like an above the line like media perspective. And even to the point where we're doing, people are doing really sexy, fun things and influencers and all of the cool shit that, Kellogg's was doing. Like we just might have too much money sometimes. So like if you can put it in an area where that like you are optimizing, you are driving as much sales as possible, it's going to make that other 50% that you're spending on the cool, sexy stuff be less risky, quite frankly, until someone comes for me and tells me otherwise.
Awesome. Okay. I think we have 10 minutes left or so?
Oh, that's that there
7
the whole
minutes.
time.
Oh my God. I didn't even know.
Oh.
Wow. That's cool. Okay. So
No, we're watching YouTube on this thing right here, actually. So,
is it okay if we open up the floor to questions?
well, let's see what they have to ask and then I'll let you know.
Anyone have any questions for Ali?
So obviously the shopper marketing space is being, disrupted with media networks. And I think like every couple of days, some other, retailers is either partnering with someone or creating their own. I'm curious within your team, how you interact with a Target Roundel versus like a 7-Eleven, a Circle K who doesn't have one. What changes for you? You talked a little bit about, closed loop attribution versus relying on a third party like IRI. Just curious some of the other nuances and how that feels in your position as a client kind of operating in both aspects of that world right now.
Yeah. So I think that the retailers are like so different. there's not a ton of people who are like loyal 7-Eleven or Circle K shoppers. There's a small, section of them that are, but a lot of what we see is, like impulse, or like people who are gas purchasers who are able to get in and then ultimately get them on like a promo. So I think from that end, and again, 7-Eleven is starting to create their own, because I think that they're starting to realize, like, we got to get better at this. Like, yeah, we're driving things. I think one of the biggest outliers from a CNG perspective, and it's so fun. I get to say the word Slurpee like 100 times a day for work. But like, we can't really there's no SKU for like a fountain or like a frozen. So we really struggle there. So that is something that like 7-Eleven, probably has that data. So that is something that, I'm extremely excited to, that drives a lot of the business. So I'm excited to get that from their end. I think that's something they can help us with. From a Roundel perspective, again, they are agency, client, vendor, all of the things. So we, kind of sold our souls to them a little bit. And some, in full transparency, sometimes it feels a little bit like a tax, but again, like, I can't get that data anywhere else. So like, and I think they were kind of part of the first to do it, so I think working with them, we've learned a lot of like, what do you need from a retail media network? What are the outages? So it helps us inform, 7-Eleven, like, hey, here's really like what we think that we need. In areas where we don't have that retail media network, again, it's less about getting people on site, like I don't, maybe someone here would love to hear from you, but like, I don't know who's going to 7eleven.com, and ordering Pepsis or things like that. So it's less about that like on-site experience, but it's like, how can I surround you when I know that you are so close to, that location? So again, it's very different between the retailers themselves. And again, it'll probably evolve. As Circle K will probably have another, a network soon. I think everyone's going to have one. They all have their own data that there's no other way that we can get it unless we give them more dollars. And also to YouTube. Yeah. Nailed that?
Okay, so can you actually do location-based targeting in real time without violating privacy?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So we basically, again, we like hand over, like I pull an IRI store list. So I can see like last 52 weeks, like where are the top stores that are selling. I'll use this as an example because Coke just announced they're discontinuing Honest Tea. So like if you're a Pure Leaf drinker, I can look at, the top stores that Pure Leaf has sold at from a Circle K perspective. When we go to the vendors, we can say, when you serve media, like do 2-mile radius around these top locations. And then weekly, we're looking at that so we can determine how do we optimize, is it these stores? Is it other ones? We're looking at all of that in real time, as much as we can by week, to see, how can we change and optimize.
Sorry. It's okay. Any more questions?
I'll share my mic with you, Lori.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Lori.
What is PepsiCo's stance, and are you seeing it evolve to get commerce, shopper, and the branding closer together? I feel like they've historically really, you guys live separate lives inside one giant corporation, but you mentioned a little bit, like, is the 50% in the cool, sexy stuff, like, how does that impact what you're doing, which I also think is cool and sexy from a retail perspective. So don't sell yourself short. So what do you think? Is that we see other brands that are starting to think about that holistically? Is PepsiCo starting to do that, or?
Yes and no. And I would say this isn't, and thank you, it was a great question. I even when from an agency perspective, when I was on SEJ, it was still something that, we tried for 5 years to figure that out. And I came to Pepsi and I'm like, certainly you guys have figured that out. And that's not the case. So I think everyone is still trying to figure that out. We try to work closely with our, like media counterparts from an internal and even an external perspective for that matter. So like if, I apologize, but like, trying to convince OMD that like, we need to take dollars away from, a back to school branding campaign because it needs to go lower funnel. Like that's not going to go over well, with them. And they'll, push back and make a case to the media clients. So like we kind of go around in a circle. We do have a couple of things where we're working I think I can media sync. It's not like very fancy, but it's something where we're trying to align those a little bit more and understand what's happening. The challenge is like, we're such a heavily matrix organization. And even from a brand perspective, you know, like we try to talk portfolio, but like from a brand perspective, even like we're a company of companies. So it is very difficult to break down those silos. So at the end of the day, what it really comes back to is, again, that measurement and proving out that it works and saying, show, like, you know, we see brand MMMs and we see hours. And so going back to them and like making that case for it to say, like, I know that every dollar I spend, I'm trying to think of different brands, every dollar I spend on Naked at Target, right? Like if I can drive, you know, $2 of incrementality, but you're only seeing, you know, 40 cents, you know, from an ROI perspective on Snapchat, like the numbers are there. You can't really argue with them. So that empirical data behind it is going to help. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we're buying Super Bowl ads, like we're doing all of that stuff. So I think that will remain, it will remain as like a piece of it from like an awareness perspective. But I do think, you know, the more that, you know, we can yell, which I have no problem doing, you know, the louder that we can be about what we're doing and why it's working, I think we'll start to see more of that shift. But those are pretty big silos to break down.
Okay. Actually, I've got one last question.
Yeah, I'll buy YouTube. Oh my God. Jeez.
So 12 more seconds left, but no, any other fun mashups that we can expect, like Pepsi infused beef jerky, Pepsi infused donuts? What can we look forward to?
Oh, you know, maybe there is something that I really want to try is a Flamin' Hot Mountain Dew. I've heard that it tastes a lot more. I see some heads. It tastes a lot like a spicy margarita is what I've heard versus like okay, this gentleman has had something fantastic. So it actually won't like burn your insides. I've heard that it tastes a lot like a spicy margarita. So I'm looking forward to trying that. The other innovation stuff, they don't, you think they trust me with that? I've just told you guys like things that I'm probably not supposed to tell you. Okay. So you'll have to Google it.
Thank you so much, Allie.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
There's a cone of silence, Allie. Don't worry. Yes, come on down. Come on down. Yes. Great job. Thanks. All right, everybody. I'm getting hungry. I'm sure you're all getting hungry. And then prepping for this session, I'm even hungrier. So we've got a really good brand combo here to lead us into lunch. ConAgra and Teeds. So Alex from ConAgra, Maria from Teeds. ConAgra, if y'all don't know, they have many of the brands that you know and love. Ready Whip and Boom Chicka Pops are two of my favorites that they have. Pam too. We had a conversation about Pam. And they're going to talk about ConAgra's transformation into digital. It's a really interesting story. So Maria, Alex, over to you.
Hi. I was saying that I had to make a joke that we're the only thing standing between you guys and lunch. So we're going to make it super interesting, right? So I'm Maria McCarthy. I'm from Teeds. If you guys aren't familiar with Teeds, we are largely a video platform ad tech media company. So we have our ad tech embedded in the heart of quality editorial. So you've seen our ads 100 times on Hearst, Condé Nast, Dotdash. And so we sell video at scale to clients such as Alex at ConAgra. So Alex, do you want to tell us a little bit about your role at ConAgra?
Sure. So hi, everyone. I'm Alex Birchmeyer. I am the Media Strategy Director at ConAgra. What that means from a media strategy perspective is essentially the where we buy media with the most impact, with the who we're targeting, and what are we showing up with in a nutshell. 100 brands, ConAgra. So we got a lot going on over here.
A lot going on.
Same with Alley and Pepsi. They have a lot of brands too. But ConAgra, 100 brands, pretty much every category in the grocery store, we're probably in it. So frozen, healthy choice, Bird's Eye, snacks, Slim Jim, personal favorites, Orville Redenbacher, Angie's Boom Chicka Pop. And then grocery, Rotel, Hunt's Tomatoes, Chef Boyardee. So run the gamut. We have a lot of decisions that we can make. We can decide if we want to have this brand on or this brand on, or not have this brand on. So there's a lot of those types of decisions. But the main, really major decision that we made in the past couple of years at ConAgra was to actually
depart from the upfront. It was a decision that we didn't take lightly. Every client or client role or agency role was always anchored in television, or was a piece of the mix, if you will. So going from at least some TV or a lot of TV to no TV was tricky and fun.
Yeah. And as you know, many of us who've lived in the CPG space for so long, that move away from a TV upfront is groundbreaking in a lot of ways in terms of when we think about digital transformation. I think that's probably the front of the line. But what led to that decision that Conagra made universally for the brands, right? So if it's 100 brands, it has this trickling effect for all the brands. So what led to that?
Yeah, so I mean, TV in itself is expensive to do. It's expensive production. You have to, make 15s, 30s of this expensive content. It takes a lot of resources to do that. It takes creative agencies. That's just the non-working costs. And then the working cost of all of that, actually, we're like, well, we have 100 brands. How can we stretch our dollar as much as possible? TV is not really the place to stretch your dollar. So we truly, in the economics of it, we're like, okay, you can only reach this many people. It's declining. The cost is kind of going up, and we don't have more budget to be spending. So really, the economics of television just didn't make sense for us. When we're selling, a $1 can of Hunt's tomatoes, you got to sell a lot of those on TV to make that up. So we made the decision to just depart it, which it's been kind of fun to not have to get those firm flex, like, what are we cutting this month? Every time, like, because you have to, upfronts are very traditional in their way. You do it the full year. There's not that much flexibility. They're getting better, but it just has been really interesting to have all of your media be flexible.
Yeah. What did that change in the KPIs and the way that you were looking at success for the brands then?
Sure. I mean, television still today is a very efficient reach driver. That there's, you can get that quick reach right away. That there's no arguing that. Although I would argue that it's less reach than with all the cord cutting that's going on, but it's still, reach is still important to us. Now, getting that reach is a little bit different when you're just moving all to social and digital type of buys. So it's not that immediate reach curve that you just see immediately go up and then all of a sudden you kind of plateau and get some frequency. It's really now like that gradual reach, but it's more what we call relevant reach, where we're really trying to be precision targeted with our media dollars, with the correct brand to the right person, with the right message. And you can't really do that on TV. So this has really been a great way for us to just kind of have more brands on, as well as target the people that we really wanted to target.
And then what does data look like for you guys? And when we think of data, meaning either the data to kind of make this decision or the data then to decide what's next?
Sure. So there was a lot of, I mean, it wasn't just me going, hey, I think we should depart the upfront. Like that did not happen.
I'm busy that week.
Yeah, we're just going to be done. No, we honestly, there was a lot of data involved. It came from our partner agencies. It came from vendors. It was just this kind of writing on the wall for us that like this decline of, linear television, the increased usage of, mobile phones, computers, all of that kind of stuff. So it was just like, to us, it was like, well, and plus if I can target it, it just made more sense for us. So that was kind of the data from agencies, partners, even just anecdotes from people that were like, yeah, I'm done with cable. And, I have YouTube TV or I have Roku, like there were all these different things. And you just kept being like, gosh, there's a way to maybe not do this, but then be on these digital and social platforms.
So what does the creative process look like for you now? Because there's still messaging in market. So it's largely digital, social. What is largely in the mix then?
Yeah, so it's crazy because I feel like everything is changing. And that's such a drama statement to make, but with this decision not to be part of television, it changes kind of the handcuffs that you're on. You don't have to be making these 15, 30 second, 60-second spots anymore. You can now make it with an iPhone. You can use makers and influencers to do this stuff. And that's where it seems like it's headed. People don't really want ads from companies. They want to be a part of the conversation as well. So we're really leaning into more of these influencers, makers on these social platforms, digital platforms, and partnering with them gives us a credible voice and it weaves us into the conversation versus us being 10 grams of protein, like, and it's like, okay, I didn't ask and I didn't care. So, that was, that really just founding our creative on what people want and what they're talking about.
So when you think about over 100 brands, and you have probably some more traditional brands that are used to doing things a certain way, how have all the brands reacted to the fact that you're taking a different approach to marketing? Are there some brands that embraced it more so than others?
Yeah, so with 100 brands, we have a lot of brand teams. And at Conagra, we are in the precision marketing team. We're the center of excellence, and we pretty much make a lot of the media content, PR decisions on behalf of the brands. Because if you can think about that, the economies of scale, everyone having their opinion on what they want to do from a media perspective, we would have 100 different opinions. So we've really made sure that we were taking people along the ride so that they weren't like, well, when I was at P&G 30 years ago, TV, we needed 100 TRPs and this and that. Everyone has like their kind of playbook that they've always used in the past to go, this is how a good media plan looks like. We had to really root it in the data to go, hey, we actually think this is the pivot we need to make. One side note, we don't do MMM. So that was another thing that we couldn't like base it off of. But it was just in the data of the reach, how much it costs to reach, and the economies of scale for us to really pivot to social and digital.
We're talking about digital transformation, but you could almost have a whole nother chat about changing the way an entire organization goes about things and getting people on board and leadership and all of that. So that's a whole nother part of it, an element of it that needed to be kind of rooted in it. What does the creative look like now that it's not just 15 seconds, 30 seconds? And how have you been able to kind of get really kind of broader with that? I know influencers, you mentioned, was a big part of it. Talk about a little bit about the creative would be helpful.
Well, the good thing about this approach is you get to make lots of different things. So you get to test out different messages. You can get to test out different makers, influencers, all of that kind of stuff. So that's cool, because when you're in TV, a lot of times it's 1 to 2 messages. You don't really get any feedback. It's all on the television. So it's not like there's any of this, like, it's really us talking at them on TV. With social, digital, you can start seeing what people are gravitating towards, what people are sharing, what people are actually viewing. And that can give us some clues into type of creative that we want to go with, who we want to work with, all of that kind of stuff. So it makes us really kind of nimble in a way, without the huge out-of-pocket costs of hiring a creative agency to make this grand spot for the Super Bowl, for instance.
So how will you know that it's all been successful?
Question. I know, because we don't do MMM. We don't do a lot of these traditional, how CPGs traditionally measure. We are looking to pilot a couple of different measurement solutions that are more custom and bespoke that we actually agree and align on. So TBD on that. But for us, just being able to have more brands in market with these more relevant messages, anecdotally, I feel good about the decision we're making. But now it's time to prove that through, sales measurement, all of that kind of stuff.
So how partners such as, Teads, we work with you guys in a number of different ways. So what are you looking for differently from vendors and partners as you kind of start planning for the next fiscal?
Sure. Yeah. It's kind of the trifecta I mentioned before of what our media strategy team does at Conagra. It's the who are we targeting? The what are we targeting them with, and the where. And what I'm really trying to do is get these outsized impacts or outsized, next best actions of people to view our content, get noticed in the right spot, right person with the right message to eventually drive a sale. Can't prove out that I'm driving a sale quite yet, but hopefully we'll get there at some point. But at least now we're starting to look at these partners that kind of have all 3 of those for us that they can, and then scale it out is important for as well.
Okay. So when you look at different KPIs for now that we're kind of drilling down, going more social, looking at different types of KPIs, what are the different ways that a partner can bring something to you outside of a CPM, right? There's that's been the traditional way to buy. How are you looking, not even from partners, but just as your brands in kind of bigger picture, look outside just a traditional CPM to make sure that it's driving some type of a result for you?
Sure. Yeah, we primarily stuck with the CPM model. And when I say CPM, more of it's, we call it CPR, so cost per reach, instead of like a CP, thousands. We want the frequency in there as well, just to see how efficient we are in driving that relevant reach. But I am interested in those more maybe DR type of metrics. So not only do I want the branding, but I want the conversion as well.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm like that brief that's like, I want to drive awareness and then consideration and then purchase. But then but honestly, you can kind of do that in social and digital. Like you can actually measure that through the whole thing of seeing it, going to somewhere and then adding it to cart. So like, that's truly, so like a CPA model, I'd be interested in down to test that. Like how much does it cost to get someone to actually view something, watch it, and then go to our site and then add it to their cart? Once that kind of happens, we kind of lose it from there because it goes to the retailer and we don't have that data, but at least we can kind of measure that we're getting them down, further down.
Yeah. And then what's next? So there's the upfront part of it all, right? And kind of making this decision, getting the company on board, changing the way that you're going to market, allowing a media buy to do it all for you, right? From upper all the way to lower funnel. Then what's next?
So all of what I'm saying is in progress right now. Like new partners are coming on board that we've never tested before. It's kind of this for our fiscal starts literally next week. It's going to be kind of the true test of how this is all going to come to fruition and how it's going to look moving into our fiscal 23. What I am excited about after this, but it also makes my head spin a bit, is we're starting to talk about Web3, NFTs, metaverses. And I'm like, oh man, I'm just like figuring out social and digital on Web 2. Do we have to go to Web 3 right now? Like, can we just hold it for a second? But it is something that we are looking to test into. We've done some NFTs, some tests with that kind of stuff, but it seems like that's the next frontier and I'll learn it.
You'll learn it. Do you feel pressure to have to test everything that kind of comes that's new like that? Do you feel the need to that you're doing your brands a disservice if you don't at least dip your toe in it? Or how do you feel about, kind of that next evolution?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many decisions you can make, and there's opportunities to know when to test and when not to test. I think that's important to just understand, because you could test everything and then you get nowhere. So really like having tenets of what you want to learn is going to be helpful for you to go, okay, I can hang my hat on, we had these 3 things this year that we really wanted to tackle. And if I can answer those 3, then I can get to my next 3 questions. Because if I just start throwing spaghetti against the wall, we'll never learn anything that way.
And then I think also, given your media background, I think you were mentioning the other day to me that you also took over some new responsibilities where now you're trying to market in restaurants.
Oh man. So yeah, food service. So more B2B advertising. That's my new frontier right now, which is a whole nother world. I was at the National Restaurant Association Expo this week. My mind was blown. The equipment, the dinnerware, the technology, the apps, like Uber, everyone, they're all there. And my mind was blown. So I'm like, okay, another thing I need to learn is now food service, as well as the metaverse, as well as all this other stuff.
What are you doing here? You have a lot to learn. Right?
I know, I should probably go back.
Well, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay. Oh, we do.
If you had to pick a Conagra brand to partner with Allie and a PepsiCo brand, do a mashup, which one would you pick?
I don't know why my mind went to like Ready Whip and and I know she just mentioned Mountain Dew, spicy Mountain Dew. Let's do that.
I like that. I think that's a good one.
Oh, there you are. I was like, where is Allie? It is true though. I mean, innovation is key. Actually, Pepsi was at the NRA, the National Restaurant Association. And I know I say that and I'm like, oh my God, there's another NRA. National Restaurant Association. And I tried the Pepsi Nitro and it was fantastic.
Hi. Curious about your role now in retail media and how you guys are working internally to address that and the impact you're seeing on having to commit to things like Allie was working on, and where you see sort of like your traditional brand money, are you getting pressure to shift some of that more into retail investment?
Oh man, that's the whole other side of the transformation that we didn't even touch on. So retail media networks. Man, these last 2 years have been insane because traditionally, a lot of CPGs, you have your shopper marketing budget over here, and then you have your branding dollars over here. Well, that has all changed now. I would say almost half of our budget this past year went to retailer media networks. It was a lot, and it's at the end of the day, you're still reaching the same people. It's just how you're reaching them. So for us, the data behind these retailer media networks is crucial. I mean, as a CPG, we say we have our first party data, but it's a small subset of the population. These retailers are the ones that are sitting on a lot of that. So the blending has happened. I've never worked closer with our shopper friends. Our media agency actually does all of our e-com search. Everything is now crossed and blended. At the end of the day, what I do love about the retail media networks is that you are able to start proving out stuff. Like you can see ROAS. I remember Allie was saying incrementality. Still trying to get to that kind of thing where we can kind of really measure what is incremental or not. But to us, retailer media networks are now national media.
And do you see as a result of that, that then budgets are just completely combined and the decision maker is one versus what you were saying, it used to be so siloed and separate?
Yeah, so the interesting thing, how we're broken up is if it's an omni retailer, our shopper teams own that budget. So they own that JBP agreement with the partner on how much we're going to spend on their retail media network. Now, if it's a pure play, when I say pure play, I'm talking like Instacarts of the world, Amazon's, even though they're coming into physical, we still own Amazon Fresh, Amazon.com for our budgets, GoPuffs of the world. All of that is coming from, I would call it the media budget at the end of the day. So we're setting the tone on that agreement. At the end of the day, it's a pot of money that we need to spend, and we want to spend it in the right places. It is now so blended though, that if they need to spend this much money over here, then what makes that happen over here? We have to work like simultaneously together now with those budgets and make sure we're not duplicating efforts either. That's another thing that's happening.
Because I think at first you start seeing this blend with the brands and shopper and e-com all come together. And you think at first that maybe it was consumers that were driving that, right? Consumers are everywhere and one can drive the other, but it was probably a combination of consumers' behaviors changing plus the retail media networks, right?
Yeah, I mean, we always try to move it to, so we're reaching consumers at the end of the day, whether it's national, retailer, the consumer doesn't really care at the end of the day. We're trying to reach them, try to make them have a decision and to ultimately buy us. So for me, if you just break that down, then to me, I'm like, well, where can I make the biggest outcome? And it's typically with the retailers. So if you're at the point of purchase, whether it's in-store or out of store, showing up on the digital shelf is going to be the best ROI for us. Just making sure that we're even there is going to give us that outsized impact than maybe be showing a 15-second TV ad. So that's kind of why we've really have shifted a lot of our thinking towards these more lower funnel tactics, but ensuring that when we do show up away from the shelf, that it's actually resonant, you're actually being noticed, that it's actually impactful, and that someone actually cares about, so that then they can kind of create those mental associations. We were just talking about audio and how you can have mental associations with how audio can work. So there's just like all these other things that outside of everything that we're talking about, retailer media networks plus national, it's combined at this point.
I have one last question. Anybody else have anything before we get to lunch? Okay, we have one more.
I was curious, with the rise of a lot of companies now that are powering shoppable ads, like the McMax, those of the world, how are you kind of fitting that into your media strategy in addition to the retailer partnerships that you're doing?
Sure. Yes, we actually just got done with kind of a large look at all the different players out there, because what we did not want to do was pick a partner for just shoppable media, but then on all our websites have a different partner. So what we kind of did was, hey, where we are driving people to what we call Ready, Set, Eat. It's our conglomerate of all of our recipe content for all of the Conagra brands, as well as some of the brand content on that site. we wanted to make sure that that was shoppable, but also driving people to, and we use Basketful because of the recipe integrations that they have. But I'm always down to test, because I even heard Instacart with TikTok and Hearst and all that's coming, like where you can literally look at an ad and add it to your Instacart cart. I'm like, I want to do that.
Yeah.
That's like something that I would love to do, because it can put the whole recipe right then and there.
So much. Okay, so on that front, what has been the funnest part of your job at Conagra? Either a fun campaign that you launched that you were excited about, changing the way an organization looked at media?
I wouldn't call that fun. That was a lot of work, but it was good work. It was really exciting to be able to move the needle and get one person by one person on board with that. So it was a lot of work. It was fun. It's cool to say, oh, you did that. And like, we felt like we moved the business forward, which is great. Something that I think is really fun is, and I don't have as much to do with this, but it's the team, the brand, our brand communications team does a lot of PR, earned media and organic social. They have made this community around Slim Jim called the Long Boy Gang. And it is taken off. It is crazy. We're not even needing to make creative, because now people are making the creative for you. And then we're able to share that out. You don't need a dollar paid to do it. So it's something with that, with making community, rallying around a brand, and making it fun. It's all about humor. It's all about these fun memes. They leaned into that, and we just hit 2 million TikTok followers in 2 months. Like, we broke the algorithm. Like, the things that we're able to do, like, they thought we were a bot. So we had to be like, hey, we're not a bot. We're just organically posting
That's
a lot
it.
of stuff.
Long Boy Game.
Long Boy Gang.
There you
Look it
go.
up.
Heard it here. If you didn't know about it already. All right. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, guys. If you don't have any other questions, I think we'll get to lunch.
Thanks
All right. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everybody. We're going to go and break for lunch. That was awesome. Thanks a lot, Alex. Thanks, Maria. We'll see you back in an hour, Joy. 1 hour. Enjoy. Lunch is set up over there. Everybody have a good lunch. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Folks are starting to come in. Thank you. It was an awesome morning. I was reflecting on the sessions, and to me, the themes that keep coming through are community and connection. I made a comment during one of the sessions about people being on this stage, and somebody asked me, who's been on this stage? So I got a partial list here. I'll just give you who's performed on this stage for groups of this size. We've had Kanye, Jonas Brothers, Nathaniel Ratcliffe, Chris Cornell, J-Lo, Lady Gaga, Rascal Flatts, Mary J, and it goes on and on and on. So hopefully we can get you all in here to see one of these performances as they happen. Our next session, Planet Fitness in Moby. They're gonna talk about media, marketing, and the impact on physical and personal well-being. So you guys ready? We've got Jeff from in Moby and Ed Borelli from Planet Fitness. Come on up, guys.
You announce all these stars have been on the stage. I'm like, now you got Jeff and Ed to fill that void.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, and right after lunch on top of that. So I know, perfect timing.
Well, welcome everybody. Thanks for coming back after lunch. So Planet Fitness, excited to talk to you. Got a bunch of topics. But first and foremost, COVID, been a tough couple of years. How's business?
Business is great, actually. So we're growing. We have a number of our locations that have more members pre-COVID. So we're growing. We're opening a bunch of new locations, and people we know want to be fit, and want to get back out and work out again, and not just for their physical, but for their mental too. So it's an exciting time for the brand.
Very good. And you touched on that, so we'll jump there first. Yeah. I think, Planet Fitness, iconic colors, big name. You guys are known, but one of the things I think you're most impressively known for is inclusion and kind of breaking down barriers. And we talked a little bit about how important that is on the mental side of things. And can you talk to us a little bit about the mental to accompany the physical fitness?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the reasons why I joined Planet Fitness, was that the company was really founded on inclusivity. The first thing you see when you walk into one of our locations is judgment-free zone. So it was a big reason why I was ecstatic to be a part of this organization. But in terms of the pandemic and what it's done, I mean, it's still one of our biggest factors for why people want to work out is intimidation, right? And fear. So this added an additional layer to that. But also the pandemic was something that really highlighted how movement is really part of your mental well-being. So people, along with myself, I mean, we were all stuck in the house at one point or another, and we realized that movement was a key for us to really relieve a lot of the stress that we're dealing with every day. So you saw some of that in our messaging with our national campaigns and from our national team, and I think it's gonna be a big highlight for us moving forward.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, couldn't agree more. The more movement we get, the better we feel. The better we feel, the better we are. National and local. Tell us a little bit about your role in particular.
Yeah, I'm really at the DMA level. So Planet Fitness, even though it's a national brand, huge campaigns, we spend exponentially more resources at the local level. So we really are a hyper local brand, and that's really buying everything from a media gamut on a DMA level, but also on a club level. I mean, each club has its own marketing strategy ran by franchisees, ran by operators, and they know their communities and how to reach their communities. And working with their agency partners, they really navigate the intricacies of how to target their consumers.
So if I'm hearing that right, you're buying a lot of varied media.
Everything. It's almost scary. When I started working with the brand in 2019, I mean, and I looked at our media mix and what we're buying and how we were buying it. We buy almost everything from linear tactics to digital to direct mail, out of home, you name it. I mean, it really, the power is in the hands of the franchisees and in the markets. And there are different tactics that reach people differently where they are. There's some markets that are better for out of home than others. There are some markets where you can have great sponsorships because they're great sponsor partners. So we pretty much play in everything.
And now the national side does a nice job, and you guys have some big endorsements, some big celeb endorsements, and some of those campaigns, obviously around New Year, New You, and some of those types of things. How do you connect that with so many varying media going on at the local level to the national campaigns, and how do you keep track of?
Yeah, I mean, national really sets the tone for what we do, locally. They set the brand voice, but there's a lot of power in the hands of the co-ops and franchisees to really come up with their own partnerships. For instance, in Chicago, we partner with a lot of entities here that help drive our brand message. From the Bulls to Blackhawks are here to the White Sox, to even local minor league teams. So ownership for the brand voice from an umbrella standpoint is with national, but it's really up to the local teams, our agency partners, the franchisees to amplify what's happening nationally.
Okay, very good. And with that fragmentation, and that's kind of the tougher questions, but with all the fragmentation going on and all the different, we heard Travis up this morning even talking about all the various ways to buy video, right? There's a myriad of it.
I have no clue about any of that.
But I guess keeping an eye on KPIs. How do you simplify KPIs to know that your mix is working? Are you doing that at a campaign level, at a tactic level?
When I started with the brand, it was really, in my mind, a very simple model. We're very transactional as a brand. I was talking to some of the folks of Empire too. Really, my job is to keep the upper funnel, full. So, we really measure success by how many people we're able to join during promotions and campaigns and how much it costs us. So it really boils down our KPI that's the most important is cost per join and how many people we're able to acquire as members during a time frame.
Okay.
So it's pretty simple when you think about it. Yeah, we're not, it's on a local level. Yes, you're driving the brand, you're doing things, to make sure we're top of mind, but it's very transactional, Planet Fitness. So it's all about how many members we're able to acquire.
Fairly straightforward performance metric. Makes
sense.
sense.
And then, the intricacies on the local level of, how do you optimize the media? So we're doing it efficiently and effectively, and that's for the agency to figure out, with my help. But
with your help and certainly some of the agency dynamics, which I'm sure a lot of us can speak to in the room throughout the pandemic, flexibility, adaptability, agility during the pandemic, being able to stop things on a day in a market.
Things changed quickly. I mean, we went from really having annual plans. I'm sure the rest of you guys experienced this too, right? We had our annual plans done in September for the next year. Media is all planned out, looked all nice, and planned out like a nice little cake. And all of a sudden that whole model just got blown up. I mean, we literally were planning media a couple of weeks ahead of time. I mean, and then you had, the complexities of, some of the mandates that were in place, down to municipality levels. So, some gyms were open, some were closed, some you had to wear a mask, some people didn't care. They just did whatever they wanted to do. So we had to become extremely nimble, and I don't think that's going away anytime soon. So I think the annual plan, yes, it's focused on promotions, driven at moments in time, but the planning has to continuously flex and it has to be extremely nimble. We're still in a pandemic. I mean, we have to be realistic about that. Things can change very quickly, for us. So we need partners that are able to quickly navigate us through these waters.
Yeah.
God bless our agency partners, by the way. I mean, I have to say, just give kudos. I started my career on the agency side, and it's hard work. And the fact that our agency partners helped navigate us through those waters, especially when our doors were closed, just kudos to them. You know, I always give them credit for that. So anybody here with agencies, I give them credit for that.
And one, I gotta tee this up to you as a brag moment for you guys, because I was shocked when I learned this. How many doors closed, not temporarily, but permanently closed during the pandemic?
Zero. So the industry as a whole lost about 25% of fitness and gym locations. We didn't lose a single one. Now, a lot of them were boutique brands, from Jazzercise to, CrossFit, et cetera. But that left a gaping hole in the marketplace. And through our matrix and our network with franchisees, our national team, through our agencies, we were able to navigate through that pretty well. So
that was astounding.
Yeah.
And how many have heard Jazzercise recently? All right.
Who's actually done Jazzercise? Don't be ashamed. I did.
Do you, speaking a little bit deeper on the nimbleness of particularly in media, and previous lives, I'm an old dog in the space, but previous lives doing direct mail and things like that, it takes a little bit longer to plan. And when you need to be a little bit more nimble and things can change on a daily, weekly basis, do you think that has shifted your guys's plans much more digitally? In the longer term, is it gonna stick, or do you see it kind of ebbing and flowing back?
I mean, the pandemic was definitely an accelerator for us moving our share of media over to our digital platforms, and that's where the consumer went. The consumer started diversifying how they got content, how they were engaging, where they were spending their time. And the fact that our digital, we were able to move that very quickly through the space is definitely shifted our share, from linear tactics to more digital. But linear is still a big part of our bread and butter mix. I mean, TV, radio, we know we're reaching our consumer that way. And that's not going away anytime soon, but definitely we're seeing movement into the digital space. So, and those linear tactics have moved in that direction also. So,
yeah, we're definitely macro trends that I think we've talked about a little bit throughout the day already today. Shifting into competition a little bit for Planet Fitness.
Okay.
You guys weathered the storm, didn't have to close a single door, which is phenomenal. But consumer behaviors shifted quite a bit.
Yeah.
A lot more working out at home.
Yeah.
How are you viewing the competitive landscape today versus how you previously were? And second part of that question is, how are you changing your tactics to address that?
Yeah, when I started with Planet, it was a very different dynamic for me from the rest of my career. When I worked for Nike, it was Adidas, and Under Armour was our national competitor. McDonald's, it was Burger King, then Taco Bell was coming on. We don't truly, in my mind, have a big national competitors competing on the scale that we are. It's really hyper local, regional players, that we're competing with on a regular basis overall. At home fitness, which blew up during the pandemic. I think people really underestimated the power of the gym as part of your social ecosystem. The part of the gym being part of your community, and people just want to be with people. I'm ecstatic just to be in this room with people again. I was scared like the rest of us, right? And people see their gyms as a place to connect with their community, to see people, to engage with people, see what the hell people are wearing to work out, which I've seen some crazy things. But yeah, it's just what's happened now, though, as an acceleration point for us is, Planet Fitness is become omni-channel, and people do want access to fitness, just like any other retail, 24 hours a day, wherever they are. If they're in a hotel room, if they're traveling or whatever, or staying at home, or if they want to go to the gym, they want those experiences, and having one provider to be able to give that to them is what we're moving towards, and doing it in a seamless way. So these are all new waters for us. We knew it was coming, but the pandemic, with a lot of other things, accelerated this movement.
And are you guys, I guess, communicating different? Is the messaging changing by who you're going after, or are you trying to address all?
I don't think we're communicating differently. What's happened is the phone has become, our app has become the conduit to membership. You know, people are downloading the app, they're getting content off the app. When you walk into the gym, you use the app to check in. You know, we were talking about QR codes earlier today, and an old technology that all of a sudden the consumers adopted and had to adopt because, you know, everyone wanted touchless experiences, right? So the app and mobile has become the conduit to membership for us. So you're seeing that being played up more in the messaging more than anything. And it's going to continue, that experience is going to continue to lead the way to the gym.
The frictionless experiences for the consumers.
Yeah. I mean, when you know, my whole background's retail, right? I never thought of the gym industry as retail. It is 100% retail. You have to be omni-channel to win in this retail, omnipresent to win in this retail environment. And, you know, fitness centers and gyms, there's no different than that, you know? And the fact that we have the brick and mortar with the digital experience, with the app, and we can reach people anywhere, it's a matter of creating the best seamless experience for people.
Very good. And we kind of touched on this at the beginning a little bit, but I do think it's an important part to keep coming back to is the mental wellness aspect of working out and of connecting with consumers, however, again, removing friction for however consumers want to engage in that.
Yeah.
So how do you guys bring that into the physical locations?
Yeah, I mean, we've even started introducing something called a wellness pod, which really is about calming your mind and things like that. I mean, movement is medicine at the end of the day. And we learned that, and the pandemic, I think, highlighted that for all of us, right? I mean, you weren't human if you didn't experience some downtime during this pandemic. You know I did. And the thing that helped alleviate that a lot for me is, you know, especially when our gyms were closed, is just getting out and walking and moving, riding my bike, working out at home. And that alleviated a lot for me. And I think people realize that now. Now it's about capturing people's attention and saying, stay on this journey, keep moving. You know, there are 140 million people in the US that have no gym membership at all. You know, just keep moving. You know, how do we get those people into our doors is very important for us right now.
And what do consumers have to say? I know y'all look at me and think like, wow, bodybuilder, but hurtful. But
I think you can run though. You look like a runner. You play soccer. You know, I can't run. You know? I can drive.
The inclusivity part, and what do consumers say of breaking down that barrier of being, you know, a little bit more of an intimidating gym environment and being, you know, where consumers are going to shy away from coming in and being a part of. What do your guests have to say to you about those environments? How is that feeding into what you guys do?
I mean, it's part of our mission, you know, to welcome people, first-time gym goers, you know, to the most experienced gym goers. Stepping into a gym is intimidating. I don't care how long you've been working out. At one time or another, I kind of looked like a bodybuilder, especially when I played football. And even going to a new gym was kind of intimidating, right? You're stepping into a new classroom as a kid, it felt like, you know? So really just, you know, you see constantly in our message about judgment-free zone, you know, accepting people for who they are, where they are along this journey. You know, that's our brand voice, and that's going to continue to lead us into this generation right now. So.
Very good.
Yeah.
Let's see, I think going momentarily here back into the media side, with the fragmentation, with the KPIs, and understanding it's not simple, and nor is it easy.
No,
but,
it's
you know,
not
the performance metrics
Yeah.
of looking at, you know, how many new registrations you're getting. I guess looking at market to my market, I live in Austin. So, you know, as you look at, are you building different consumer cohorts, and do you go after different folks in different markets? how are you looking at the
No, I
consumer
mean,
side of things, and what signals do you get that gives you that?
you know, we don't have, because the brand really is about reaching everybody, you know, we don't have that, you know, that heavy gym goer that we're targeting. Like in the fast food industry, you have the heavy fast food user, right? So our
You might
consumer
target them
base.
too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You got to add that. I mean, our target is very broad, right? Our segmentation isn't at the place where I think it should be, to be honest with you. You know, I think we need to talk to different people, maybe a little differently. But we cast a wide net, you know, to capture people. And it's amazing what's happening with the brand right now. The brand is getting younger, a lot of Gen Z. That's our growth driver right now. And that wasn't even necessarily the audience we were initially talking to. I mean, we were talking to the 25 to 54-year-old, you know, especially with our linear tactics. So I think there's a lot of work and opportunity for us, as well as, you know, that's why I'm excited to be here today, to hear how other brands are thinking about segmentation, especially with the consumers, on how they're doing that. Especially, you have to have a massive content machine, you know, to also talk to people differently, you know. So a lot of opportunity for us in that sense. And then the geo piece. I mean, people in Chicago are different than people in Austin, right? I mean, you guys got great beef brisket. You know, just kidding. We have great hot dogs. No, it's you know, it's just that's a big part of, you know, big part of the equation also. You know, weather. You know, people don't think about it. You know, when it's hot outside, sometimes people don't want to go to the gym. They just go outside and work out. So there are a lot of things that play into that, but I think there's a lot of work for us to do. And hopefully we'll have a unified CDP to help us guide us in that situation. But really it's working with our agency partners who have a lot of data. We have a lot of internal data, and making sure we're reaching our audience, you know, where they live. So.
Good. You mentioned weather, so I wanted to touch on seasonality with you for a minute. There's at least a perception it's all about the new year, right? New year, new you.
Who doesn't do that? Come on. We all have New Year's resolutions. It's always, fitness is a part of that. But yeah.
How much of your business is dependent on that push? And are you working to smooth that out over the course of the year?
You know, I just think we have to, you know, follow where people go. You know, we can't change the fact that people think about the new year as a clean slate and how they want to address their fitness journey and their wellness journey. So January, when I started with Planet, they told me point blank, January, if you have a great January, your year's made. Just January. You know, I just never experienced that with any of the other brands that I worked with. But it's true. I mean, New Year's resolutions are part of all of our lives, and fitness is first top of mind thing that people are thinking of there. But the one thing, yes, that happened during the pandemic, we started seeing some shifting in seasonality where, you know, April became a key month for us, March, you know, so the pandemic definitely shifted that trend for us. But still, Q1, January, New Year's resolutions, everybody wants to be sexy again, you know, everybody wants to be fit. It's always going to be part of the equation.
And last thing, and then we'll open it up for a little bit of questions, but you made mention to something, younger generations coming into the fold at a higher rate than expected. You were targeting a little bit older, but you're getting a little bit younger. But you made mention of a program you guys are doing during the summer months, which I think is brilliant.
Yeah, I'm excited about this. When I started with Planet, we had something called a Teen Summer Challenge where teenagers could work out in our gyms for free, you know, so that goes back to accessibility, right? Like, we need to have fitness accessible to everybody, not just to a few people, but to everyone. The pandemic put a kibosh on that for 2 years. It's back this summer. It's called the High School Summer Challenge, a High School Summer Pass, I'm sorry. And the response has just been amazing so far. I mean, I think we're going to blow our target away in terms of how many teens actually take part in this. We had close to 1 million the first time we did it. I think we're going to blow that number out of the water. And I'm just excited because it goes back to why I joined this brand, right? It was making fitness accessible. We build gyms from small towns to urban areas where competitors don't go. And the fact that we're opening it up to teenagers to come in for free, especially when their schools are closed. And a lot of these kids depend on their schools for fitness, right? And having access to a gym. And hopefully they can drag some of their parents with them too. You know, I'm just ecstatic about the program, you know, so.
Thought it was so clever, but also a great service.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm glad you're able to
Mhm.
touch on that. And
Thanks.
And I
thanks.
do think it's going to lower that threshold to, you know, have them continue and be a
Yeah,
lifetime member, right?
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's not the core reason why we did this, but yes, that's going to be a product of that. You know, I mean, for some of these kids, it's their first time really experiencing fitness and a professional environment like this with millions of dollars worth of equipment, you know, a free trainer there, you know, to help them understand the exercising and the movements and the things they need to be doing with the equipment. So yes, you know, we are building lifetime value as a byproduct of this, but the core mission of it is just making fitness accessible, you know, so I'm excited about it.
And in a judgment-free zone.
Yeah,
Which,
yeah,
is
exactly,
all the better. Well, if you're open to it, we've
Yeah.
got a few minutes. Any questions for
Sure.
Ed from the room?
Come on, don't be scared. Yeah.
Typically the Times Square activation was, a huge part of the campaign for New Year's Eve. Is experiential going to continue as more live events come back?
I mean, Times Square hasn't gone away. I mean, we're a big partner with that. Our national PR team and brand team, I don't see that going away for a long time. Experiential has always been a part of our mix, especially at the club level. I mean, we put on some amazing experiences at the club, from bringing in professional athletes to bringing in Joey Logano to you name it. It's always going to be a part of the mix, but you're seeing it more on a hyper local level and then through sponsorship too. So our sponsors, I mean, our vendor partners and the people that we sponsor, they put on kick-ass events. You know, why not just ingrain our brand in there in an authentic way, you know, instead of us taking that on. But the New Year's Eve sponsorship, that's, you know, we've continued to do that.
Hi there. You
Hi.
talked about the driving force of Omni as a retailer.
Yeah.
You mentioned that, you talked about digital from a customer
Mhm.
experience standpoint,
Yeah.
wanting the brand to be present there. Do you care from an acquisition standpoint? Is a digital acquisition any more or less valuable to you as a brand? Or as you look at that cost per acquisition metric you talked about, how do you think about, omni-channel acquisitions?
I mean, before, and this is crazy, and when I first started in 2019, most of our joins came at the gym location, right? Now that's been inverted where, you know, it's real joining through your app has become the new way to join. So I think it's hard to attribute it in terms of a cost per join for us, because digital's become such the lower part of the funnel now, and everything's feeding into that. So it's hard, and it's not right to give digital all the credit for the acquisition, but it's all about, if person can join any way they want to join, you know, as long as they become a member, you know, so. See what happens after lunch. People are getting that little sleepy vibe. All good. Thinking about dinner. Yeah.
I'm just curious. So you mentioned that, it's all about driving. It's not like a cost per install, but driving signups. Do you guys also do anything in terms of retention?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we have a benefits program, you know, where people get discounts off from a lot of partners. We just signed Crocs, which was a big one for us, and it's gone gangbusters. We just announced one with Sam's Club. We target our members internally with emails, sponsorship opportunities for people to go to our sponsor events, like, you know, getting discount for tickets for the Bulls, et cetera. It literally pays for your membership. I mean, the baseline membership for Planet Fitness is $10 a month, you know, so that's the cost of HBO. I think it's a little less than HBO, to be honest with you. I love HBO, so no knock on that. But yeah, you know, it's retention churn is a big piece of our model. How do we slow that down? How do we keep people longer? And I think loyalty programming is a big opportunity for us. Our chief digital officer just presented something a couple of weeks ago, which I'm excited about. So, but slowing down churn, keeping people engaged, no matter what they're doing, if they're coming into the gym or not, that's how you keep them as members.
Well, Ed,
right.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Great seeing everybody.
Thanks, guys. And also very strong headshot game for both of you. So yeah. Is that mine? Is that me? Wow. That was Ed's buzzer. All right, we'll get to that. So hope everybody's hanging in there. We're gonna do right now a double header of Kimberly Clark. So for this first session, should we be worried about that? All right, we'll pause for 2 seconds and get that sorted. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Double header, Kimberly Clark. This first one, Teeds, who was up here earlier with Marie, is going to be joined by Rachel Mervis. Charles Luchterhan are going to come up, and I tried to pin them down about what they're going to talk about, and they said we're going to talk about everything, but they're really going to focus on aligning on objectives before you hit go and what happens when you do that. So you guys ready? There's Rachel.
All right.
And Charles.
Thank you for the big round of applause, or lack thereof. It's okay. I thought there was a slight chance we weren't going to do this when the alarm went off and everybody was going to clear out and we are going to be like, you know, better luck next year.
Yep.
But no,
Next time.
here we are. So I think they just mentioned this is the Kimberly Clark hour. So we're excited to take you down that path. We're also cognizant of not exactly stealing the content for the next 30 minutes. So Rachel and our attempt here is to take you a little bit into the weeds. Yep. And we're going to do that a little tactical, but hopefully you guys will hang in there. And if it seems like we're dragging it all, feel free to bring up a cup of coffee. Certainly could use it post lunch myself. So Rachel.
Hello.
Tell us a little bit about what you do at Kimberly Clark.
Yes. So thanks so much for having us, guys. So I've been with Kimberly Clark for about a year. Before Kimberly Clark, I was at Nestle in a similar role for about 4 years, and also worked on the agency side, ad tech side. So I've run the gamut a little bit, but pretty much what I do is a combination of pairing together technology, processes, and people setup, mainly through the advertising technology lens, to bring it to life in a smarter way, and bring greater efficiencies and effectiveness across the board. But in doing so, I am essentially influencing without authority. So, you know, really working with internal and external stakeholders to enable things to happen through that lens.
Influencing without authority. Nice. Sounds like
Yes.
salesmanship to a certain extent.
Indeed.
Internally.
Indeed.
So is it fair to say what you did at Nestle is not so dissimilar from the work you're doing at Kimberly Clark?
I would say in many ways, it is similar, but it's also different. So one of my favorite things about working in my current role is that Nestle, you know, we had over 2,000 brands. I was working with over 100 countries. I was working with global, regional, and local stakeholders across 13 different sectors. And at Kimberly Clark, we have much fewer brands, but they're still very iconic. And what this lets me do is really, instead of exclusively sticking to the building the strategy part and building the operations and conducting RFPs to select the best, technology for the company. I get to pull it through activation. And we have a great partnership on the global side with the US teams. It helps that we're in the same time zone, but we have a wonderful partnership, and we partner to really take the strategy and bring it through to activation and take, what we're trying to do, make sure and validate that it works through activating it by a campaign, figuring out what the challenges are, what the obstacles, and then bringing those back through into strategy to reframe the strategy.
Okay. So one of the perks, or I think interesting things about being in your role, global capacity, you have exposure to what the rest of the world is obviously doing. I think recently you presented presumably a keynote, really big presentation to the programmatic summit in Australia.
And it was NSYNC themed, so you guys missed out.
Perfect. What were kind of some of the common themes going on in that market? How similar is it to what we're all talking about in the room today? Just out of curiosity.
So I would say the themes are very similar. Australia wishes they weren't an island. They wish they had a closer time zone to the US because it's similar in many ways to the US and UK. They are working through future-proofing their strategy with cookieless. They're working through the rapid growth of retail and advanced TV. They're working through attention metrics and how can you use attention metrics to correlate with business results. And they're working through transparency and what does that mean and how to bring it to life throughout various different entities and organizations.
Okay. So transparency, right, is a word that maybe has lost meaning to a certain extent because it's used so frequently, especially in your space. Being the kind of global lead there, how are you encouraging your people, the different regions to be thinking about it? What, like, unpack it a little bit. What does it mean to you guys?
So I would say one of the biggest things I learned at Nestle is that it's so important to align objectives, and it's important to align what do you mean when you're asking for something. So if we think through the transparency lens, it's a complete buzzword. You're right. And it's used in so many conferences and so many conversations and so many articles, but it means different things to different people. It could mean how are decisions getting made? So if you're a client or if you are talking to your CMO and they're saying, I want transparency into this, or you're saying, I want transparency into this, what does that mean? It could be that you want to understand from your agency, how are they taking decisions in relation to technology? How are they deciding what DSP to use? It could mean, how are they deciding when to use a technology like DCO? Or it could mean, what is the financial breakdown of your programmatic operations? And if you dig into that, that could mean a whole variety of things. So does financial breakdown mean you simply want to understand how much money is going through each DSP or is going through biddable? Or does it mean that you want to understand the technology breakdown from a macro and micro lens? So when I came on board to Kimberly-Clark, this is one of the first things that I did. And I also did this exercise when I was on the Nestle side, but I learned so much via Nestle about how to make it stronger for Kimberly-Clark. And what I learned mostly was, it's so important to align objectives. What are we trying to accomplish out of this transparency exercise? And what we were trying to accomplish is, what are the opportunities to optimize the way that we're doing our operations? And to get there, we wanted to break down very granularly what we're spending money on in essentially as granular as you can get without log level data.
So I imagine hearing all this and kind of newer to the role in the last year or so, there's an element of education work that needs to be done across the org, right? So that everything you said makes total sense, but are the people that are actually day-to-day doing this type of work, are they enabled? Are they upskilled, right? I think is the word you've used, to be in a position to ask those kinds of questions.
Absolutely. And upskilling, I consider to be a bookend on every initiative that I run. And I I like to think about upskilling by trying to put myself in the shoes of the other person's role or function. So what do they need to know to be more successful in their role? And that's going to be a very different answer if it's a brand manager versus a CFO versus a CMO. What do they need to understand to be more successful? So what I've found over the past few years is that if you're talking about programmatic, one of the best ways to upskill people is to compare it to marketplaces. It operates very similarly to
like
the stock market.
Okay,
Exactly.
yeah.
To the stock market. And it has buyers, it has sellers, it has intermediaries. And if you're speaking to executives or brand managers, this is a great way to explain it because they're all invested in the stock market. Okay. Everyone has read how the stock market works. They've upskilled themselves on that. So if you're using a metaphor that is already understood, it's a great way to explain it. And, I can't tell you how many times I've gotten the question from various different roles, internal and external, on can we just cut SSPs? Can we just cut that cost? And once you take a step back and explain how they are an intermediary and it works similar to the stock market, people really start to understand. And even better, if you do it through an immersive experience. So I'll give a bit of an example, but before I go into that, I think it's worth mentioning that if this topic is of interest to you, my boss who will be speaking next, Brad Moranchek, and I were two of the lead co-writers on an ANA white paper on programmatic supply chain transparency that will be rolled out at Cannes. And there will be 4 sessions this summer, explicitly for CMOs, walking through how it works.
Little plug.
Just a little plug on that. But honestly, I think it'll be very helpful to many organizations. And so, if you're thinking about upskilling, what I've found is interactive methodologies work best. People learn by doing. And so one of the things that I did on the Nestle side is I had the pleasure of getting to travel across the world, go to different countries and work with the brand managers in those countries and teach them about digital. And one of the things that we did is we conducted a bidding game. And the objective of the bidding game was so that they understood that the value that the media agency is putting on the tactic, on the format, on the audience significantly impacts their reach. And for Nestle and Kimberly-Clark, reach is one of the most important media objectives. And so we walked through like the first price and second price auction by doing it interactively. So we had each brand represent a brand that was non-Nestle. It might have been Coca-Cola, Colgate. So thank you to some of you that work at these companies. And they were given 20 generic audiences, moms, students, etc. They were given a fake $1 million and they allocated that budget and they decided what they wanted to bid based on an average CPM. And from there, once that whole component was done, there would be a wall of the audiences and each of the teams would go up, they would place their bids on that audience. And then we would show the winner of first price and the second highest bidder. And we would then calculate and show the difference of the scale based on first price versus second price. And this really helped them to understand how very supposedly tactical things that is the media agency's accountability is actually important to discuss as a part of the partnership to align the objective of the value that you're willing to put on reaching these individuals.
Yeah, I love that. And I think it can be a lot of this work, right? Especially as people are becoming more familiar now or probably more sophisticated from a programmatic standpoint. The interactivity is just a simple way to learn, right? And it kind of resonates more easily. You touched a little bit about, I don't want to say kind of auditing partners, but in your transparency, explorations. What about getting kind of ahead of that, right? Not necessarily an existing partner. I know I think yesterday you told me you were in the midst of this big global RFP and you were too busy to talk to me, which is fine. But I guess
I wasn't. I made it happen.
You've had a lot of experience kind of doing this work. And I think if you, any advice or suggestions for folks in the room on, asking the right questions up front of their potential partners.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd say I never thought I would be, in kindergarten, never thought I'd be an expert on global RFPs. I think I'm pretty close to there on the 10,000 hour rule. So I've now conducted, I think I'm on my 7th global RFP. And so there's some things that I've really learned along the way. So as the buzzword of this is objective, one of the most important things is to align objectives up front. So if we go through the example lens of DCO, dynamic creative optimization technology, if you're conducting a DCO RFP, what are you trying to achieve with that technology? Now, on the Kimberly-Clark end, we're trying to achieve 2 things with DCO, 2 macro buckets: message personalization in an automated way and creative agility at scale. And so if we were conducting a DCO RFP, all of our questions should go towards those 2 objectives. And the right providers for those 2 objectives might not be the right provider for a company that's doing D2C, trying to drive more sales and optimize to that. It's likely going to be a different partner. So the first thing I would recommend is align objectives. What are you trying to do? Build the structure of the RFP around that in terms of the questions, in terms of the vendors you're surveying, in terms of the scorecard. The second thing I would recommend is the scorecard should always align to the structure of the questions. And that might seem obvious, but it can get a bit away from you, and it should be as simple as possible. The third thing I would recommend, and this is especially for big companies, is to take more time on the front end to enable a more expedient implementation and the ability to bring to life the envisioned use cases. So for big organizations, really think about who should be using this technology, and not only who should be using this technology as the number 1 function, but who could also benefit from it, even if they're not yet using it. And give them visibility on the RFP, invite them to participate, and help guide them through it. Even if they're not the expert on the technology at this juncture, by participating in the RFP, they start to become an expert and they start to get inspired of what's possible, the art of the possible. And it's hugely educational and really helps that when you select a partner, then you're already able to have all these people on board who are excited about bringing these use
You're
cases
saying like the
to
end
life.
user is actually involved further
Mhm.
up, so they involved in the decision-making process. There's some autonomy that comes with that once you move forward, and they're already ready to hit the ground running.
Exactly. And I would say some people in this room, on the technology side, well know that my RFPs always include a ton of people and are very comprehensive, but it's all to serve that larger purpose of that it's not a tactical experience. It's really pulling through to bring the vision to life across the board and connecting the dots.
Okay, so I know it was an example. You were talking about DCO partners and the RFP process, and you kind of did already define it technically by the acronym, what the letters represent. But what is kind of the broader definition, either for you personally or the business, of how you all are at least thinking of DCO? What does it kind of mean under the hood?
So I think that there's a misnomer on DCO that the singular objective of the technology is to bring message personalization to life. Creative scale and agility is a huge feature and benefit of these technologies. And underneath that, there's a couple different things that we're looking at Kimberly-Clark of bringing to life. So it's using the technology in an automated way to extend reach by automating the production of new sizes for display and video. It's using the technology for automated creative optimization. And we actually were even able to influence a few of the different providers on both the DCO and ad verification side. So on connecting those two pipes so that we could bring automated creative optimization to life for attention metrics rather than historical proxy metrics. So if that's of interest to you, talk to your respective partners. I can't share more on the partnerships because it's a bit confidential at this state, but talk to each of them. And the third part of it would be rapid optimization and testing. And so bringing that to life through the DCO lens. And all of these use cases can be incredibly valuable based on, again, what are your objectives? What are you trying to achieve?
So I was going to ask if from your perspective or that of the business, really, do you see, or Kimberly Clark, do you really see DCO as a specific tactic, like that perspective on it? This is something tactical that we're employing, or should it be thought of more broadly or just more strategically, I guess?
That's a great question. So from my perspective, treating DCO as a tactic is actually one of the biggest errors in this space. It shouldn't be a tactic. It shouldn't be something that's added on once the creative production is done, once the media plan is done, as something essentially a shiny. It should really be thought about of how can you bring the brand story to life in a more meaningful way by using this technology to trigger new creative experiences or using this technology to automate the delivery in some way. How does the technology help to achieve either the campaign objective or bring the brand story to life in a better way? Automate, bring agility to life, whatever it is. And it should be infused throughout the standard campaign orchestration process when it's relevant, but it shouldn't be a last minute tactic added on.
Are there any other kind of missteps or things that you've seen that people could kind of improve upon, and or like biggest opportunity to kind of merge those thoughts together, like challenges and opportunities?
Yeah, I would say one of the big opportunities let's say two of the big opportunities is to go beyond display. And there's a misnomer that DCO is only for display. It's still highly used for retargeting, which is only going to decrease as a potential activation tactic with the continuing diminishment of the cookie. So looking at other formats and thinking, how can you bring DCO to life for audio, for video, for mobile, for immersive different formats like through Teads or through other providers? The second thing I would say is thinking about the different ways that you can activate relevant experiences or triggers, such as I think contextual is a hugely interesting way. So like, what can you activate based on what video, what's the theme of the video someone is watching? Or what can you activate based on just the content that someone is reading to make it more relevant to them? And I think that this can be very powerful and interesting, but there's a bit of, I would say, an industry gap of upskilling a lot of our partners to change manage on all the different things that need to change across creative processes, media processes, and internally to really bring this to life in a meaningful way. And every time I've gone about it, it's truly a change management exercise.
So we've got a handful of minutes left, but a couple last ones. Do you want to touch on measurement, what that looks like from a DCO perspective, how to evaluate if this is working or not, the way you intended it to? Anything to say there?
So not trying to back out of this one, but I used to be very bullish on saying, this is how you measure something, but I truly do believe at this point it's different for each company. So there's a couple different ways you can go about it. You could measure how does it change and consumer engagement and attention metrics. You can measure how does it change ROI. You can measure the ROI of the technology. Each of these are right for different companies. Each of these can be configured in different ways, but it really matters how does your company look about measurement? And it matters what is important, again, not to be a broken record, is to align the success criteria. What does success look like? And make sure that everyone is on the same page with a singular primary KPI And then you can, of course, also have secondary ones that you're looking at as well to judge success.
So final question before questions from the audience, if there are any, if they're still with us. Innovation, kind of what are you excited about, either in terms of new technologies, formats, channels, that sort of thing, or even just kind of different ways of doing things that you're enthusiastic about?
So what I'm really enthusiastic about, and people who know me well in the industry know this quite well, is about the power of ad verification technology and the different use cases that can be activated in regards to how can the data generated be used for planning, buying, insights into planning for both creative and media. I think there's a huge opportunity to take it further and to really think about how can that same technology be used to power creative decisioning. And so I'm super pumped about these alphas that are happening with the ad verification providers in partnership with the DCO providers. And there's so many other things that's going to be possible about the using the semantic technology with these providers to understand the emotive quality of a page. Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it neutral? I think there's so many different use cases that haven't been done yet. So like, for example, taking corporate communication strategy on sustainability and bringing it to life through these providers by targeting contextual pages. There's so much there that is what I'm really excited to help bring to life for Kimberly-Clark.
That's it for us, guys.
That's all, folks.
We did it. We got through it. Any questions from the audience? We'd love to know. All righty. I think we're good, Rachel. We did it.
We're done.
They don't have any questions. I think you answered everything. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much.
Nice job, gang. Come on down. All right, we're going to keep the love going here for Kimberly-Clark. Come on up, guys. So my good buddy Brad Moranchek is joining us from Kimberly-Clark, along with Jeremy Greenspan from the Train Desk, and they are going to talk a little bit differently than we just heard Rachel wax on about, and they're going to focus on programmatic and how they're changing programmatic in the cookieless world, how data still is the holy grail. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys and get going.
Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Really excited to be here today. Thank you for having us, Brand Innovators. My name is Jeremy Greenspan, Senior Director of Business Development at the Trade Desk. I am thrilled to be on stage today with a very important partner that I've gotten to know over the last year, somebody that I've learned a tremendous amount from, and somebody that I believe is one of the most innovative and strategic leaders within our media space. Thanks. So Brad, why don't you take a second to introduce yourself and tell us about your role at Kimberly-Clark?
Yeah, absolutely. Brad Moranchek, so Senior Director, Global Media at Kimberly-Clark, basically head of global media. As Rachel said, we're part of the Digital Center of Excellence at Kimberly-Clark, the Global Digital Center of Excellence, which is part of our global growth organization. So we are truly in the global center, right? We're not tied to any P&Ls, and as Rachel perfectly said it, as she's been trained, we have to influence without authority. That's our main role, right? I sort of break what our team does, our media team specifically, down into three main areas. Number one is recognizing that our teams around the world, they're very heads down, right? They're driving the business, they're making it happen, they're fighting fires. So it's our job is to be heads up for them and talk about what's coming, how do we need to change, how do we need to evolve, what are better ways of working that they can use to help drive growth faster, all those kinds of things. So part number one of our role is really that inspiration, the vision, the direction, help our organization understand that from a media perspective, be the heads up of where are we going and where do we want to get to. The second part then is helping our regional teams to realize that vision, to make that progress, right? And everybody around the world is in a different spot, different things, different capabilities. So we kind of align with our peers around the world from a media perspective. We all agree on these are the important things to go after. And then it's a conversation. Where are you, right? If we kind of look at our certain capabilities of a crawl, walk, run, fly, where are you and where do you think you can get to and how can we help you get there faster, right? So it's very much, I'd say a support and partnership role. I think a lot of global organizations, and I've been part of them, they can kind of be seen as a layer of complexity. They can be seen as police, rule makers, those kinds of things. We don't take that approach at Kimberly-Clark. We are very much about partnership and support and building our teams up. They've got enough stuff to worry about without us and the global team making their lives harder. We want to make their lives easier. So that's the second part. The third part and final part of what our team does is really stand up what I guess I would call the global media spine. So there's a lot of key partnerships that we have, Trade Desk being one of them. Google, Meta, LiveRamp, Amazon, a lot of big partners like that. Our agency partners, consultants that we work with as well. So, we definitely don't believe in one size fits all, but if we can get to a few sizes fits most, that works pretty well. So, and there's a lot of added value that can be garnered out of partnerships when you've got a global team helping to drive, a joint business partnership. A lot of economies of scale if you can actually kind of get the same technology working in various markets. Again, it doesn't have to be in all, but if we can get a lot, that can be better and helps us unlock a lot of insights. So that's the third part of the role, and that's what my team does at KC.
Perfect, thank you. Well, I'll start with an easy one, as we were talking about in the green room. Sounds like some exciting news next week. Kimberly-Clark moving into their official offices in Chicago.
Yeah. I don't know if everybody knew this or not. It's a pretty big change. And it was one of the, honestly, it was, I would call it a bombshell when it kind of came out during the middle of the pandemic. It was April of last year. So we were 1 year in. And our leadership made the bold decision to consolidate all of North American marketing, not Canada, I guess US marketing, global, some other capabilities into one office in Chicago. It hadn't been that way. Most of our marketing team is Neenah, Wisconsin based. And so they had to literally build a new office for us in Fulton Market, where all the cool kids are. And so we're good. We're like on the Western fringe though. We're helping it expand, helping it go a little further. We're like not right in the center by all the restaurants and stuff. We got to walk to those, but it's going to be great. It's a beautiful space. And it's going to be a brand new culture. So for, everyone's kind of getting used to, or most people are getting used to going back to the office to some degree. And they're like, oh, it's kind of getting refamiliarized with it. For us, it's going to be like, not only that, but like an entirely new thing, like all new people, a whole new culture, a whole new way of doing things. Yeah. And the office, it opens next Monday, the 6th. So very excited for that. I have not gotten in to get a preview of it yet. They are doing a bit of a soft open that's been happening. So, but everything I've heard about it is great. And I'm just so excited for our North America team in particular. Look, I mean, Neenah's a wonderful community. I mean, nothing against it, but, I like to know that our marketers are going to be here as part of a much larger advertising community, marketing community here in Chicago. I think it's going to, help them learn and grow faster, help us do things better, quicker, more effectively. So I think it was a real smart move of our leadership to make the change. Again, and there was a cost. I mean, we lost some people because they're happy that Neenah's a lifestyle choice. You're there for, if you're up there, you're there because you want to be there. So some people didn't come with us, but we got a lot of new people coming in, and we did retain a good amount of talent too. So it'll be an exciting time.
Very exciting. Can't wait to see it. Let's go back to global for a second. Kimberly-Clark, a global brand. You operate in over 150 countries. Obviously, that's part of your focus. And there's a lot of regional nuances when it comes to global, right? You have different product lines. More importantly, you think about different regulations when it comes to data collection and identity. We'd love to talk a little bit and understand some of the nuances and challenges you have thinking about a global capacity. How do you scale but those best practices, and where are the big opportunities, from your perspective?
Yeah, cool. So Kimberly-Clark has, I think, some good things going for it in light of those challenges. I mean, number one, we're nearly a $20 billion company, but we're very focused on what we do. So, there really are only 10 to 15 core products that we make. Huggies is Huggies around the world. Kleenex is Kleenex around the world. Cottonelle maybe has a couple different names in a few different places, but, we don't have like, we're not also making, car wax or other things, right? So we're focused, and that kind of makes it easier, I think, in terms of, managing against, regulations for the products and some of the complexity that might come with it. And then to the other part of your question, from, data privacy, local regulations, things around that nature. This is another area where our model suits us well. So fortunately, in the global center, I don't have to know Brazilian law or Australian law or Chinese law or whatever it might be in terms of what those things are. But we actually have like really nice sort of, plugs and sockets, we call them, on a regional level. So, I don't have to try to learn and try to help 150 different countries. I can kind of connect to our EMEA region, our North America region, Latin America, Asia, Canada, right? So I don't have to make 150 phone calls to talk about scaling best practices of, privacy and identity solutions. We can do it in 5. And that's how we've done it. I think we try to keep it simple around these topics, right? Or even if it's like, preparing for the cookieless future. You start with a region and EMEA and can say, all right, well, where are you now? Let's just get kind of simple on tracking. Let's not make it complicated, but like, what are you doing that's cookie dependent? What are you doing that like where you're using cookies, but you've already found a good solution? And what's something that you just don't have a good solution for yet? Like, how do those percentages break out? Okay, got it. Well, now let's kind of talk about, how we sort of work on that one piece. It's like a harder one to do. And we can kind of say, well, here's what, another region with a similar challenge has been doing to address that one. Maybe there's something that you can learn from there, right? And also, we've done a lot to, communicate on a broader level and really try to help disarm our teams around the world. So like not just the media people, but like all of the marketing people, like helping them understand, why is this an important topic? Why do you need to know about it? What can you do to help? Like, number one, don't cut your cookieless testing budget, please. Like, cut something else, because it's going to matter and it's going to be helpful. So, those are the kind of things that we do, I think, to kind of overcome the complexity that those regional, those sort of local laws and differences between markets can do, is just sort of break it up into bite-sized pieces and kind of take one sort of simple chunk at a time. And help people sort of understand like where we are, how we're progressing.
Yeah. Speaking of cookieless and identity, kind of when you think about it from a global perspective, what excites you the most? Where are the biggest, challenges or opportunities for you, kind of current state? And then, obviously 9 months from now or so, 7 months from now.
Yeah, it's funny when
3 years from now,
yeah, when the news first hit, I mean, gosh, it was like 2.5 years ago. I'll admit there was some panic there. I mean, even right away, I was like, man, that time's gonna go by fast. It sounds like a lifetime, but it's gonna go by fast. And I don't know where we are, what we're gonna do. And it was actually, I'm gonna give credit, your CEO, Jeff Green. I mean, he really took the topic, head on. And we were fortunate enough to have a conversation with him, sort of talk through it. And he talked about how it really is more of an opportunity. It'll make the web a better place, not a worse place. And that's, we've kind of taken a page from that. We even shared Jeff's video like across our, internet. Say, hey, everybody watch this. If you want to understand cookieless, you want to understand what this is such a scary thing, like this guy's really smart. Listen to what he has to say. And that was just another thing that we did that kind of helped. So, look, I'm excited for it because I think that's going to help deliver better consumer experiences at the end of the day when we're going to more identity, based solutions versus cookie solutions, where we're, you kind of lose track of, how often you're maybe messaging to someone and all those kinds of things. I also feel that, there's, in terms of a challenge, I think kind of yet to be seen is some of the things around measurement, right? We at Kimberly Clark, like a lot of CPGs, we do a lot of multi-touch attribution. ROI is a big thing. It's how a lot of our brand teams get their budgets, because if it's got a positive ROI, then it makes it a lot easier to get a budget versus something that's not proven. So, maybe losing some of that there's a bit of a risk where it's like kind of the thing that you had that helped, define the value of the channel is now a little bit compromised, so the teams have to work through that. But then I can also look at the other side of the coin, which is, while I value ROI myself, it's not the only measure. And I think sometimes even at CPG, we can over rely on it. And I've use this example a lot, and I tell my marketing folks this, all the time, which is, when you're buying a hyper audience, a hyper targeted audience that is a buyer of your product, you're going in with that, they're already a category buyer, and that's who you're reaching. And I'm able to put, a low cost banner ad on a, mobile website, for pennies, that's going to get a really good ROI. And honestly, I'm like, let's be real here. If I ran an ad for Smokey the Bear, you'd still get the same ROI. So, again, there's some nice directional things that come out of that. But you also kind of have to, consider that there's, limitations to what that's actually measuring. And so if by some of the challenges of cookieless, it makes us a little bit less reliant on ROI and look at other effectiveness measures, I would also welcome that.
Sounds like a new creative strategy with Smokey the Bear.
Smokey the Bear, right?
Yeah.
Show everybody, yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about first party data. Kimberly Clark has some great experience here. We work with a lot of CPG brands at the trade desk, and oftentimes they struggle with collecting or leveraging first party data. We often hear, we're selling cereal or we're selling chicken, and customers don't want to have a meaningful relationship with us. How have you guys been successful in really building those meaningful relationships? And how can other brands think about this?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an exciting journey over the last couple of years. First of all, I just want to say, I love the enthusiasm that our teams have around the world. We don't get that kind of attitude. Fortunately, everybody's they want to find a way to do it. And look, some of our products, it's a little bit more natural, right? If you're talking about pull-ups or good nights, those are potty training, aids. And look, our position on those things is always we don't want your child to be in these things forever. We're kind of an authority on this subject. We want to help you move through it kind of quickly. So it makes sense for us to have things like, tools and guides and content, or we've done partnerships with Disney where, when a kid, uses the big potty for the first time, you can register and get a call back from a Disney character. So Mickey Mouse kind of gives you, congratulations. I'm not going to do the voice. Gives you a call and a congratulation. Yeah, you're welcome. You're going to get a, call and a congratulations from Mickey on that, right? And it's and all those things, if it's, gated content or these types of opportunities, those are going to help drive first party data. So we've got some places where it's a natural fit and consumers kind of see it as specific, but kind of to your point, well, now you're talking about Kleenex. What's the way in for Kleenex? And we actually have a great example from the UK where they launched a version of Kleenex. It's called Kleenex Allergy Sensitive. And it was, dye-free, scent-free, extra soft for people who suffer from allergies and have to blow their nose a lot. There's the best product to have. And they knew that they wanted, knowing how many allergy sufferers that there are out there, and how great it could be if we could actually get more first party data and be able to use it and pool it with other data sources, how powerful that could be. But we wanted to find a way in. And so the best place to start was actually with search. And we started to sort of deep dive into allergy questions around search. What are people looking for? And where are they able to find good answers and solutions to their problems? And where are they not? And what we learned in the UK was that pollen counts are actually, there's not really easy ways to get it. Yeah, they're in weather apps, but it's it can get kind of complicated. And there was, a lot of noise out there that we learned through search about people complaining about that. So it actually gave us an opportunity to bring a solution to that. And they launched a very simple pollen tracker, put in, register here, put in your app, put in your zip code, immediately sort of find out what the pollen counts are in your area and what you need to be concerned about. And it's not an app, it's mobile web based, so anybody can access it. And we've been able to get a ton of first party data doing that. And the program is now starting to scale to a lot of other markets, including the US. So y'all can look for, Kleenex Pollen Pal. I think if it hasn't launched yet, it'll be launching really soon here. So it's called Pollen Pal, which is a nice name too. So that's a good example of how we've kind of gone, outside found a way to make our brand relevant from a first party data collection standpoint.
Yeah, that's a great example. What about cross portfolio? You get somebody in from Good Nights, they have a young child at home, you know, that child's going to be going to school and probably coming home with germs. So would Kleenex ever leverage that type of data, or do you think about kind of that lifetime value of the consumer once you capture them?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I love that we're actually having this conversation, because like a couple of years ago we weren't, right? So thinking about those types of things, again, I think when we talk about the evolution of data, the evolution of capabilities that we have, I mean, this is just such a prime example of that, where we can make those things real now. It's hard, and it takes, it takes a lot of effort, but we've started to. In fact, we launched, we have these things at Kimberly Clark called battles, right? And that's when you put, you identify a problem that's like, or an opportunity that's like big enough where you want to put a task force on that thing, and you want to be, very measured and disciplined about how you do it. You want to have executive sign off. Everybody agrees this is something, because it's a big time commitment when you pull a team on and say, hey, we need 10 people. It's going to be 50% of your time for the next 12 weeks, right? That's a big time commitment. And, but when you get executive sign off on it, which is required, and we don't do too many of them, and they're exclusive, which is another aspect of it. It really shows the organization like how important this is. And that's one of the ones that we did, is like, how can we get better at, realizing what we actually called the battle CCVR, which was consumer centric value realization, which was all about that opportunity of how can we use identity solutions and other data strategies, new data partners, to actually be able to reach consumers at different life stages and sort of like move them between brands. Because there's a ton of them. I mean, there's a lot for, we were talking about good nights and, pull-ups and potty training. It's like, well, that's a Cottonelle, opportunity, and Cottonelle flushable wipes, right? So that's, there's things around of that nature. I mean, childbirth and bladder leakage, that's another thing that happens to, a lot of people. There's opportunities there. So yes, that's been a big focus of ours, is how we can do that and not have all of our brand teams and all of their data in silos, but do more sharing.
Right. One of the other hottest areas today is retail media, right? It seems like every retailer, big and small, it is, yeah, have launched a retail media network, right? And, when you think about it, they obviously have very deterministic data. It's based on sales. It's based on closed loop measurement. How do you think about that as a complement to some of your audience strategies? Where do you see that kind of fitting in the funnel with Kimberly Clark?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, it's hot for a reason. It's huge. It's where consumers are moving to, and there's tons of opportunity there. And I think it's, as more and more, retailers have like moved into the retail media space, and you start to see what different people are willing to do, how they're willing to share. All of a sudden, walled gardens that had like really high walls, like start to lower a little bit, and new opportunities come from that. So, yeah, I mean, we don't have a lot of media specialists at Kimberly Clark. Rachel's one, y'all saw her before. I mean, programmatic, globally, we spend like $600 million, and we're probably passing at least a third of it through programmatic, if not more, when you start to count social, which is kind of the same concept, right? Search.
Just gonna say it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But retail is another one, and we actually have a dedicated retail media leader in the US. We've actually had one for a couple of years. We had a switch out about a year ago when our guy who was there left, but we got a backfill, and yeah, it's a hugely important area.
Yeah. And to that point, I mean, Kimberly Clark was a part of the Trade Desk Walmart DSP, one of the first partners in there. Anything you can share in terms of success, or how you think about best practices around that?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, it was very cool to be part of that. I mean, that was a limited pilot opportunity, because again, it was like Walmart starting to lower their walls a little bit, and it was an exclusive opportunity where not many advertisers got to participate. So it was a privilege for us to be part of it, and a good reflection of our partnership with them and with you, which we're very proud of. Yeah, I mean, performance-wise, it absolutely did well. It was. I think we've got a little bit more to learn from a measurement standpoint. We're doing some follow-ups there. We're going to do sort of a second round with it, but it performed generally well. I would say, as we kind of, as you look ahead, what's going to be important for us is, when those types of opportunities come up, and because they're very tempting and alluring, but as a marketer, we still have full funnel communications to take care of. So we have to be mindful that when we look at opportunities like that, that it's probably more of a, what is this taking the place of in terms of something that we were doing that was similar, but this is better, and not just adding it on and taking it away from another part of the consumer journey that we need to support.
Got it. Makes sense. Another hot topic in the industry is really brands owning their own campaign data, owning their own contracts. Would love to understand how you guys are thinking about this at Kimberly-Clark. What are the strategic benefits, and what has to change in your organization for this to be successful? Like, do you have to hire new roles, yeah.
That's why we hired Rachel for one. So, yeah, I mean, it's hugely important to us, and it's hugely exciting. I mean, this is probably, of all the exciting things that we're doing at Kimberly-Clark from a media perspective with our center team. I mean, this definitely ranks up there towards the tops for me. And we're starting to look at bringing some of our key ad technology or platform contracts like directly in-house. So Trade Desk is actually one of them. It's been a long and sometimes tough negotiation. We've been working on it for, well, Rachel, like 8 months already. Yeah. And we're not done yet, but we're getting there. Again, it's a reflection of the partnership that we're both kind of willing to go through it, because we know that the way it's going to help both of our companies on the other side is going to be worth it. But yeah, I mean, just like, massive unlocks for us when we're able to have the data on our side. And this is not a knock on our agency partners, right? And the same is true. Rachel was up talking about ad verification, and that's another one that we're bringing in house, right? But like, look, the agency teams are strapped to the max, just trying to get the buys and get things done and out the door. And it's not in their like historical wheelhouse to have the type of analytical power that we might be able to get access to on our side. And, I look at this like, and I tell our agency friends, like, don't look at this as a threat, like, look at this as a gift. Because if we're able to get more insights out of all of the data, and if we're able, like from ad verification as an example, right? If we're able to learn more about, what ads are really working, how things kind of correlate between, hover rates and exposure to equity lifts and those kinds of things, like, we're going to pass that on to you so you can execute better. And when we execute better, guess who wins? You do, right? So we all win when that happens. So don't look at us kind of coming in and like bringing some of these contracts in house as like taking anything away from you. The partnership element is still super important, and it's going to help make all of us better. And I think that they've, again, they've started to come around, I think, more so on that. When you first start to talk about the topic, they're like, well, what do you mean? We've got such great rates, and you're going to be, you'll never be able to, recreate what we've been able to do for you. And we're finding that, we can. So it's encouraging.
Cool. Last topic here. I know we're coming up on time.
Are we? Okay,
Yeah,
one house
getting close
fast.
to it. I know, right?
Yeah.
So last week were the upfronts. Obviously, I'm sure a lot of people in this room were out there. Heard an interesting stat. The upfront started by ABC in 1962. In 1963, cassette tapes were invented. So you think about the evolution of how that industry has changed. Arguably, the upfronts sort of are under the same format as they were since 1962, largely speaking. Obviously, there's been some evolution.
Razzle dazzle.
Yeah, would love to kind of hear your perspective and POV on what needs to change. Where do you see the upfronts going, and how is Kimberly-Clark thinking about them?
I'm an authority on upfronts. This is like a funny story. So this is the truth. All right, this is like a moment of humility. It was 2000. I went to the CBS upfront. It was actually a simulcast, like here in Chicago, and I watched it. And I went back to the office. I'm like, oh, so what'd you think of the CBS upfront? Yeah, they had this show called CSI. Like, it's way too grisly. It'll never make it. So, and that's like 22 years and 5,000 episodes later. So I sort of realized that maybe I'm not an authority on upfronts after all. But at least in terms of what's going to be a hit and what's not. But yeah, in terms of change, this is an interesting pivot, by the way, to go here. But I think start with calendar upfronts, right? You mentioned like the history. I mean, I don't know how many people know, but like the reason why upfronts started in the fourth quarter is because the automotive industry, because they wanted to sync the new shows coming out with when the new car models came out, right? Well, like, we don't operate on that calendar. Most companies like us, we operate on a calendar. So in the fourth quarter, which has like the strictest, guidelines in terms of what you can cancel and cut, is always like our most volatile quarter, right? Like we're either like having to cut budgets to bring things in at the end, or there's like money that came in because we've got a surplus at the end of the year, right? So, fourth quarter is when we need the most flexibility, usually not the least. So calendar upfronts, and again, and certain partners have been, working towards this, and we've done some deals that way, which is a help. But man, I would love for it to be the standard and the norm. Maybe that's just me. And then I'd say, what needs to continue to happen is just the continued push for flexibility. And we've definitely, again, the way that the trends have gone on linear television, there's no doubt that, if you're going to be successful, you need to have a mix of linear and connected and premium video and streaming and everything, right? So, when we can work with partners who will allow us to sort of freely move our inventory, like between those different buckets, and now like they've all pretty much got all of them, or even kind of count, if we're able to like maybe do some buys through the trade desk, is kind of counting towards our agreement with them because they're still receiving some of it, even if it's not direct. Like those are the kinds of things that we sort of look for in the type of change that I want to see. And I feel like, because I mean, look, the truth is that, some like the television has eroded and more of our spend is in digital, right? And it's like, if we're able to get smarter about how we're able to reach people and reach people more efficiently and more effectively, we don't need to have all of them in the mix. We can be a little bit more selective. So we're going to be selective towards the ones who are more flexible and accommodating to meet our needs. And that's just going to be kind of the way that it is. So, and again, we've had some good reception with that. I mean, we've got some great partners and things that we're doing on the television video front. So I don't want to be like come off as like Mr. Negative about it as all. I mean, I'm very encouraged by the way that things are progressing. I feel like things maybe could have progressed a little faster, a little sooner on some regards, but I'm happy with where we are now.
Yeah. I mean, we strongly believe it's gonna, over the next couple of years, obviously evolve quickly. Things like Netflix, Disney Plus. And I guess a follow-up then is like, when we think about streaming services in the last 12 months, there's been so much change, right? I mean, the launch of Discovery Plus, HBO Max, Peacock, so many of these. So, I mean, even going back to committing 12 months in advance, like, how do you think about that when, there's new services? If Netflix comes up later this year, or, others with ads, like, how do you commit knowing that so much has, shifted and happened, or, how do you build that agility into everything you do?
That's exactly right. I mean, that's why flexibility is so key. I mean, I hate to say the word, cut necessarily, but I like to say the word optimize. So, if, even if we're kind of coming up on a quarter and we know that, there's options that we can exercise, but there's like maybe, doesn't mean we have to kind of keep it. Even if we're like planned to spec, I would still say, we'll look at the spec. And if we've got room to move some things around, like let's maybe move them around if it makes it more optimal. We don't have to settle with what we kind of landed on, 8 months ago as being the thing that we're stuck to. If we've got the room to move, let's take a fresh look and see where we might want to move it. And Mindshare has been good about helping us accommodate that.
Great. That's all I have. Any questions from the audience? Perfect. Well, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Jeremy. We're going to take a half-hour break. We definitely encourage everybody to stand up, go outside, stretch your legs. We'll come back. We're going to hear from Ulta Beauty, Molson Coors, and then we're going to head to dinner. All right. Everybody. All right, we'll get going here. I hope everybody had a good break, had a chocolate chip cookie. 2 more sessions. One of the things, we've been really focused on the topic on marketing, pretty straight down the middle. And the topic that we haven't really talked about today, which I think this next group is going to talk about a little bit, is DEI, and it'll come into the conversation. Ulta Beauty. Since 2015, Ulta Beauty has added 15,000 employees. They are a workforce behemoth. And of the 45,000 people who work at Ulta Beauty, 95% identify as a woman. It is a big, powerful, diverse business. So Christine White from Ulta Beauty is going to be joined by Ali Stone from Google, and they are going to hold the next 45-minute conversation. And they're going to talk about a lot of different topics around innovation, but you'll hear some DEI thread in there. So let's welcome them to the stage.
How's everybody doing? I heard you were tired. We're gonna have fun, I promise. It's gonna be great. I'm Christine White. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I head up content and media strategy for Ulta Beauty.
Hi, I'm Ali Stone with Google, and I personally get to work with Christine and the Ulta Beauty team on a regular basis. So really excited to showcase the amazing work that is coming out of Ulta Beauty and Christine's team, who is oftentimes at the center of much of this. So excited to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. So I know the theme of today is all around media, buying, innovation. So maybe that's a good place to kick off and start. Can you tell us a little bit about how Ulta approaches innovation and what that means from, looking at innovation through the lens of evolving it for your guests?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we think about innovation, right, we usually think disruptive innovation, right? Big things, big seismic movements. And yes, that's absolutely important to businesses, especially looking to evolve. But a lot of what we do, right, is more in the spaces of sustainable and incremental innovation, right? How can we improve upon the product that we have so it can sustain, right, over the course of a period of time, and further growth in the business? As we think about incrementality in terms of innovation, those are things like adding technology, right? Adding platforms to our mix, evolving how we look at our data, better interfacing with things like CRM systems and technology stacks that allow us to really pinpoint that consumer journey, which I'm sure a lot of folks have talked about today. So that's a lot of the area where we're kind of doubling down right now. And then certainly as we think about this idea of being the heart of the beauty community and how can we innovate with consumers as it relates to connection, right? So that seems obvious, but it's often the hardest thing to crack as it really relates to getting underneath the consumer behavior and really being able to evolve with that evolving consumer behavior. So we've spent a lot of time looking at, social media, content creation, the ecosystem of influence as we think about that overall impact. So that's across our entire enterprise. So I know that's a lot, and I certainly don't oversee all of it, but.
Yeah, and speaking of, there's a lot of cross-functional work that has to go into that. So can you tell us a little bit about how you're engaging with all those various teams across Ulta Beauty? Like, how does that come into play from an innovation perspective all the way to media strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Ulta's really been at the forefront of a lot of that as we think about collaboration and cross-functional teams. Our corporate strategy team has really led us through quite a bit of the evolution as a business, adding centers of excellence as we look at digital, as we look at innovation broadly, as we look at media. We're continuing to build out what that looks like. We just launched our retail media network. So a lot of that collaboration really does come down to the art and science of it. Of being able to operate in a silo so that you can keep the work moving forward in matrix organizations, but at the same time, bringing people along on that journey. So we've set up infrastructures quite a bit in operations capacities to enable us to do that. And then obviously, as we look at technology, a lot of our tools to keep us tracking from a project management perspective as well.
Great, great. And I know that the art and science of it is understated, I'd imagine. I mean, I think about how much the shopping journey has changed over the last couple of years, and then the beauty journey specifically. So many different touch points, from discovering on social media to virtual try-ons. It just makes, selecting shades and products so much easier. And then of course, my specific space in search, we see just the volume and the demand at all-time highs.
Yeah.
How do you go about making decisions on what platforms are the right ones in order to reach and engage with your beauty shoppers?
Yeah. So this is absolutely where the investment in understanding your consumer really comes in, broadly and narrowly, right? As it relates to your direct consumer, to your business, as it relates to the consumer opportunity pool that you have. We recently underwent some research this year that really looked at the beauty enthusiast and looked at their media consumption diet. And no surprise, right? They start with search, right? They start with search as a means for discovery. But what gets them there, right? So those are where a lot of the indirect enablers come in. We absolutely know social media has an impact on the beauty enthusiast, but it doesn't always mean that you're going to have that direct one-to-one correlation to sales, right? But you absolutely, and I'm sure all of us in this audience have seen something and saw something and like, I need to get that. But what's the next thing you do? You go to Google and you search for it, right? So absolutely.
Where do I buy it? Is this the right
Exactly.
product?
So starting to understand some of those fundamentals when you think about the shopping experience, specifically as it relates to checkout, of really being able to connect those dots. So some of that absolutely does come from being able to connect our consumer data to our platforms and really be able to find that through thread. Google has been an absolutely pivotal and important partner for us as we look at taking all of our data, and Ulta Beauty is in a very fortunate position to have a member database that's 37 million members deep. So as we look at the sales driven from that and the data that we're able to really understand on our consumer, it puts us in, a really advantageous position to be able to think about that journey and be really thoughtful and personal with them.
Yeah, I mean, the data and insights, I think it's just such a edge that the Ulta Beauty team has, just with those, not only the 37 million Ultimate Rewards members, but also your site, what's happening from a review perspective around products, all of your stores.
Yep.
So much data and insights that you sit on top of. How do you use that to inform your media strategies and infuse it into those media strategies?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we are a retailer. We are brick and mortar, we are social, we are web, we are app. The omni-channel experience and the omni-channel shopper are definitely the most important thing that we need to connect the dots on. We know that shopper is the most engaged. We know that shopper spends the most with us. So that's absolutely how we have to think about doubling down on creating frictionless shopping experiences, right? It doesn't always mean that they're using their app to shop. They might be in the store using their app to look up products or reviews, like you said, using that content as a driver for influence and actually wanting to touch and feel product and purchase in brick and mortar. So it really is connecting the dots between all of those experiences so that it's this idea of being able to shop anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. And I experienced it going into one of your stores a couple of weeks ago. Just the functionality of when you're actually in the store, integrating it with the app to then make better decisions, which is super cool in a number of different capacities. But I'd love to learn a little bit more about, again, like with that data, like how are the teams like making some buying decisions? Are there any platforms that you're really excited about that are on the horizon this year, or some big bets that you're making?
Absolutely. So when we think about how we look at our investment strategies, we take a pillar approach, right? This idea of know, feel, do, right? How do we get them to know about our brand? How do we get them to feel and connect with our brand? Often not what we sell, right? But the things that surround what we sell, the lifestyle of how it fits into their world, and then do, right? How do we actually influence preference and purchase? So we look at that, right, really as we go to build our marketing strategies and our go-to-market plans of what is that percent mix, right? What is it that we have to do as a business? What do we know? Yes, of course, we're a retailer. We need to drive sales. That's obvious. But how do we need to go and do that, right? What are going to be the strategies and objectives that allow us to do that? So starting there, right, fundamentally is just from an investment framework perspective, helps us to then make decisions about platform selection. So we know streaming audio is something that I'm super passionate about. The increasing addressability that streaming audio has with the beauty enthusiast, just as you think about, getting ready in the morning, right? Going out at night, and the role that music plays, or the role that audio, voice, sound plays for a beauty enthusiast is really crucial. And so you think about those adjacencies to the physical nature of beauty. And it's in the unexpected, I always say, right? Those are the connection points. It's not in the obvious thing. The obvious thing, your consumers are easily going to shop with you. It's finding those platforms that allow that connection to come in unexpected ways that make the big difference. So audio, social is absolutely a platform that we're investing in, especially as we look at emerging spaces like commerce and live shopping, live commerce, just general live stream as we think overall about edutainment and content, and really doubling down on those capacities. And then obviously, as we think about right, platforms that we know work. I've mentioned search, and it's absolutely extremely important platform, an extremely important channel for us, because we know it can shift and change a lot of the behavior of our consumer.
Yep. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up live streams and some of these new spaces that are really emerging and evolving over the past couple of years. Social commerce, live stream are a couple big ones that come to mind. I'd imagine when you think about your team and the skill sets, because these are very unique skill sets that the team needs to kind of understand and really kind of hone in to drive that strategy forward. So can you tell us a little bit about how you're structuring your team around these emerging formats, any skill sets that are critical in order to succeed in those areas?
Yeah. Allie always jokes that I have a very large team, and I tend to very much disagree with her. But my functional oversight, right, is influencer relations. It's our national media efforts, our content strategy team, and then our social media team. And when I think about who I'm looking for in building a team, it's people who are able to connect dots, right? Because as we think about modern marketing, it all has to be connected. Data has to be connected to creative, and creative has to be connected to strategy. So they all work congruently, and they all have to triangulate, right? So you have to, and I hate when people say you have to go find the unicorns, but you have to find people that can think through and really pull that thread through. You have to understand why an ad unit, right, might be the right place to place it, but the creative isn't going to make that connection. And ultimately, you're going to be able to explain that through the data. So really having a team that fundamentally understands that. Do they have to be an expert in all of it? No, but they have to have the skill set to be able to see beyond kind of their tactical function. So a lot of dot connectors on my team, and they know I call them that all the time. And really being able to be conduits between marketing strategy and creative execution. So media buyers know that, right? Fundamentally, it's all about creating the connection. If you're not creating the connection, you're not getting the business. So fundamentally, when we start there, we find ourselves in a really strong place.
Yeah, no, and there's just so much on the horizon, I'd imagine, and just continuing to build on top of that. Creative and content strategy. I know an area you're very passionate about. I'm also a big believer in creative as such a huge component of overarching performance.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you bring that Ulta beauty message to life, or how you're thinking about it from a creative execution component of the media strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say this is absolutely an area that is a work in progress. If I had it all solved, I'd give you, the play-by-play and the playbook, but we have not figured that out. We are a retailer. We have a brand of 600 other brands. We have a retail media network arm where our brands are constantly pushing out hundreds of messages through to our data through our platform. We have, co-op programs, and we have core marketing, right? And as you think about the number of messages that, yes, we're talking 37 million people plus, but that's still a lot of messages for a consumer to be receiving. So there is a lot of opportunity to think about audience strategy and getting really, really solid about who we're reaching with what message, with what creative, and being really thoughtful about how we test and learn with them. VidMob is a partner of ours. We've had an awesome partnership with them the past couple of years. And they have an awesome creative analytics tool that has taught us a lot about how we think about the creative that we produce against the programs. A lot of what we do are promotional events. We know that a lot of promotional event messaging actually doesn't resonate with the consumer. So creating test and learn strategies that really allow us to validate that from a marketing perspective, as we think about placement, as we think about the creative articulation, it only allows us to get smarter, our analytics and performance to get stronger.
Yeah, there's so much to creative effectiveness and the creative strategy. Never enough creative. I know it's the challenge for everyone to get that right message and that personalization element in there. But just going back to the data and insights, or even from a creative perspective, I mean, is there anything that's interesting that you've learned recently about your audience, or just whether it be a message or just an insight that you pulled through a strategy? Just curious, like, what was interesting about it? Like, how did you then leverage that for your planning?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest things that we've found, which should come as no surprise, right, is humanity drives better engagement, right? So anytime that we are featuring people talking about product in our creative and in our messaging, we see stronger performance regardless of the KPI, whether it's an upper funnel KPI or it's a ROAS KPI. We continue to find that through thread as we look and really get underneath creative strategy. And I mentioned it before, right? The flip side of it is that we don't have to be overly promotional to market towards a promotional event, right? People know if they want something, they will figure out how to get a discount. They will figure out where to buy it. They will figure out how to get the best bang for their buck. Consumers are increasingly savvy that way. And so as you think about connection, it doesn't always have to be, the creative doesn't always have to be inadvertently driving the thing that you sell, right? It has to drive the action and the output of how they're going to use it. Because it goes back to, right, how does your brand fit into their life? And fundamentally, more and more, those who really understand modern marketing are really successful with that.
And maybe this is a good point to kind of pivot to diversity and inclusion. I know this is really ingrained in Ulta Beauty's mission, and the whole team is very invested in it. Can you tell us a little bit more how you're thinking about it from a messaging strategy, media strategy, or just like a little bit about how Ulta Beauty thinks about it in its entirety?
Yeah, absolutely. And so, kind of starting at the highest level, right? As you think about Ulta Beauty, you think Ulta Beauty is a retailer, right? But I said it before, we are also a brand. And so we are in this very unique position of, as we increasingly think about the competition of other retailers, we have to convince them to love us, right? To consider Ulta Beauty. So it's less about the things that we sell, because you can get those everywhere. And it's more about the values, right? The things that are unique to Ulta Beauty, the offering that we're able to give to consumers. And so fundamentally, this idea of even at a brand equity level, right? Beauty is a force for good, and that we celebrate the superpowers of beauty. And yes, I understand that's 20,000 feet in the air at a brand equity level, but principally applying that, right? And bringing that kind of down into the marketing funnel, we have to think about where we have opportunity. We look at key cohorts where we have opportunity. It's absolutely with the Black community. And so yes, we have to live the story, right? Our business has to be investing in those communities. They have to be doubling down on brands that are founded by and with those consumers. And then we have to be telling that story. And so that includes who we're investing with, right? As we think about multicultural media and those audience there, as we think about the ownership of those media properties, those are all key considerations for us. And as we think about the messages, right, and who we're creating for, yes, it's more work, right, but the output is always worth it. We look at our Latina and Hispanic audiences, we over-index in those. They love beauty, right? But we have to be able to think about messages that are both general and narrow and how we speak to those audiences. So it's an extremely important overall mission of Ulta Beauty. It shows up most visibly from a media and marketing perspective, but it's something that we've been really doubling down on since I joined in 2018. And it has really, we have seen a lot of the fruits of that labor, even as we look at, the audiences that we've been able to bring in, the commitments that we've made, and being able to, I joke with my team, right? Our goal is to change hearts and minds. And so being able to change hearts and minds is not easy in an increasingly competitive and cluttered market.
Yeah. No, I think it's a fantastic mission, and I know Ulta Beauty just really stands behind it, which is so incredible. In terms of competition and especially over the past couple of years, how shoppers and beauty shoppers are shopping, like it's very omni now. A lot of the brands that you partner with, they have their own direct to consumer channels. How have you shifted your strategy just to think about like this new type of shopper that has really evolved over the past few years?
Yeah, like I had mentioned, omni shoppers are our most valuable shopper, absolutely. And really it goes back to why shop with us versus anywhere else, right? So our loyalty program is 37 million members deep for a reason, right? It is absolutely best in class. I give all the credit to that team because it fundamentally speaks to a lot of the reasons why people love to shop with us, right? They know that they can get more value when shopping with us. So as we think about, that consumer dynamic, those are absolutely things that we consider kind of going into that.
Absolutely. And I know we talked a little bit about all these new types of platforms that, really have emerged. The live stream shopping, creators are a big part of your portfolio. And then of course, your digital strategies, your traditional strategies. Curious how you measure it all, and if there's really any differences with how you're measuring like a tried and true strategy versus something that's on an entirely new platform that you just know is like the right place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll start with that second part of that question. Live shopping could have a whole other Q&A on live shopping, something I'm very passionate about, but it's not necessarily to drive commerce as the end goal right now anyway, right? So it absolutely is a test and learn for us to understand the behavior of that shopper. You look at why it's so popular in Asia, and there are very different reasons why it will be popular here. So yes, we can take things from that, but intentionally it's two different consumer cultures. So as we think about things like scarcity, right, as we think about things like limited edition, and that's why drops and things like that work so well with consumers, the connection to culture, the idea of luxury price points, all of those things, right, are absolutely driving commerce for a lot of these live shopping partners. But for it to just be a functional part of who we are, right? You can go buy the lipstick today, or you can go buy it tomorrow. So we have to offer something different there. But it's absolutely a place we want to be, right? We want to learn, we want to understand, and we've learned a lot about consumers. We've created huge remarketing pools from live shopping events. So yes, the intent might not be, commerce right then, but we absolutely have opportunity to think about what their journey looks like with us from there, and be able to continue to engage with them. Yeah. And then as you think about, additional new platforms, it's always let's test, right? Let's listen, let's learn, let's see what other people are doing. And you
don't test, you don't learn,
and you don't learn.
Know what's out there.
And so going into it, right, with what does success look like? What is the goal of this? Really helps us to remind ourselves, to remind our cross-functional partners, our merchant partners often as well, of why we do things. And so they don't always live on forever. And when you fail, you fall forward, right? And you learn a lot from it. So that's absolutely how we kind of approach.
Yeah, I love that. And test and learn. I mean, it's a critical component to any media strategy. So you get to understand what's working or how to pivot and evolve and grow from there.
Yeah.
Okay, last question before I open it up to the crowd here. So when we think about, you know, the audiences, I know your ultimate reward members, huge part of the audiences that you're re-engaging with. But when you think about like new customer acquisition and just like so many beauty enthusiasts out there, any key differences with how you're going after one type of audience versus the other type of audience?
Yeah, this is a personal passion and a personal bent of mine, right? Because I talked about changing hearts and minds, right? We can't do what we've always done with people we haven't already captured. We have 37 million people in our member database. We know a thing or two about what can draw them in. That's not working for those other people. We've been in business, right, for 30 years now. So we have to think differently. We have to start, and this is where innovation comes in, right? And in that sense of things, we have to think beyond that. And that's where things like content comes in, where it is indirect selling, this idea of the value exchange that content, things like influencers and the role they play, all of us in this room, and the level of influence that you can have as you think about advocacy and ambassadorship. So it's not going to be the same things that Ulta Beauty has always done to be reaching them. And so it really is this idea of, what do they need? Who are they? Understanding who that audience is. And we've done a lot of that work from a persona perspective broadly across the landscape. So,
and then probably testing and learning.
And I was going to say, and then
working.
testing and learning, absolutely, of really being able to expand on that. So that's our mission for next year in a big way. And we're excited to tackle it.
Very, very exciting. So I'll open it up to the crowd. Any questions for Christine? And I think the mic is coming back for you.
Hi, Elliot Rosenbaum from the Trade Desk. First off, thank you for being so open with everything that you're working on, and congratulations about the Retail Media Network that you guys recently launched. I'm curious to know what excites you the most about the launch of the Retail Media Network, and where do you think the largest value you're going to bring to the brands that you work with? Is it building awareness with your loyalty and your customer base, which you've talked about, or is it being able to help them drive that end conversion and be that little nudge that pushes them over the edge?
Yeah, absolutely. So candidly, I don't oversee our Retail Media Network, but what I'm excited for as I think about what that team is going to go and build, right, is the shared mutual objectives of the brand and our business, right? So we are always going to benefit from what our brand partners are ultimately driving with their objectives in mind, right? So as we think about, driving stronger cross-category penetration, just as we think about shopping behavior, right? And the ability for a brand to help us do that, right? There's mutual benefit there. Our brands are absolutely going to be able to help us drive growth and scale as an overall business so that we can better support them too, right? So we can better support our overall total business so that we can invest more in our brands, big and small, because our emerging brand category is absolutely a very important piece of our retail mix. So, and plus just more opportunity for support, right? So I think that as being a retailer and having to split your time and focus and prioritization across so many different things is the ability to really be able to provide that from an overall relationship perspective as well. Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we have time for one more.
Hi there.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm not good with mics. So Allie, you made such an interesting point, and Christine, just very curious to play off that when you're going after audiences where, hey, it's someone that we're not as familiar with. From a strategic standpoint, when you're getting data and information from your partners across the business, what data sources do you leverage? How do you get a good understanding in terms of, we've got all this media, we want to put together a media plan, but we don't know who these people are. We don't know how they consume media. Like, what data sources do you use? How do you collect that information?
Yeah, a lot of what we do is lookalike modeling, right? Because we do have such a strong audience pool there. And we recently just went through segmentation work to look at personas, right? And be able to overlay that to our current member file to make some some of them assumptions on who that pool of, 30 million people are that we have not yet captured to be able to do that. So that's a lot of really how we look at data sources in terms of being able to look at some of that data. We have a really strong credit card program as we look at that as well, and being able to overlay some of that segmentation as well. But that's usually how we have been approaching it from our perspective, and certainly plan to do as we think about acquisition strategies in the future.
Great. Well, thank you so
Yeah.
much, Christine.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Allie.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Last one. Everybody ready? And it's a perfect one to get us ready for a cocktail hour. So Becky Lofstrom from Caden, my buddy Brad Feinberg from Molson Coors are going to talk about digital transformation, the great digital migration. Come on up, team. And then we'll come back to you and tell you about dinner.
Oh, should we switch?
I don't care.
We might confuse. All right. You want to switch names?
Yeah.
This is on? Yes. So I think we can make this relatively quick and painless to get you on to the business of happy hour and drinking some Molson Coors products. So I was hoping we could get started here today just by having you explain what your not day-to-day, but what your responsibilities
day-to-day.
are. There is no such thing as
No, there's
day-to-day
none,
anymore.
none.
But tell us what all falls under your purvey.
That can be the entire talk in itself. So hello, everyone. So I've been at Molson Coors now for 13 years. Actually grew up in the media side of the business, like on agencies, and went client side back in like 2004. And my role has evolved to Becky, to your point. And so I am now, I always describe it, the shorthand is I am the marketing services department for the marketing organization for Molson Coors for all of the Americas. And my role consists of a variety of different things, and especially as media and marketing has evolved over the past, 4 to 5 years. Obviously, things have accelerated pretty dramatically. And as of that, we've tried to continue to enhance and build capability internally to deliver on that. So the 3 core departments that I oversee, and there's one that's in development. The first one is media it's my core competency and an area of the business that we still dedicate a lot of resources to. And I have an entire team dedicated to that, both that sit in US, Canada, and cover all of our brands and some of our emerging brands, as well as our local media investment. I also oversee our what we call creative services department, and creative services includes the design team. So all of our packaging design gets created in partnership with brands and outside agencies as a result of that. We also do agency operations. We manage all of our agency relationships and contracts. And in the beginning of a global pandemic, I built an in-house agency. And so we now have a 40-person dedicated internal creative team, largely designed around social media and community management at its core, but we cover all the business for US and Canada from a creative standpoint, doing a lot of kind of low touch creative needs for some of our smaller brands. They are AOR, and that's been ramping up for the past couple of years. And then for not to say that I don't have anything else to do, I also oversee what we call Precision Digital Marketing Team. And Precision Digital Marketing Team, and what you heard a lot today in terms of data, has become an area of rapid growth. It's was a cornerstone, one of the 3 prongs of our revitalization plan for Molson Coors that we created in 2019 when Molson Coors acquired the balance of Miller Coors, which Could take me an entire half an hour to talk about that. And in that team, we handle programmatic media. We handle data strategy. We're building CRM initiatives, building out our data capabilities. We also manage what we call marketing analytics, so we can optimize the things that we do. And then a digital marketing operations team, which does all the technical work, building websites and that type of stuff. So
Wow.
we do a lot.
It's got to be funny to look back at your start in media
Sure.
when it was probably broadcast TV, cable,
Yep.
throwing some radio.
A lot of
at home.
newspaper, actually. I started my career working on an airline business that TWA, which an airline that doesn't even exist anymore. And I spent my first years of my career calling and buying newspaper inserts and insertions for fare sales on Fridays for the first part of my career. So yes, a big difference.
Times have changed.
Yeah.
Times have changed. With that, let's talk about media innovation. It's funny. I think we used to talk about media innovation in like decade chunks, like, oh, in the past decade, we've seen a lot of media innovation. And I think you said the innovation that has come in the last 5 years, even the last 3 years, has been astronomical. So let's talk about media and marketing innovation. What is exciting you right now? And how are you incorporating that into your plans?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the geeking outside of me would say what's exciting me right now is in the area of how we're optimizing the analytics part of media innovation. So the availability of the data and to be able to connect those data attributes and information into one seamless solution to tell us what's working or not working in somewhat near real time is super exciting to me. And it is an area like that unlocks a lot of opportunity for my team, for our marketing department, the visibility we're able to get with our leadership team, even our board, to share out to say, we know this is working. We've done the experiments to do that. We're optimizing we're able to see both the creative and the media working in concert too, to see what creative is performing best, and able to do that really quickly. And what's super interesting to me about that is I think what the unlock was in a pandemic that started 2 years ago, right? A lot of the rear view mirror kind of look back views of marketing analytics were really difficult to apply and use. And so they only accelerated our need and our ability to kind of look at the world a little bit differently and identify new solutions that would allow us to kind of understand what's working now so that we can make those adjustments to our marketing mix and drive the business forward. So it's unlocked things like, again, not super exciting, but things like wear out. I know it's like a question that a lot of media agencies and media companies get is like, how long do I run this particular piece of creative? Is it still working? As we all know, as marketers, like we get way tired of our creative a lot faster than our consumers do. And having tools in place that can say, well, actually, this particular piece of creative is still working really hard for you. Like, don't pull it off the air. And that we use a term inside of Molson Coors we call sweating the assets. And it's designed around, really knowing, like, can we run this longer so that we can get the most out of it? And that cuts down on non-working costs, which are, and allows you to funnel more money into working media because you don't need to create as much. And I think we all get that's something that's been a huge unlock for us, as well as some media that performs better than others, some brands that perform better than others in certain areas. And so that's like a really interesting areas of the area of innovation. Obviously, personalization is another one in that we are able to now kind of create more customized messaging to consumers in a lot of different places. Based on behaviors and past behaviors and even some cases attitudes that allows us to unlock greater value for our consumers and drive greater business value in terms of profitability on all of our different brands.
Let's do an offshoot of what you just said on personalization.
Sure.
So I've always been curious for large portfolio brands. How do you reconcile the way you go to an upfront and you buy as a portfolio?
Sure.
You want to take advantage of your clout and get those efficiencies and get the programming upfront, and you need to do an upfront, but then how do you reconcile that with individual brand needs and personalizing their media plans?
Yeah, I mean, there are always schools of thought when it comes to portfolio of brands, right? For some companies, such as ours, like we are a house of brands, right? Like we start with the brands and then we build the house. It's the foundation and we build on top of that. For other brands, they start at the house and then they kind of go down to thinking about how does this all fit together within that house. So we build everything from the bottom up, right? And so each brand is designed their own purpose, their own brand world as well. And those are very influential in terms of how we think about how we go to market from a media standpoint, because we start with what is the brand strategy? What's that brand's purpose of the world? How does it differentiate from other brands? Keep in mind, maybe different than someone like Kimberly Clark, I know who spoke earlier, right? All of our products live in exactly the same space. Like whereas Kimberly Clark might have Kleenex and diapers, I have beverages, 100% beverages, right? And beverages are all being consumed somewhat interchangeably. Some of them are very much can be occasion based, right? So if you're going to a backyard barbecue or it's a hot summer day, you might think of one brand versus another that fits that occasion better than the other. But in general, they're it can be somewhat interchangeable. So so that is always a challenge for our business. But if you start at the bottom and build your brands up and think about its brand's purpose, you can find differentiation and the way you go to market from a media standpoint. In many cases, we buy the same media, right? So for example, I ran 3 brands this year in March Madness, right? We ran Miller Lite, Coors Light, and 4 brands, Blue Moon and Vizzy, which are our hard seltzer brand, in March Madness. But what we did was we didn't run all those brands in the same shows. They all have very different creative approaches to the way they go to market, so they look different. And we've tried to maintain separation. So what we do when we go to market, something like going back to your question on like the upfront, what we want to do is we want to leverage the scale of our business to get the value out of the partners we do, but then we select brands and we find ways to separate within that. So when we run, this is getting very tactical, but for example, when we run in a football game, for example, we have a very I know I saw Tracy out there, so she's very familiar with this. But like we have a scheduling process that allows us to determine what is the best brand to fit in a particular football game, and largely driven by what brand has an association with that team or that market. And that then creates opening for that brand to own that particular environment. So if it's like a Bears-Packers game as an example, both of those markets, both of those teams are Miller Lite teams, right? We have exclusivities for Miller Lite, both those teams. So it doesn't make sense to put a Coors Light in a Packers-Bears game, right? So we find ways to create separation, even though our brands play in the same space.
Thank you for clarifying. And I do want to know, what is the perfect beer brand for a summer barbecue?
Oh, I don't know. There are lots. There are a lot. I mean, I will say this is a little bit of a plug. And we are going to happy hour. We are launching starting this week, starting Memorial Day, a new brand in partnership with the Coca-Cola Company. And I'm sure you're all familiar with the Simply Lemonade brand or Simply Juice brand. We're launching a flavor variety of hard Simply drinks in beautiful 12-ounce slim cans with like a Simply Lemonade, hard Simply Lemonade, blueberry lemonade, watermelon lemonade, And they are, I would say I've tasted all of them and they're delicious. And I think they'll be, they're great. They will be great on a hot summer day. I think they are going to be one of the drinks of the summer for sure.
Excellent. I look forward to trying all of those. And let's switch gears here a little bit. So I assume when you sit down with your teams, both internally and your agencies, that you are taking a macro view to your media plans, meaning you're taking into account what's happening out there in the world. And there is a hell of a lot happening in the world right now.
Yes,
you've got economic factors, a looming stagflation. I don't know. I never knew what that was until recently. You've got inflation, different than stagflation. You've got supply chain issues, and that's the economic side. And then you, of course, have to look at what's happening in the media marketplace. And you've got a ton going on there with cookie deprecation, and then also with changing consumer habits. So how do you, or how will you change your media investments given all of those macro views?
Yeah, it comes down to two things, I think. One of which is you need to know your consumer, starting for that, right? And so I believe as marketers, our job generally is to be where consumers are. So we've, even in the intro, like talked about it, like one of the things I like to say, to continue to kind of hit home on is like, there's like the great digital migration, which I think started at the pandemic in terms of shifting behaviors to streaming and more time spent in digital media overall. I'm sure we'll talk about the metaverse, but obviously that's another area where you're seeing some migration, maybe not to the growth that it's being discussed. But so I think knowing your consumers and their behaviors is critical, right? So we started experimenting in new media formats or new media forms, looking at things like podcasting is a good example. We were kind of at the front of that before that started to, I think, explode. But you saw some of those behavior changes. Streaming is obviously a big area for many brands, including ours, in terms of our investments. So looking at behaviors is a key part of that. And knowing the consumer behaviors, knowing how they kind of interact with media, and then being there in the places that are appropriate for your brands is super critical. So we don't think we should be everywhere, but we need to be at the places where our brands intersect with their desire to purchase. And then the layer on top of that is in the area like the evolution of e-commerce as well. And our business has evolved in that too in the past couple of years as that has picked up pretty dramatically. And then the second, and again, it shouldn't be a surprise to most marketers, is just agility, right? Like don't lock yourself into too many things. There are needs for like longer term commitments in some areas that unlock value for your brands. But I think majority of brands today that are successful, especially in a kind of a continuous evolving landscape, need to always keep their options open and be available to make changes, make cuts, invest more in places that are performing well, and having that flexibility is super critical to being successful as a modern marketer. I think more brands that are kind of set and forget, put their media plans out there, and then kind of cross their fingers, hope and pray that it's going to go well, are going to be left behind, because that's just not the way the world moves anymore. And having the ability to be flexible, having those analytics capabilities, so knowing what's working, what's not working, and then pivoting is where growth comes from.
Excellent. So you've talked a lot about data and ensuring that your media is working as it should and you're getting that return on investment. How do you determine which platforms you're going to test? I think a lot of people suffer from analysis paralysis and they don't do anything. They set it and forget it, and they're overwhelmed by too many options. But then I think in today's world, the opposite is happening. There's so much new and so many opportunities. I'm sure many salespeople in the audience are jotting down notes and thinking, oh, I can call on you based on something you said, and I can prove that out. How in the world do you figure out who you're going to test with? And then do you set aside, or do particular brands set aside like a test and learn budget?
Yeah, in terms of like new media opportunities, I think the best way to do that is to understand our brands all build their strategies over the course of a calendar year. And they have key platforms or key, we call them brand acts, where we're kind of doing earned media type of initiatives. And so media partners that help enhance those experiences or what we're trying to put out into the world and have lower risk because they are lower investments are ways to kind of to test at the cheap and gain some learnings that will be impactful for the long term. Though I will also add that we do also a lot of like brand safety checks before we do anything. And so I don't know if you guys remember Clubhouse that existed a year ago that everyone was talking about, right? We didn't go there, to be clear. I don't think it's really anything anymore. But it was a hot topic inside, right? And everyone inside, all my brand managers wanted to do something on it, and they all said, yeah, and I'm like, I don't understand where you think you fit in here. But it's like, the part of it is avoiding the shiny objects, right? So like staying like, and we would do our rigor on brand safety as part of that, and in a regulated industry where we are also have to make sure that we're reaching a certain legal drinking age consumer profile. That is a cornerstone of kind of what we look at as well. But then really looking for things that are experience based and or enhance existing programming that brands have in place are where the best opportunities are. I think when partners try to fit in things that they want to do, right, versus what fits with what my business needs are, that's where they fall short on securing those dollars, right? When they come and say, I have a great idea for you because you're beer, and we've done beer with other people, that doesn't necessarily mean that works for us, right? Or it doesn't necessarily mean my business, and I have this one program around Father's Day, which we do on Miller Lite, for example. And it's going to fit my Father's Day program coming up, which is where my media team spends most of their time trying to figure out what are the places and spaces that are most appropriate to promote a particular brand around a particular occasion or events that we're trying to kind of borrow some equity off of.
You hear that, all of you salespeople, including myself. Wonderful. So I'm curious, you talk about this digital migration. Can you point to a brand and an example within your portfolio that is really doing it right and migrating?
Yeah, Miller Lite is the one that comes to mind for me immediately. Miller Lite is all about creating Miller time with your friends, is the way we describe that's brand's positioning. That said, we got into gaming really early, a few years ago, and started to invest even in the esports space. We took a very delicate route to that, in that how does our product interact with it? It's not necessarily the most authentic to the gaming space. And so we wanted to make sure we did it in an authentic way and it fit the brand. So we kind of worked with influencers in that space first and kind of grew over time there. But we started to learn about that as an environment, which led to, so we created a foothold in the gaming community. And we were doing some advertising on Twitch at the time as well to kind of extend our awareness for that audience. And so as we saw more and more of that younger 21 to 24, like that real heartbeat of our, the next generation of beer drinkers, we wanted to make sure that we were resonating with them. So that was one area that we would say that we've like invested in, and it's a good example of a brand, and that manifested itself to creating the first bar in the metaverse, which we did for the Super Bowl, or the big game, as we have to say, I guess. And we ran our Super Bowl commercial there, because for those of you that probably don't know, ABI has exclusivity in the Super Bowl. So all other beer brands can't run nationally in the game.
Love it.
And so we use this as an opportunity to steal a little bit of thunder from them, some PR from them, and launched our ad and our creative, which was very tongue in cheek. What we ran in Decentraland, we rented some real estate there, created a bar, interacted with consumers, and it was, again, highly successful. But the only reason we were able to do that is that we already built some authenticity with the gamer community. So we were able to tap into that. So it didn't feel like we were coming out of left field. I think some brands do things and they're like, it's done just for the PR, right? And or for the marketing community. And it's not necessarily in the interest of the brand, or it doesn't fit the brand. To be clear, like I did actually, interestingly, I did push back on the brand on that one too, because Miller Lite's all about authenticity and like real-time moments with your friends. And the metaverse didn't feel very genuine to me, right? And so I did push back on the brand leadership on that one to say, like, does this really fit Miller Lite? And so we did adopt it to enjoy. The messaging was like, come visit our, the Millerverse, like the Miller Lite bar in the metaverse, watch our commercial and then go enjoy a beer with your friends in the real world. And so we gave away beers to people to have with their friends in the real world as a way to kind of make that connection back to what the brand's positioning is.
I love how thoughtful your approach is to media in terms of every aspect. I'm curious, we only have 3 minutes left here. So what question should I ask you? This is going quickly. I'm curious, what media trends are really catching your eye right now, and why, and how would you incorporate those?
Yeah, I mean, I'll build off my last comment. Obviously, whether it's a media trend or just a transformational trend, obviously what's going on with whether you call it Web3 or metaverse, right? NFTs, crypto, all of that is super interesting to me, more for the reason of I want to distinguish the difference between what are shiny objects in that space, or brands are kind of jumping in. But I think that there is some merit to this idea of where we think that may go. And I think the brands that do experiment now there, and even if it is, the audiences are relatively small, will be better prepared if that changes. And I've had conversations with my leadership. I talked to like my CFO about this, the metaverse. Everyone seems to be very super interested in it. And so we're building out like, what is our strategy? How do we think we want to, create brands here? What do we think is the most appropriate way to do that? Obviously in a way that makes sense for alcohol beverage business. But it's funny because you talk to people that are not native to that world, including myself, and you have to look at your kids to probably find the more natives. But the funny, I guess, anecdote from my CFO was that she's like, when we're walking through trying to explain to her, she's like, now I know what it was like to teach my father how to use an iPhone, right? Because it felt like it sounded like gibberish, right? Or it sounded like foreign language. So that is super, from a media, I don't know if it's technically media. I think it can be described as a new media platform to some people, and are treating it as more of an consumer experience platform, which I think is got some media pieces to it. And who knows what Meta is going to do. They're investing billions of dollars to build their experiences out. So I will never rule them out of what that future is going to look like. But that's super interesting to me. And I see them as potentially even the evolution of social media, or the next iteration of what social media is going to be. And so getting smart and sharp there is I think it's super important for brands and our businesses in general to get more acquainted with that, with the language, with some of the terminology, as well as the environments, because I do think that's fast coming. Now, I'm skeptical how big it's going to be anytime soon, but it's worth kind of paying attention to.
I do have a question based on your feedback. If I would assume alcohol brands are all about the social
Yeah,
aspect,
for
right? You
sure.
come together with your friends, you crack open a good Miller Lite. How do you capture that social aspect in the
sure.
metaverse?
Yeah, I think if we go down the path, and don't quote me on this because we do this, I'll be disappointed. But it's not about serving beers to consumers in the virtual beers to consumers in the metaverse, right? Like that seems like we're a real brand. We have a real business that we're running. We're trying to sell real products. But there are ways to bring the physical and digital world together, which is what I think the unlock is potentially. So to answer your question, it is like, how do you build relationships with consumers or drive some loyalty with your core where you can offer them value in the digital world based on their unlocks in the real world, right? Or vice versa. We've talked about it from a merchandising standpoint. Like we have Shopify sites for many of our brands, and we do partnerships with key retailers and retail brands all the time where we're creating custom merch. And that merchandise then, like, what is the digital version of that, right? Like if you're buying the really cool Miller Lite hoodie that we just sold, like, can you have that available for your avatar in the metaverse, right, to walk around in? So there are ways to kind of, I see it as a consumer loyalty or community play. But it always needs to kind of be grounded in how we can drive more value for you in the real world where we sell our products.
I now understand the metaverse a little bit better. Thank you for that. We are out of time, but are there any questions?
Hi, Brad. Molson Coors has such a large portfolio of brands and so many media tactics. Where are your white spaces, if there are any?
In products you're talking about, like product white spaces, in media white spaces? That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, we're not in print anymore, but no, we touch just about every media channel. I mean, one that we're not on TikTok, but we can't be on TikTok because it's currently not available to us. So I would say that's not maybe a fair white space because we're not allowed to be there. I think we do a lot of, we don't, retail media is another one where we don't, I know that was talked about earlier. That's another area where I can spend, we don't have time, but we can talk through, like, that's an area we're not allowed to be in also because of legalities and 3-tier system and post prohibition law prohibits us from doing any retail advertising. So our category is excluded from that. It's why we can't do anything with Amazon as an example either, because they own Whole Foods. So those would be the two that I would say are probably the ones that come to mind. But we do everything. Hi. It's a good question. I think with NIL, you mean like not or with yeah, we've stayed away from that today. So we have Beer Institute guidelines tell us currently today where we're part of the Beer Institute, which is like our body by which we self-govern the industry. It keeps the government out of it, out of our business. And in our current rules and regulations, like you need to be 25 or older to be an endorsed brand. So we have stayed away from college athletes because of that. If that gets updated, which I don't see that happening anytime soon, maybe though for like non-alcoholic products is a possibility. We are a beverage company now. That's one thing I didn't state. We don't just sell alcoholic beverage brands. We have other relationships. We're creating a whole portfolio of non-alc products too, or non-alcoholic beers and other things. And so because of that, maybe there's opportunity for us and when it comes to non-alcoholic, but I think for alcoholic space where we stay to that 25 and older number. And college athletes are staying on longer today, but that would be a limitation.
Brand, I think we could talk to you for a whole other hour here, but we're getting the sign.
Well, everyone wants to get to, I know, to the bar.
Everyone wants
so-
to get to your products.
Or others, I understand.
Thank you. Thank you, Brand.
Thanks, bud.
Thank you. Nice seeing you.
All right, everybody, give yourselves a big round. That was a great day. All right, we're wrapping. So I've just got a couple little things to tell you here for those who RSVP'd 6 p.m. at Prime and Provisions. If there's any marketers who haven't and want to join, just let Brand Innovators know. Breakfast tomorrow, 8 a.m. Content starts at 9 a.m. And do your Sundance so that we can have a cocktail party tomorrow afternoon up on the roof. You guys are awesome. Thank you for spending the day with us today. And everybody have a good night. Go ahead. You can get up now. All right. Thank you.